Chapter 4599. Xiao Mubai, although he is only a half-step world venerable, he is the face of the Nishan realm after all, and usually he is responsible for receiving strong people from the outside world. The Jesuan and saints outside did not dare to easily find Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang, the two great Buddhas, and wanted to form a relationship with them indirectly, so they found the Nishan realm in a detour, and came into contact with Xiao Mubai. When facing Xiao Mubai, although their strength was far superior to Xiao Mubai's, they did not dare to be arrogant. They were completely low profile and treated Xiao Mubai as equals. For them, doing so undoubtedly formed a good relationship with the god-defying realm. Xiao Mubai is the lord of the Nishan realm, one can guess without guessing. He must be very familiar with Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Befriend such a person, for them, there is nothing to lose. So, on the other side of the Yuhua realm, just as the news of Fang Yifan's death spread on the front foot, the Yuhua Jejie came out from the Yuhua realm and came to the Nishan realm to share the news with Xiao Mubai, a friend, in order to stabilize the weak relationship between them. Friendship. It seems that even with the three heavenly Dao talismans as the reliance and trump card, it is not so easy for Jiazun to overcome the taboo realm of heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed, and he said calmly, "Obviously so." Xiao Mubai sighed, and his eyes were particularly complicated, with a feeling of sorrow for the death of a rabbit. At the very beginning, Meng Han, who was in Bibo Tianfu, a place outside the realm, survived the taboo realm heavenly tribulation faced by saints in Jesuan, and became the third strongest existence of the 7th level after Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang. He felt that he would become a world venerable in the future, and after getting the heavenly Dao talisman from the Tongtian Tower, he would also have a chance to reach the 7th level of Xian. However, when he knew that Meng Han had the 4th talisman of the heavenly way and successfully broke through, he was filled with anticipation and excitement, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his head. The flame that had just risen in the depths of my heart was mercilessly extinguished. But later, Lei Hong successfully crossed the catastrophe in the Mingguang realm, which immediately gave him hope again. After all, Lei Hong didn't have the 4th heavenly talisman in his hand, and he survived the taboo realm of catastrophe entirely by relying on the 3 heavenly talismans. Seeing that Lei Hong has become the 4th Xian and the 7th level after the historical partition, he feels that he can do it again. It's just that God seems to want to play a joke on him. After Lei Hong, in the past few decades, no one has successfully crossed the catastrophe and taken a crucial step. Before the birth of the 5th strongest and 7th level powerhouse, he received the news that a top world venerable in the feathered world who was as famous as Lei Hong in the past failed to cross the tribulation and died. I heard that it took decades for Lei Hong to show up after his breakthrough. It seems that there is no such thing as the power to heal his injuries quickly after the breakthrough, and his injuries have not healed, otherwise he would not have shrunk for decades. Duanling Tian thought about what he heard before, about Lei Hong's disappearance for decades after his breakthrough, and then related to Fang Yifan's demise this time. It is not difficult to guess this point. Yeah, Lei Hong must have survived the catastrophe after a narrow escape. Xiao Mubai nodded approvingly. As far as he knew, although Meng Han of Bibo Tianfu was also injured when he crossed the catastrophe, he, who had 4 heavenly amulets, was not seriously injured. The injury healed. This point, Duanling Tian also knows. Meng Han, shortly after the breakthrough, came to him to discuss with his master. Feather World. Fang Yifan's sect was dead silent. In fact, this was the earliest confirmation of Fang Yifan's death. As soon as Fang Yifan died, someone from the sect behind him discovered that his soul card was broken and confirmed the news of his death. When the news reached the ears of another Jesuan of the sect, the other party couldn't help but change his face and cry even more. Like rain. Because he is Fang Yifan's master. Fang Yifan is a monstrous talent. He is better than Blue, and surpassed him in his early years. Yifan. After a mournful cry, he also calmed down in an instant, and after explaining some things, he left the sect in a hurry. He didn't dare to stay in the sect anymore. Last time, Lei Hong came to their sect aggressively, and he received him personally. Although Lei Hong seemed friendly, he could feel the murderous intent hidden in Lei Hong. It wasn't until he told Lei Hong that his disciple Fang Yifan was not there that he felt the murderous intent hidden in Lei Hong dissipate, and then Lei Hong turned and left. It is conceivable that, when Lei Hong confirms that Fang Yifan is dead, he will definitely make a comeback. This time, if Lei Hong finds him, he will definitely not let him go. Last time, he was afraid of his disciple Fang Yifan hiding outside, and also worried that Fang Yifan would avenge him after breaking through, so he didn't dare to touch him. But now, Lei Hong has no such scruples. The two great world venerables of the sect, one died and the other hid, immediately made the whole sect mourn. Why did this happen? Why? That's right. The Holy Lord Lei Hong of the Qinghong sect has successfully crossed the tribulation, and has taken the most critical step. Why did Fang Yifan, who is as famous as him, fail to cross the tribulation? Fang Yifan, the patriarch, couldn't have been killed by that Lei Hong, right? I also think there is such a possibility. After all, when Patriarch Fang Yifan was around in the past, I heard from many people that Patriarch Fang Yifan was often approached by Lei Hong to discuss, and it always ended in a draw. There is no reason why Lei Hong can break through smoothly. Tribulation. Patriarch Fang Yifan failed to cross the tribulation. After Fang Yifan's death, the sect was in a mess, and he started to take care of Fang Yifan's funeral. At this time, all the top forces in the Yuhua world sent people to the door to offer condolences. The news quickly spread to the other two realms of the upper three realms, Mingguang realm and Hongmeng realm. From these two worlds, strong people crossed over soon and went to the sect behind Fang Yifan to mourn for Fang Yifan. Fang Yifan is dead? Lei Hong also came. His eyes flashed, and there was a cold killing intent in the depths of his eyes. This trip, if Fang Yifan's master has not left, I will kill him when all the mourning guests leave. I also didn't know that Fang Yifan would fail in crossing the tribulation. If I had known earlier, I would have killed his master last time. Thinking of this, Lei Hong couldn't help feeling a little regretful. However, that old guy is probably gone. Lei Hong is also mentally prepared for this. When the powerhouses from all sides in the upper three realms gathered in the Mingguang realm to mourn Fang Yifan, the top respected respecter, news about Fang Yifan's death also spread rapidly. The news spread quickly in the 18 realms of China, outside the realms. Fang Yifan, the top world respecter in the feathered world, failed to cross the tribulation? Fang Yifan, a powerhouse in the Ascension realm who is comparable to a top saint, was obliterated by the taboo realm? In the 18th realm of China, the land outside the realm, everyone who received the news was also frightened. Chapter 4600. More than 60 years ago, Lei Hong successfully crossed the catastrophe, broke through smoothly, and became the fourth strongest existence of the 7th level after the historical partition. This incident can be said to give a shot in the arm to all the venerables and sages in the 10,000 realms, and even outside the realms. They feel that the road ahead has already been explored, and the road ahead is smooth. And now, Fang Yifan, who was as famous as Lei Hong in the past, the top respecter in the world of feathering, an existence not weaker than Lei Hong, died in the taboo realm of catastrophe. Real or fake? Go and confirm. The Jesuan of the 18 realms in China did not dare to step into the Ascension realm easily, for fear that Lei Hong would wait there and attack them. Not everyone dares to go to the saints in the outer world. Only those who can find a relationship with Meng Han in Bibo Tianfu and go with Meng Han dare to go there. Fang Yifan is dead? Meng Han was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Fang Yifan to die. However, when he thought of the taboo situation he faced in the past, he was relieved again. It's normal to die. On the contrary, Lei Hong, who successfully crossed the tribulation successfully, has a certain element of luck. After Lei Hong broke through, he disappeared for more than 60 years before reappearing. It shows how deeply he was hurt in the Forbidden Realm. In this regard, Meng Han still has the most say. Meng Han, with a group of saints from outside the realm, crossed the border to the Yuhua realm, and arrived at the sect behind Fang Yifan, the Xuanhing Tianzong. When Meng Han arrived, many people from the upper three realms had dispersed, at least Lei Hongming had already left. However, the divine consciousness he spread out quickly confirmed a fact. Lei Hong did not leave. Hidden in the dark. Is this fishing? Meng Han frowned slightly, feeling that Lei Hong's situation was still too small. He had also heard about the fact that Lei Hong traveled to the upper three realms and 17 of the 18 middle realms not long ago, intending to kill all the respected realms. For this reason, he even went to the Mingguang realm himself to warn Lei Hong not to attack the saints outside the realm. In the land outside the boundary so far, he is the only existence of the 7th level Xian. As for Wuxia, there are already 3 of them. He is under a lot of pressure. Although he knew that with the personalities of those two from the Nishan realm, They would not easily make him an enemy. But he was also worried that there would be another 7th-level Xian with the same personality as Lei Hong in Wanjie. At that time, Lei Hong joined forces with that person. If he wanted to attack him, how would he resist? At that time, he probably can only go to Nishan Realm to find Duan Ling Tian for help. Congratulations! Meng Han led a group of saints from outside the world into the Xuanhing Tianzong, and led by the Xuanhing Tianzong's guides, entered the simple morning hall just arranged for Fang Yifan. Meng Han was fine, his face was calm. And the group of saints who followed either changed their expressions or showed solemn expressions. At this moment, they have thoroughly confirmed. Fang Yifan is dead. Fang Yifan's master at such a time actually left Xuanhing Tianzong. It can be seen that he was also worried about being killed by Lei Hong, and worried that Xuanhing Tianzong would be ruined because of this. If Fang Yifan hadn't died, there was no need for the other party to leave. Ka. Outside Xuanhing Tianzong, 3 figures appeared. Headed by 2 young men, followed by a young man and an old man. The young man following behind is one of the world masters of the Nishan realm, Xiao Mubai. As for the 2 people in front, it is Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian and the 2 knew the way to the Ascension realm, but they didn't know the way to Xuanhing Tianzong, so they went with Xiao Mubai, because Xiao Mubai had acquaintances here. My lord Duan Ling Tian, my lord Feng Qingyang, the Xuanhing Tianzong is in front of me. The old man standing side by side with Xiao Mubai is a world venerable from the Feathering realm. And he was also the one who went to the Nishan realm to inform Xiao Mubai about Fang Yifan's death. Duan Ling Tian and Feng nodded lightly, and then the 2 of them looked at each other as if they had discovered something. Then, Chi-Chi looked in one direction. It seems that Lei Hong is still planning to hunt and kill the world respecters from all walks of life here. Feng Qingyang discovered that Lei Hong was hiding in the dark, and he had heard about Lei Hong's actions some time ago, so it was not difficult to guess what the other party was trying to do in the dark. Now the world master of myriad worlds is afraid of this Lei Hong. After all, even Fang Yifan's master, another world master of the Xuanhing Tianzong, left immediately after confirming Fang Yifan's death. I'm avoiding Lei Hong. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and at the same time, there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian and the others flew another distance. Before entering the Xianxia sect, Duan Ling Tian was calm and gentle, but he stopped his body together, as if he had discovered something abnormal. Xiao Mubai and the old man beside him stopped and showed doubts on their faces. And the next moment, the 2 of them sensed a domineering divine sense sweeping from a distance, and it enveloped them in a blink of an eye. However, it is not shrouded in Xiao Mubai, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang, but the old man beside Xiao Mubai. The old man's face changed drastically. Lord Duan Ling Tian, Lord Feng Qingyang, it's Lei Hong. Lei Hong wants to kill me. You guys have to help me. Otherwise, I will lead the way for you, and I won't be targeted by him here. He panicked, completely panicked. Lei Hong actually hid in the dark. Moreover, with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang beside him at the same time, Lei Hong dared to make a move. Does this mean that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang would not make a move for him? Don't worry, the 2 adults will not stand idly by. However, Xiao Mubai knew Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian well, so he immediately comforted the old man by sound transmission. Hearing this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression gradually softened. Wah! Accompanied by a strong wind, a burly figure appeared on the way of Duan Ling Tian and the others. It was a middle-aged man. Under Lei Hong, brother Feng Qingyang and I have met once in the past. This should be brother Duan Ling Tian, right? With an obviously hypocritical smile on Lei Hong's face, he cupped his hands at Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian, and said hello. Feng Qingyang nodded lightly. But Duan Ling Tian just glanced at Lei Hong indifferently and ignored him. This also froze the smile on Lei Hong's face. However, he quickly took a deep breath, took a deep look at Duan Ling Tian, and then turned to look at the old man behind Duan Ling Tian and the 2 of them. You too, the old guy behind you is an enemy of mine in the Ascension realm, so how about handing him over to me? Lei Hong smiled and said to Duan Ling Tian and the 2, just give Lei Hong a face. Although Xiao Mubai's reminder made him a little relieved, but now hearing Lei Hong's words, the old man still couldn't help but change his face again. At the same time, Mulu looked hopefully at the backs of the 2 people in front of him. Not far away, A few people who were just about to leave saw that there was excitement here, and they also looked lively. Chapter 46:01. It's Lord Lei Hong. Lord Lei Hong, are you trying to kill Master Xianxia? The few people who were about to leave and stopped to watch the excitement quickly recognized Lei Hong and Xianxia. Lei Hong is the top realm venerable in the Bright Light realm, and of course they can recognize him. In the past, they prepared many big scenes in the Eternal Transformation realm, and the other party showed up. As for Xianxia, even though he was not a top-notch world venerable, he was a Mingguang world venerable after all, so they could still recognize him. The most important is, Xianxia is the only Jesuan in the family behind him. Now not only the upper 3 realms, but even a group of world venerables from the middle 18 realms have almost all hid away, fearing that Lei Hong would kill them. Lei Hong is a man with a strong personality, and he is notoriously ruthless. He was fine before he broke through, and there are many people who can check and balance him. Now that he has broken through in the 10,000 realms, as long as he doesn't provoke the god-defying realm, it can be said that he has no opponent, and no one else can check and balance him. Master Xianxia actually showed up? Isn't he afraid of death? That's right. Even the other Jesuan of Xuanhing Tianzong left the sect and hid after the news of Master Feng Yifun's death was confirmed. Who are the 2 people in front of him? As Master Xianxia, they are willing to follow behind. Could it be that they are stronger than him? Top world respect? I don't know the young man next to Mr. Xianxia. The one in front of him is one of the 2 young men. I have seen him before. He is the first 7th level powerhouse who appeared in Nishan realm after the historical cutoff. Grown-ups. At this time, among the few people, someone recognized Feng Qingyang. In the past, when the Tongtian Tower came down, Feng Qingyang sat in the Tongtian Tower and strictly controlled others to enter. At that time, in addition to a group of saints and Jesuan, there were many half-saints and half-step Jesuan who watched the excitement. And this person is one of the group of half-step world venerables. It turned out to be Master Feng Qingyang. The person next to him should be Lord Duanling Tian, right? I heard some time ago that Lord Duanling Tian is still a disciple of Lord Feng Qingyang. The legend of the 2 has already become a good story in the Nishan realm. No wonder Mr. Lei Hong didn't attack Mr. Xianxia directly, but let these 2 give him face. These 2 are not weaker than him. Nowadays in the whole world, there are only 4 Xian 7th level existences. I didn't expect that we were lucky enough to see them all at once. Several people were amazed, and they all felt that they were lucky. Here I saw the existence of 3 Xians of the 7th order. Just now before leaving the Xuanhing Tianzong, they met the Master Meng Han from Bibo Tianfu, who is also the only 7th level powerhouse in the outer world. Lord Lei Hong, it is obvious that he wants to kill Master Xianxia. Will these 2 give him face? It should be. After all, they are all people of the same level. Is it necessary to tear your face for an outsider? Just when a few people thought that Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang would give Lei Hong a face. Feng Qingyang did not speak, but looked at Duanling Tian. And Duanling Tian, after a moment of astonishment, looked at Lei Hong like an idiot, with a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth. What are you? Also worthy of me giving you face? Lei Hong, this is the first time I've seen him. However, in the past, he had heard of the existence of the other party. As soon as Duanling Tian said this, Lei Hong's face changed drastically. The few onlookers were also shocked. This Lord Duanling Tian from the God against God realm. Isn't he too powerful? Facing Lei Hong, who is at the same level, not only does he not give face, but he seems to be willing to offend him. Master Duanling Tian. Xianxia's eyes were all bright in the back. Just now he was really worried. He was afraid that Duanling Tian and the others would sell him out to save Lei Hong's face. Duanling Tian, are you planning to tear yourself apart with me? Lei Hong stared at Duanling Tian and asked in a deep voice. Tear face off with you? Duanling Tian sneered. You deserve it? For Lei Hong, he has no good impression at all. Not to mention Lei Hong's recent deeds. Even after he passed the taboo realm, a group of world lords from the upper 3 realms killed the Nishan realm and threatened the Nishan realm's world masters to hand him over. He even threatened to destroy the God against God realm. Among them, Lei Hong is the early bird. If he hadn't left some ruthless words before he left, making Lei Hong and the others throw their hands at him, the Nishan realm would have disappeared long ago. If the God against God realm is gone, His family, relatives and friends will also cease to exist. You dash. Lei Hong didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian not only didn't give him any face, but also sneered at him like this. He remembered that it was the first time he saw him, right? The other party, is it necessary to hate him so much? Snort. Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly, and suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, the power in his body surged out, fused with the laws of space, turned into a giant, and condensed into a sword. A sword fell out, and the sky and the earth changed color in an instant, and the clouds and mists in the sky dispersed. The huge sword flew across the sky, as if covering the sky and the sun, and it fell down in a blink of an eye, slashing towards Lei Hong. Where the sword passed, the space tore and collapsed, and a terrible storm spread, sweeping across the world in a blink of an eye, as if it was going to destroy the entire Ascension world. In the distance, Xuanheng Tianzong's sect-protecting needle rose at some point, barely blocking the aftermath of the force, and at the same time alarmed everyone inside. This aura. Is Brother Duanling Xianxia? Meng Han was the first to walk out of Xuanheng Tianzong, and came out to watch the excitement. Duanling Tian, what are you doing? Lei Hong roared furiously, and retreated immediately, but it was too late after all. The power in his body swept out, combined with the power of law, but it couldn't stop Duan Lingshan's sword. After a brief stalemate, he was directly beheaded. Boom. Lei Hong's body was shaken, no flesh and blood was seen, and he was annihilated in the void like an energy body. It's careful enough, it's just a clone of the law. Feng Qingyang sneered. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. As early as when he found Lei Hong, he felt that Lei Hong was a bit weird. Later, when Lei Hong dared to kill Zhang Shan in front of him and his master, he guessed that Lei Hong was not the deity, is just a clone of the law. However, even if it is just a clone of the law, even if it only masters other laws of the small perfect realm, with the power of the 7th level of the strongest, and the 4 ways of heaven and earth he has mastered, he is definitely much stronger than Jesuan. However, in front of Duan Lingtian himself, he is completely vulnerable. Beheaded by his sword. Of course, in the face of Lei Hong's avatar, not to mention Duan Lingtian, even Feng Qingyang, or Lei Hong's own deity, can easily defeat and kill him. It turned out to be a clone of the law. The few people onlookers suddenly realized, and the shock on their faces gradually disappeared. Just now, Duan Lingtian, a strong man from the Nishan realm, made a move and killed Lei Hong with a single sword, which brought them an unprecedented shock. At one time, they thought that Lei Hong's true self was beheaded by Duan Lingtian with a single sword. Chapter 4602. Master Lei Hong's law clone. It can't be seen that it is a law clone at all. Among the few people, some people exclaimed in this way. Because, not to mention their half-step world venerables, even the avatars of the World Lord's laws are easy to see. Their eyes are dull and lifeless. However, they could see Lei Hong's legal avatar just now. Their eyes were bright, and they couldn't see anything strange. Moreover, with their cultivation base, even if they extend their spiritual consciousness, it may be difficult to detect the abnormality of the other party. It seems that stepping into the 7th level of Xian is really a qualitative change, said another. Lei Hong is a person from the Mingguang realm of the upper 3 realms. As a person from the myriad realms, no one from outside the realm has blood secret skills to rely on, but he has a law clone, exclusive to people from the myriad realms. Of course, after the breakthrough, not only Duan Lingtian, but even Feng Qingyang knew about the qualitative change of the law clone. It was also at the beginning that they didn't investigate Lei Hong too much. They just collided with Lei Hong's consciousness and then retreated, so they didn't notice anything abnormal. However, after Lei Hong jumped out, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed that he was the avatar of the law. A person who is eager to kill all the respected and saints in the world is naturally impossible to put himself in danger easily. He is sure to escape from the presence of 2 extremely powerful 7th level existences. Even if Duan Lingtian is only an ordinary 7th level Xian, Lei Hong may still be able to escape by joining forces with Feng Qingyang, but it will definitely require a considerable price. Later, Zhang Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was also surprised that Lei Hong was just a clone of the law, the strength Lei Hong showed just now was enough to kill him easily. Thank you, Lord Duan Lingtian. Zhang Sen repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. No thanks. Duan Lingtian said calmly, you and World Master Shao are friends, and you brought us here personally. If someone wants to touch you, I will naturally not stand by and watch. If you are killed by Lei Hong, where will my master and I face? The tone is indifferent, but the words are extraordinarily strong. Hage! At this time, there was a burst of laughter from a distance, but it was Meng Han Yukong who approached. Brother Duan Lingtian, Brother Feng Qingyang, we meet again. Fortunately, what Lei Hong came from was just a clone of the law, otherwise today there must be no return. Meng Han came to Duan Lingtian and the two of them, and greeted them warmly. And what he said, besides himself, only Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang and Xiao Mubai knew what it meant. The meaning of Meng Han's words is nothing more than knowing Duan Lingtian's strength, knowing that even if Lei Hong's deity comes in person, Duan Lingtian can keep him, or even kill him. However, Xianxia and the few people who had been watching for a while subconsciously thought that Meng Han and Duan Lingtian were friends and were even willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian to deal with Lei Hong. I didn't expect that Master Meng Han from outside the world has such a good relationship with Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Is this normal? Haven't you heard that Mr. Meng Han was the first to enter the Tongtian Tower in the past, thanks to the blessings of these two adults? I heard that when Lord Duan Lingtian was young, he entered Bibo Tianfu behind Lord Meng Han, and now he is still a disciple of Bibo Tianfu. Fortunately, Master Lei Hong didn't come here, otherwise he might really die here. Several people were amazed, and Zhang Shan also felt it was a pity. However, at this time, quite a few people came out of Xuanhing Tianzong belatedly, and when they learned the whole story from the surrounding crowd, they all paled in astonishment. Among the crowd, one person hid behind others and issued a summons. He is a half-step world venerable in the Mingguang realm, and the half-step world lore he belongs to is under the Qinghong sacred sect of the Mingguang realm who is attached behind Lei Hong. His summons was sent to Lei Hong. At this moment, Lei Hong himself, who had an ugly face, was already planning to leave the Ascension realm and return to the Bright Light realm. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian from the God-defying realm was so powerful that he directly defeated his law clone. He still couldn't figure it out. Where did he offend the other party? Just because I asked him to save face just now, is he going to kill me? It seems that I have to make more preparations when I go back to the Mingguang realm this time. Who knows? Will Duan Lingtian join forces with Feng Qingyang to go to the Mingguang realm to deal with me? As soon as this idea came up, Lei Hong received a summons. When he finished reading the summons, his complexion suddenly changed. What? Meng Han from the outer worlds, in front of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, is willing to join hands with them to deal with me? It means that if I am not the law avatar present, but if I am present instead of the deity, there must be no return? The contents of the subpoena made his face even more ugly. Facing Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, he is confident that he will retreat completely, and at most he will suffer some injuries. But if Meng Han is added, if the three of them work together, he is really not sure to leave. Meng Han, I have no grievances or enmities with you, even you want to deal with me with them. Lei Hong looked ugly, and then quickly crossed the boundary and left the Feather Realm, returning to the Bright Light Realm. It seems that after returning to the Mingguang realm this time, the Zhongmen can't stay anymore. The three of them really want to kill you. If I happen to be in the Zhongmen, I'm afraid I will definitely die. After returning to the Mingguang realm, Lei Hong did not return to the Qinghong sacred sect, but sent a message to another saint in the sect, telling him that he would hide in the dark and would not return to the sect. Also warn the other party, if Duan Lingtian and the others dare to kill them, the other party can threaten them. If they dare to touch Qinghong sacred sect, he, Lei Hong, will not let Nishan realm and Bibo Tianfu go. How did things get to this point? The sage of Qinghong sacred sect had a dazed expression on his face. He didn't expect Lei Hong to offend 3 Xian 7th level existences at the same time when he went out. Looking at the whole world now, there are only 4 such existences. Lei Hong was one of them, but offended the other 3. What happened? However, Lei Hong didn't bother to explain. After stepping into the 7th level of Xian, his sense of superiority increased greatly, and he didn't care much about what the other party thought of him, even if the other party was regarded as his elder in the sect. Duan Lingtian and the others were naturally unaware of Lei Hong's actions. After chatting for few words, the 3 of them also went to Xuanhing Tianzong, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. So far they have completely confirmed that Feng Yifan, the top venerable in the Ascension realm, is indeed dead. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. The purpose of their coming here is to confirm the truth of this matter. It seems that the taboo realm heavenly tribulation facing the 6th level of Xian is indeed extremely dangerous. Feng Qingyang sighed. Chapter 4603. A Meng Han, who successfully crossed the tribulation, moved the hearts of many saints and world venerables. It wasn't until they knew that Meng Han had the fourth talisman of heaven in his hands that they realized that Meng Han's success could not be replicated. Later, Lei Hong succeeded in crossing the catastrophe, but he did not have the fourth heavenly amulet as a basis, which shows that Lei Hong's success can be replicated. At this time, a group of saints and world venerables wanted to take a step forward and enter another realm. However, in only a few decades, there was an existence not weaker than Lei Hong, who fell under the taboo realm of catastrophe, which undoubtedly woke them up. It seems that even if you enter the Tongtian Pagoda next time and get the heavenly Tao talisman, you can't rush through the tribulation. You must make more preparations and have enough confidence to go through the tribulation. Originally, I was still in a hurry to recover from my injuries, and I wanted to enter the Tongtian Tower to clear the customs and get the heavenly Tao talisman, but now it seems that I am not in such a hurry. This is the self-talk after knowing Feng Yifan's death after entering the Tongtian Tower and failing to break through the level, thinking that his strength is not weaker than Lei Hong in the past, and the fallen Feng Yifan's world venerable. There are also two Jesuan of the upper three realms who just got the heavenly Tao talisman from the Tongtian Tower recently, and they are all full of hearts at this time. 10 years ago, I got my heavenly Tao talisman. Looking at it now, fortunately, I was not in a hurry to cross the tribulation, otherwise I would have fallen with Feng Yifan. Fortunately, I didn't rush to attract the taboo realm. I didn't expect that even Feng Yifan failed to cross the catastrophe, and died. Feng Yifan's strength is not weaker than mine. It can be said that Feng Yifan's death has woken up the bells for the saints and Jizans in the outer worlds and myriad worlds, letting them know that even if they get the talisman of the Tao of Heaven, they may not be able to deal with the taboo realm of heavenly tribulation. Soon some Jesuan from myriad realms had an idea in their hearts. One day they will comprehend the two laws to the state of Dzogchen, and then take the most critical step, let the four ways of heaven and earth enter the seventh level, and attract the taboo state of heavenly calamity. With the help of the avatar of the Dzogchen law, the possibility of successfully crossing the catastrophe is even greater. Even if you don't have two laws to comprehend the great perfection, and then comprehend the two laws of the small perfection realm, you can try to attract the taboo realm heavenly tribulation. Many people are not unfamiliar with Lei Hong's strength. He has stepped into the seventh level of Xian, which undoubtedly means that he no longer suppresses his own world in four ways. Let him go one step further. As Jezun, Lei Hong must have comprehended a law to the state of Dzogchen. Lei Hong's strength is considered top among Jesuan, mainly because he has not low attainments in several other laws, and one of those laws has even comprehended the realm of small perfection. Certainly. Some of the top world venerables in the world have mastered a law of the great perfection and a law of the lesser perfection, and some have mastered a law of the great perfection while also mastering different four ways of heaven and earth. Not low either. As for the Jezun who comprehended the two principles to the state of Dzogchen, there have also appeared in the history of Wuxia, but their achievements in the four realms of heaven and earth are often not high. After all, he devoted his mind to studying another Dzogchen law, so that he fell behind in the four realms of heaven and earth. Although he has mastered the two principles of Dzogchen, his attainments in the four realms of heaven and earth are so low that he is evenly divided with other top world masters. After leaving Xuanhing Tianzong, Meng Han said goodbye to Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang, then turned and left. For a moment, only Duanling Tian, Feng Qingyang, Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan were left on the scene. Two adults. At this time, Xiao Mubai opened his mouth, looked at Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang and said with a smile, "Senior Zhang Shan next to me intends to take his family to migrate from the Mingguang realm to our Nishan realm, but I don't know that you two. How do you feel?" Even though he is the world master of the Nishan realm, he also longs for the emergence of a world venerable powerhouse in the Nishan realm, and he doesn't mind even if they are outsiders. Even, the reason why Zhang Shan had this idea was completely derived from his previous joke. Then, Zhang Shan took the initiative to get acquainted with him, and envied the existence of two transcendent world venerables from the god-defying realm. At that time he jokingly said to Zhang Shan, "You don't have to be envious, as long as you take your power and migrate to the Nishan realm, wouldn't you also be able to gain the glory of those two? My lords, I, Zhang Shan, really want to enter the god-defying realm, and I hope it will come true." Zhang Shan cupped his hands and said to Duanling Tian and the two with a serious face, "This plan he has also been deliberate." In the past when he met Xiao Mubai for the first time, he didn't take Xiao Mubai's jokes to heart, and even thought that even if there were two transcendent world lords in Nishan realm, it would only be a momentary glory and might not last long. Later, Meng Han and Lei Hong broke through one after another, and he felt that he would be able to break through sooner or later, and even the other world lords in the upper three realms could also break through and take a crucial step. However, Fang Yifen's death made him wake up like a dream, realizing that it is not so easy to get through the taboo situation, and even Lei Hong may have survived a narrow escape. Otherwise, it would not be possible to come back after so many years of dormant recuperation. Lei Hong, he still understands after asking himself, is a master who is arrogant and likes to show off. If he is not injured, he must have returned to the Mingguang realm long ago. This time, Lei Hong's law avatar wanted to kill him, and Master Duan Ling Tian from the Nishan realm could be said to have saved his life. In addition, he also heard Xiao Mubai, the leader of the Nishan realm, mention that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang once publicly gave lectures to a group of powerful people in the Nishan realm, talking about the three of the four ways of heaven and earth. Through Xiao Mubai's mouth, he learned that Duan Lingshan's attainments in the way of infinity and the way of control are not low. Therefore, after leaving Xuanheng Tianzong, he also made up his mind completely. Leading the Zhang family behind him, they migrated away from the Ascension realm and migrated to the Nishan realm. The Nishan realm used to be the middle 18 realms, but now few people dare to look at the 18 realms in the Nishan realm. They all know that in terms of top combat power, the Nishan realm is a stronger existence than the upper three realms. There is a bounded lord entering the god-defying realm, and my master and I are naturally welcome. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly, but he sensed the burning eyes of World Master Xiao Mubai. This world respected, 9 times out of 10, World Master Xiao was the one who tricked him into Nishan realm. Ha ha! It seems that the god-defying realm will finally have a world venerable. Feng Qingyang also laughed. Thank you two adults for your success. Zhang Shan respectfully bowed to the two of them and thanked them. Later, I will send a message to my useless son, and ask him to lead the Zhang family up and down and migrate to the Nishan realm. From now on, I will hang out with the two adults. Lord Xiao, we will be a family in the future, and I hope you can give me more advice. Finally, Zhang Shan looked at Xiao Mubai again, and smiled kindly. Chapter 4604. Haha. Brother Zhang, we will be a family from now on. Xiao Mubai also laughed, very happy. He never thought that in his lifetime, the first world venerable from the Nishan realm would be dragged from the outside to the Nishan realm. Of course, he also knew that this was due to Duan Ling Tian and the others. Not his personal charm. He still has this self-knowledge. In an instant, Xiao Mubai's gaze softened, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, saying to his father who had passed away for many years, "Father, have you seen it? After you, there is finally another world venerable in the Nishan realm." Whether it was Duan Ling Tian or Feng Qingyang, he never regarded them as world lords from the beginning to the end. Just because, when the two of them left the god-defying realm, they were not Jesuan. When he came back, it wasn't Jesun either. When they came back, they were all existences beyond the realm. Lord Xiao. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said to Xiao Mubai through voice transmission, "In Nishan realm, the land left by the gods is protected by me, and it is safe and sound. Just arrange him in another plane of the gods. You can also shelter there by the way." Hearing Duan Lingshan's voice transmission, Xiao Mubai quickly responded via voice transmission, "I think so too." Of course, he thought this way, not because he wanted Zhang Shan to protect other planes of gods, but because he was worried that some people in the family behind Zhang Shan would offend Duan Lingshan's family and friends in the land of the gods. Although Zhang's family must suffer in the end, Zhang Shan can only admit it, but Zhang Shan also migrated from the outside to the Nishan realm, and as the leader of the Nishan realm, he doesn't want him to suffer too much. Follow closely. Xiao Mubai brought Zhang Shan back to the Nishan realm, intending to introduce him to the other world masters of the Nishan realm, but before leaving, Zhang Shan also sent a message to his son, a half-step world venerable of the Zhang family, to let him get ready and lead your family to migrate to the god-defying realm. Migration to the god realm? Father, are you serious? Zhang Shan's son was naturally stunned when he received the summons, and he had no idea what Zhang Shan was thinking. Didn't this father run out to hide from Lei Hong? Why did he suddenly return to the feather world? Moreover, he hasn't returned to the family yet. Faced with his son's question, Zhang Shan bluntly said that he was almost killed by Lei Hong. This time, I am also protected by Lord Duan Lingtian. Next time it may not be so lucky. Now, even Feng Yifan has died in the taboo realm. I don't think I need to tell you how strong he is. With my current strength, it is difficult to get the talisman of the heavenly Tao of the Tongtian Tower. Even if I get it, I don't have the courage to attract the taboo realm before Feng Yifan's strength surpasses that of Feng Yifan, who was still Jesuin in the past. Unless my time is near. The limit, of course, refers to the exclusive catastrophe that the superpower needs to face once every 10,000 years. When he faced the last catastrophe, he had already struggled a little and was injured. Although it was only a minor injury. What about the next catastrophe? Now his strength is almost not too obvious compared to the day when the last catastrophe came, and the next catastrophe will come soon. He will definitely be able to survive this catastrophe, but he will definitely have to pay a big price. Father, I understand. The son of Xianxia didn't expect so many things to happen, and then thought of the death of Feng Yifan, the top respecter in the world of eternity, and his father's discouraged words. He no longer doubted his father's decision, and prepared to take the Zhang family to migrate against God realm. Of course. He knew in his heart that there must be some diehards who were unwilling to leave the old land. For those diehards, he can only let them be, and treat them as the branch of Zhang family in the ascension realm of the future God against God realm. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang didn't go back to Nishan realm with Xiao Mubai, because they still had something to do. They went to Mingguang realm, to the sect behind Lei Hong, Qinghong Shengzong. Today, Duan Lingtian strongly obliterated Lei Hong's legal avatar. For Lei Hong, although it was not a life-and-death enmity, it was still considered an enmity, and the legal avatar would need some time to condense again. To push people to the opposite side. So naturally there is a plan to clean up the other party. Then Lei Hong may not even be in Qinghong Shengzong. After coming to Mingguang realm, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, he is an expert in black hands, so he naturally wants to get it. I may come to Mingguang realm to find him to settle accounts. I also think he should not dare to stay there any longer. Feng Qingyang also said, however we still have to go, don't we? What if? What if he is so big-hearted and stays in his sect honestly? Hearing this, Duan Lingtian laughed. If that's the case, he can only be considered unlucky. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang came to Qinghong Sacred Sect. The sect behind the hostile person naturally doesn't need to explain anything. Raising his hand is a sky-reaching sword glow, smashing down, not only forcing Qinghong Shengzong's sect protection formation to rise, but even crushing the formation. Broken. The formation mask all over the sky was crushed to pieces, like stars in the night sky, falling from the sky. I'm looking for Lei Hong. Duan Lingtian spoke. His tone was calm, with the intention of killing. It's the wind. The person who spoke stood beside Feng Qingyang, and he was the one who made the move just now. He must be Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang's disciple, another existence that surpassed the world venerable in the Nishan realm. In the Qinghong Sacred Sect, a group of Jesuins stood up against the sky. Although most of them were very angry, after confirming the identities of the other two, they felt powerless for a while. Their Qinghong sect's guardian formation, even if the top world venerables and top saints from outside the world come in person, it is absolutely impossible to defeat it in less than a quarter of an hour. It can only be the existence of the 7th level Xian that can defeat their Qinghong Shengzong's protective formation with a sword in the blink of an eye. Everyone was angry, powerless and helpless. I have met Lord Duan Lingtian, Lord Feng Qingyang. Not only were they helpless, but when they got close, many of them even took the initiative to say hello to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, for fear of offending them. Of course, there are also some people with backbone who just glared at Duan Lingtian and the two without saluting. They are not worried that Duan Lingtian will move them. If you dare to touch them, the Nishan realm must take revenge against the strongest 7th level powerhouse of Qinghong Shengzong. Sure enough not. And taking advantage of this time, Duan Lingshan's spiritual consciousness also scanned Qinghong Sacred Sect, but did not find Lei Hong's whereabouts. At the same time, Qinghong Shengzhu suzerain stood up and told Lei Hong's threatening message not long ago. Duan Lingtian sneered. Then, looking at another strong man in the realm of Qinghong sect, his spiritual consciousness condensed and pressed on the opponent's body, forcing the opponent's face to be as pale as paper in an instant. At the same time, Duan Lingtian shot murderous intent in his eyes, and a sword glow flashed, and he slashed at the opponent. Then ill wait for him lay Hong in the god-defying realm. Chapter 4605. Those who are strong in the realm of the world, in the past in the 10,000 realms, and even in places outside the realm, were high and invincible existences. Now, when faced with Duan Lingshan's slashing sword, his expression changed instantly. Boom! The light on his body soared, his blood was soaring, and he shot with all his strength, intending to block the sword. At the same time, he secretly scolded the suzerain of Qinghong Shengzong in his heart, and told the other party Lei Hong what to do with the threat. Isn't this slapping the other party's face in front of everyone? Couldn't you be more cryptic and use a better tone to tell the other party about this? In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian directly targeted him was because Duan Lingtian was too young, at least very young compared to them old guys. Still in the young and vigorous stage. Of course, he also felt that this paragraph of Lingtian was a bit too much and arrogant. If he dared to kill him, wouldn't he be afraid that Lei Hong would go around the god realm and kill him in the future? As the existence of the 7th level Xian, he didn't think that Lei Hong would carry out a sneak attack on the god-defying realm. How could Ling Tian get Lei Hong during this period? Boom! There was a loud bang, and as the Qinghong Saint Sect's respectable powerhouse made an all-out attack to resist Duan Lingshan's slashed sword, the aftermath of terrifying power raged around. A group of semi-saints of the Qinghong sect, after being affected by the aftermath of the power, their faces changed drastically, and they retreated to a distance in a hurry. As for the existences whose cultivation bases were not half holy, they were all thrown out, their faces pale and their eyes horrified. World Zune battle. Imminent. They have no mental preparation. As the instigator, Qinghong Shengzong's suzerain, was also dumbfounded at this time. What's going on? Didn't he just pass on Lei Hong's threat to the opponent? Why did the opponent directly attack? Moreover, they still shot at their Qinghong sacred sect's Jesuan. According to his seniority, this world venerable is still his master uncle. You have this strength? Duan Lingtian casually swiped his sword, and although he was stopped by the opponent, he still had the absolute upper hand. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was a little disappointed. Because the Jesuan of the Qinghong sacred sect in front of him is much weaker than the Zhaowani of the Qingyun sacred sect he met in the past, and is almost the same as Guolin, another saint of the Qinghong sacred sect. Duan. Master Duan Lingtian. Have something to say. Have something to say. The opponent shot with all his strength, almost using all his strength to block it, and it was very difficult to block it. Hearing the other party's calm words and seeing the other party's casual posture, how could he not see that the other party did not try his best at all? Perhaps, even half of the strength is far from being used. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the suzerain of the Qinghong sacred sect spoke again. Master Duan Lingtian, don't forget that my senior brother Lei Hong is not weaker than you now. If you dare to kill our senior uncle, senior brother Lei Hong will definitely not give up. Duan Lingtian frowned suddenly when the patriarch of the Qinghong sacred sect said this, and the face of the Qinghong sacred sect's world-venerated powerhouse changed drastically. In the past, why didn't he think that the suzerain of their Qinghong Shengzong was so brainless? Didn't you see that Duan Lingtian was angry? Young people will inevitably have a bigger temper. If you are not arrogant, is that still called a young man? Really? As Qinghong Shengzong Jizan's complexion changed drastically, before he even had time to comfort Duan Lingtian had already stepped up his attack again. I still say the same thing. I will wait for Lei Hong to visit him in the Nishan realm. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and when the words fell, a more terrifying force suddenly surged out from the sword glow in his hand, and the power was more than doubled in an instant. Stop! The terrifying and selfless sword light seemed to destroy the world, and instantly annihilated the attack of the powerful Qinghong Shengzong Jesuan. What's more, where the sword light passed, the space cracks and black holes that originally appeared in the void collapsed, and a large space-collapsed area appeared. The opponent's offensive, at this moment, seemed to be swallowed by the collapsed space. No dash! Sensing the approaching breath of death, the Jesuan powerhouse of Qinghong sacred sect only had time to let out an unwilling and mournful cry, and then it became weaker and weaker until it disappeared. The sword light passed by, and if it turned into thousands of lights and shadows, it would crush Qinghong Shengzong's Jesuan powerhouse to pieces, as if a human-shaped glass was smashed, annihilated the collapsed space, and said part of the turbulent space. At the same time, boom, rumble. Above Qinghong Shengzong's sky, the sky that was originally blue and clean suddenly became dizzy. Countless dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, accompanied by deafening thunder and loud bangs. After the cloud gathered, it turned into a cloud of blood, and immediately the rain of blood began to pour down. What's more, because it was the World Lord who fell, the scene was even more vast and shocking than the half-step World Lord's fall. The area shrouded by the vision of heaven and earth is at least several times larger than the scene where the half-sage fell, which is comparable to the half-step World Venerable. Even another top force that is closer to the Qinghong sacred sect can clearly see such visions. What is that? In this force, a group of powerhouses headed by a few half-step World Lords rose up from the sky. Looking at the direction of Qinghong sacred sect from afar, Tong Kong shrank in unison. Under their gaze, the commotion from Qinghong sacred sect even spread to their front door. They were far apart, and it could be seen that under the cloud of blood all over the sky, there was an aged figure, shrouded by the sword light, and it was shattered in an instant, and at the same time let out a shrill scream. No dash! Then, the sound gradually disappeared, but the pouring blood rain became bigger and bigger. Is it Qinghong Shengzong's side? Back then, I had seen the fall of a half-step World Venerable, but the commotion was much smaller than the commotion in front of me. If Qinghong Sacred Sect's half-step World Venerable falls, the movement will not reach our side. If I'm not wrong, this is the fall of a World Venerable powerhouse. A World Venerable? Right now, there seems to be only one World Lord left in the Qinghong Sacred Sect. The other World Venerable, Lei Hong, has surpassed the World Venerable and has become the 7th-level powerhouse. This voice, this figure is somewhat familiar. Very much like the World Venerable of the Qinghong Sacred Sect. In the end, everyone decided to brave the rain of blood and approach the pass to find out. When they arrived near the gate of the Qinghong Sacred Sect, they saw two figures standing in the void, looking straight at the people above the Qinghong Sacred Sect's gate indifferently. At this moment, before one of the purple figures among the two figures, the space was still vibrating and distorting, and it was only after a long time that it was completely closed. Even so, they can still vaguely detect the terrifying fluctuations of space power emanating from it. Immediately afterwards, they saw. The gaze of the purple-clothed youth quickly fell on the Qinghong sect master, who was not unfamiliar to them. The suzerain of your Qinghong sacred sect, I will also send him on the road together. The rest of you, tell Lei Hong that I, Duanling Tian, are waiting for him in the Nishan realm. Hearing this, they were shocked. God! This person is actually the second existence that surpassed the World Venerable after the history was cut off? Duanling Tian, the 7th-level powerhouse of Xian? Moreover, according to the public announcement of the Tao of Heaven, Duanling Tian is the first existence to survive the taboo realm of catastrophe after the history is cut off. Chapter 4606. No. If you dare to kill me, senior brother Lei Hong will definitely not let an God realm go. Hearing Duanlingshan's words, and seeing the murderous intent in Duanlingshan's eyes, the Qinghong sacred sect master naturally didn't have the slightest chance of luck. After all, even his master and uncle who was a World Venerable were killed by the other party. Killing Jezun is like killing a chicken. What's more, he is a half-step world respected. You can't kill me. And this sentence became the last filial piety of Qinghong Shengzong's patriarch before his death. Almost when he finished speaking, Duanling Tian didn't even see any movement, but he saw the space around him turbulent and distorted, and then his whole body was weird. The original place was fragmented, and the breath was instantly annihilated. Boom! In the next moment, the blood cloud had not yet dissipated from the sky and piled up again, and an even bigger blood rain poured down. The heaven and earth vision of the half-step Jizun's death was superimposed with the previous heaven and earth vision of Jizun's death, making this rain of blood even bigger. There was a dead silence. Whether it was a group of powerful people from the Qinghong sacred sect or a group of people who rushed over to watch the excitement, they all felt their scalps tingling at this moment. This Duanling Tian from the god-defying realm actually came to Qinghong sacred sect, killing Jesuan first, and then killing half-step Jesuan, and half-step Jesuan is also the suzerain of Qinghong sacred sect. This moment. Among the group of strongest people on Qinghong Shengzong's side, none of them dared to say anything. They were afraid that if they said anything, they would be killed by the other party. Now they see it too. During this period of Ling Tian, he was young and energetic, and he didn't care about it when he was impulsive. He didn't think about Ni Shen realm at all. Isn't he afraid that Ni God realm will be turned upside down by Lei Hong in the future because of him? They are also at the 7th level of Xian. They don't think Duan Lingtian will be stronger than Lei Hong. Even because Duan Lingtian is young, they think Lei Hong's accumulation is stronger. Although Nishan realm has 2 extremely strong 7th levels, they also believe that even with the joint efforts of the two, Lei Hong is still capable of retreating completely. However, thinking so, no one dared to speak again. Their Qinghong Shengzong suzerain who just died is a lesson from the past. They even realized that if the suzerain hadn't committed death, if the suzerain was willing to communicate with Duan Lingtian through sound transmission in a more tactful way, maybe Duan Lingtian wouldn't be irritated to such an extent. In that way, the only Jesuan of Qinghong sect would not have to die. It's good now. Qinghong Shengzong, the strongest 7th level powerhouse, did not dare to return to the sect, and Jesuan also died. In the future, can it still be regarded as the top sect in the Mingguang world? Of course, they knew that as long as Lei Hong survived for a day, then the top power in the Mingguang realm would be broken, and they would have a place in the Qinghong sacred sect for a day. Master, let's go back. Dan glanced at the rest of the Qinghong sacred sect. Seeing that the other party members were silent, they didn't make any further moves, greeted Feng Qingyang, and left together to return to the god-defying realm. After the figures of the two disappeared from everyone's sight range, everyone came back to their senses. A group of powerful people from the nearby top forces who came to watch the excitement dared to ask at this time. But they didn't ask why, because the group of powerful people from the Qinghong sacred sect were not in a high mood. However, there are still 1 or 2 people, because they have a good relationship with 1 or 2 strongest members of Qinghong Shengzong, and they understand the ins and outs of the matter through sound transmission. Damn it! Lei Hong actually met Duan Lingtian? Besides, Lei Hong ran away early because he was worried about being blocked by Duan Lingtian? Although Lei Hong ran away, he let the Qinghong sacred sect not have to worry. As long as Duan Lingtian dared to touch the Qinghong sacred sect, he would not let the god-defying realm go? This threat seems to be useless. It's useless. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian can come here and kill the World Venerable first, and then kill half a step of the World Venerable? This time, the Qinghong sacred sect is in bad luck. I heard that it was because the patriarch of the Qinghong sacred sect was so mean-spirited that he uttered nonsense in front of Duan Lingtian and threatened him in front of a group of people, which angered Duan Lingtian. Is he crazy? I don't know if Duan Lingtian can only be regarded as a very young man among the top powerhouses. Young people are not like us old people. Some of them regard face as a comparison. Life is more precious. It seems that Duan Lingtian is obviously this type of person. After knowing the ins and outs, everyone was a little dazed on the way back. And this matter soon began to ferment within the scope of Mingguang realm, and spread widely. What? Duan Lingtian from the god-defying realm killed Qinghong sacred sect and Lei Hong's grand-uncle Jie? Moreover, he also killed the Qinghong sacred sect master? What's the situation? Duan Lingtian, when only he and his master were the 7th level powerhouses in the past, I didn't see him targeting other people for no reason. Why did he jump out at this time to attack Qinghong Shengzong behind Lei Hong? Made a move. I don't know. I heard that Lei Hong was vaccinated with Qinghong sacred sect first, and ran away first, avoiding Duan Lingtian. Does it mean that he provoked Duan Lingtian first? Speaking of this, I have some insider information here. It seems that Lei Hong wanted to kill a Jesuan from the Ascension realm, and the other party had already mixed with Duan Lingtian, and recently led his family to migrate from the Ascension realm to the god-defying realm went. The entire Mingguang realm was a sensation. This astonishing news makes one's scalp tingle. In the history of our Mingguang realm, it seems that Jesuan has never been killed by someone, right? Not to mention our Mingguang realm, even in the upper 3 realms, there has never been a case of a Jesuan being killed by someone. The Jesuan who died in the history of the 10,000 realms are basically the middle 18th realm, and the middle class who died in the past. Boundary venerable of the realm. Lei Hong hid first. If he knew the news, he would probably go crazy, right? It must be crazy. He might go to the god-defying realm and start a killing spree. Young people are not easy to provoke. The temper is so big. In fact, at this time, in a certain corner of the Mingguang realm, Lei Hong did receive the news. Even before the news spread, he had already received multiple summons from Qinghong Shengzong. Young and vigorous? However, Compared to most people who think Duan Ling Tian is young and vigorous, he doesn't feel that way. An existence that can achieve such achievements at this age. Will it be a young and vigorous person? If he is young and vigorous, can he live smoothly until now? Under the extreme anger, Lei Hong calmed down instead, thinking about whether there was any conspiracy behind Duan Lingshan's arrogance. For example, to lure him to go against the god realm to kill? This Ling Tian wants to trap and kill him? As a person who was once extremely young and vigorous, and suffered a lot of losses because of his youth and vigor, and even had his life hang by a thread several times, Lei Hong also woke up after several life and death. After that, he upholds a principle. If you are not an opponent of the enemy, just admit it. If you can't afford to offend people, don't offend them, just endure. Like Feng Qingyang from the god-defying realm back then, sitting in Tongtian Pagoda, although he was very unhappy, facing the powerful Feng Qingyang, he still swallowed his anger and retreated. If he was still young and energetic, and said a few more harsh words, wouldn't the other party chop him up? As for his high profile during this period, it is entirely because he feels that he has the strength to control those people he is going to control and the forces behind them. Because he was a comer here, Lei Hong didn't feel that Duan Ling Tian killed 2 people in Qinghong's sacred sect because of his youth and vigor, and one of them was Jie Zun. Chapter 4607. However, since Duan Ling Tian slapped me in the face so brazenly, wouldn't I be underestimated if I didn't do anything? Thinking of this, Lei Hong's eyes showed a ruthless look again, extremely cold, as if he chose to eat someone. Thinking of him, Lei Hong, who has risen all the way to today, except for being slapped in the face once or twice in Weimar, he has never had a similar experience since then. This time, Duan Lingshan's behavior completely angered him. What's more, if he does nothing this time, 9 out of 10 he will be confused and breed demons, which will do all harm to his next practice. In the Mingguang realm, rumors were flying all over the sky about the demise of Qinghong Shengzong's world-venerable powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian and his master Feng Qingyang have also returned to the Nishan realm. Xiao Tian, are you planning to lure Lei Hong to the god-defying realm to trap and kill him? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. This time, he went to the Mingguang realm with his disciple, and watched with his own eyes that the other party even killed the Qinghong Shengzong, but he didn't express any opinions. Because he knew that the other party must have his purpose and certainty in doing so. If only Lei Hong could be trapped and killed so easily. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, although what he did this time was very high profile and powerful enough to completely anger Lei Hong, but he also felt that Lei Hong might not be so stupid, and came directly to his death. When he went out this time, he had seen Lei Hong's cautiousness, and he only appeared as a clone of the law. You must know that this was because Lei Hong didn't know his cards. Duan Ling Tian can be sure that the current Lei Hong must feel that he has enough confidence to escape under the cooperation of the 2 strongest 7th-level existences in the Nishan realm. But even so, Lei Hong still chooses to be cautious. It can be seen that his cautiousness is beyond the reach of others. Not only, but on a whim, he wanted to take a look at Lei Hong's forces in the Mingguang realm, but the other party had already sent a message back, bluntly saying that he would hide outside in the near future. In addition, he also reminded Qinghong Shengzong that he, Duan Ling Tian, did not dare to take action against Qinghong Shengzong easily, thinking that Duan Ling Tian would definitely not get too rigid with it for the safety of the god-defying realm. I really didn't expect Lei Hong to be so powerful. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him the first time I saw him. After Feng Qingyang heard Duan Lingshan's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. In the past, the first time he saw Lei Hong was outside the Tongtian Tower shortly after the Tongtian Tower came down. Lei Hong was one of the first batch of Jesuan and saints who came at that time, and even talked to him. At that time, Lei Hong didn't have the current level of cultivation, and his law clone couldn't reach the point where his eyes were vivid, so it can be seen that the one who appeared at that time must be the deity. Hearing Master Feng Qingyang mentioning this matter, Duan Ling Tian smiled calmly. Master, you don't have to be angry. Even if you can't kill Lei Hong in the near future, you may not have a chance in the future. As for Lei Hong, he thought of killing him as soon as he could, because when he heard about this person from the beginning, he didn't like him at all. Back then, he actually took the lead, intending to coerce the Nishan realm into handing him over. 2. Feng Qingyang also laughed. If you can't kill him now, it doesn't mean you won't have a chance in the future, unless he shrinks back and never shows up again. Soon, the master and apprentice separated, Duan Ling Tian returned to Xia's house, and Feng Qingyang returned to the plane of the heavens Jimie Tian as before, and continued to be his Jimie Tian D. Since Feng Qingyang came back from the Tongtian Tower last time, he didn't feel used to it after staying in Xia's house for a few days, and ran back to his former place, Niemie Tian. Became the heavenly emperor of Nirvana again. Even, as long as the former old department is still alive, he has basically found it back. The current Feng Qingyang is no longer the previous Feng Qingyang. He represents the top combat power of the Nishan realm, the top combat power of the myriad realms, and even the land outside the realm. The text of the Tao of Heaven was announced to the world, and everyone in Nishan realm saw the achievements of Feng Qingyang today. Although, some people still question whether it is a person with the same name and surname. However, when Feng Qingyang returned to Nirvana at this juncture and ascended to the throne of God again, it undoubtedly defeated many doubting voices. Feng Qingyang returned to the heaven of Nirvana this time, and not long after, the emperors from all the planes of the heavens came to pay their respects, but except for a few people who used to be gentle with Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian had an old age, the rest were shut out. The wind is light now, and the eyes of those heavenly emperors are completely different. In his eyes, the emperors of the heavens are no different from chickens and dogs. Only the heavenly emperor, who had a relationship with their master and apprentice in the past, is eligible to be treated with courtesy by him. There are also people who came with the same heavenly emperor, whispering in private, thinking that Feng Qingyang is not the Feng Qingyang in the text of Tian Dao, but just a person with the same name and surname, and even the words are disrespectful and offensive. As a result, at the moment when his words that only the heavenly emperor beside him could hear fell, he was shaken all over, and then under the eyes of the heavenly emperor beside him, he changed from a middle-aged person to an old man in an instant, and then became old and decayed all the way. In the end, it turned into dust and disappeared. All this happened in the blink of an eye, which made the heavenly emperor on the side almost pee out of fear. God! What kind of astonishing and terrifying method is this? At this moment, the trace of doubt deep in his heart completely dissipated, and then he knelt down on the spot, begging for mercy. Master Feng Qingyang, the person around me offended you, he deserves death. It is also hard to escape the blame, please punish. Just now, the people nearby saw the person beside the heavenly emperor grow old and annihilated in an instant, and felt their scalps go numb for a while, wondering what kind of existence he had offended to be killed so silently. The person who makes the shot is definitely a strong person who is good at the law of time in the plane of the gods, and it is estimated that they are not as simple as the low-level gods or the middle-level gods. Ordinary high-ranking gods may not be able to do this step silently under their noses. Now, as the heavenly emperor knelt down and begged for mercy, and said nothing, they suddenly realized it. It turned out that it was the people around him who offended the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang who had just returned. How dare you offend Emperor Feng Tian? You are looking for death. Humph. Death is not a pity. Emperor Wuxia, the people around you are really ignorant. Someone scolded angrily, and someone mocked the heavenly emperor who was kneeling on the ground. They are also the emperors of the heavens, but they know how unruly this person is usually, and they don't want to be weaker than others. But now, seeing how cowardly the other party is, they naturally treat it like a joke. Get out! An indifferent voice came from the palace of Jimie Tian Tian. From now on, you are not allowed to step into Jimie Tian Tian half a step, otherwise you will be wiped out. Chapter 4608. Yes, Master Feng Qingyang. Wuxia, who was kneeling on the ground, heard the words, hurriedly stood up, turned around and rolled away in the air, as if he was afraid that the wind would be dissatisfied. He rolled very hard. However, no one present at this moment laughed at him for doing so. If it were them, they would only do it more standard. Because, that Emperor Feng Tian said the word roll. Let's go too. Feng Qingyang's voice continued to come, and his tone was as indifferent as before. The reason why I returned to Nirvana Heaven is because I have stayed here for many years in the past, and I have deep feelings for it. So, you don't need to worry too much. In the past, you were what you were, and in the future, you will still be what you are. My existence will not affect you. Hearing Feng Qingyang's statement, all the heavenly emperors from all the heavens and planes were immediately relieved, and at the same time, they also hurriedly bid farewell and left without any neglect. I was afraid of stepping on the person next to Emperor Wuxia. That person, they still have the impression that he is the strongest under Wuxia Heavenly Emperor. Although his strength has not yet reached the level of the Heavenly Emperor, he is still catching up with the Heavenly Emperor. On the plane of the heavens, He can barely enter the ranks of the top powerhouses. If they were to face each other, there would be no more than dozens of moves, and it would be impossible to win the opponent even if they had a chance. But it was such a person who was killed silently in front of Feng Qingyang, which made them feel shocked and terrified from the bottom of their hearts. After the heavenly emperors of Feng retreated, Feng Qingyang was reminiscing about the old days with several heavenly emperors who were familiar with him and Duanling Tian, as well as a few powerhouses from the heavenly plains. Emperor Feng Tian, you two, master and apprentice, are really shocking. I didn't expect that you both took such a crucial step, surpassing those powerhouses who are high above the plane of the gods. One sighed. That's right. Although I saw that your disciple was good back then, I didn't expect him to reach such a height. But I don't know if he will come back. I haven't seen him for a while. Said another. It feels like it hasn't been many years. My cultivation has not advanced much, but Feng Tiandi, you and your disciple have already stood at such an astonishing height. I am shocked. It is unimaginable that I am here. I have known you in the past. Fortunately, I have known you in the past, otherwise I would rush to the door now, and I would probably be one of the group of people who were chased away by you, Emperor Feng Tian. Another person said so. And as her voice fell, the others all laughed, but their laughter was a little restrained. Although they have known Feng Qingyang for a long time, and talked and laughed with Feng Qingyang or Duanling Tian in the past, they also have self-knowledge, knowing that Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian are existences on another level. It is a great blessing for them to be able to remember the old days and remember these old friends. The next time Xiao Tian passes by, I'll greet you and we'll get together again. Feng Qingyang smiled. Good. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they also wanted to see the little guy from the past. Thinking of that little guy who used to be cautious in front of them, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It really is the passage of time, the vicissitudes of life. It has only been so many years, and the little guys who used to look up to them now have a strength far stronger than them, standing on the top of this world. They didn't stay in Jimi Tian Emperor's palace for a long time, chatted with Feng Qingyang for a few days, declined Feng Qingyang's polite invitation to keep them overnight, and went back. Of course, when he went back, he didn't forget to remind Feng Qingyang again. Emperor Feng Tian, next time that disciple under your sect comes, you must inform us. Yeah, I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him very much. I want to see again, the little guy from the past. How much has changed now? I am afraid that standing there, the momentum can make me bow my head? Haha. Facing the reminders from several people, Feng Qingyang responded with a smile one by one. After the few people left, Feng Qingyang stayed in Jimi Tian Emperor Palace for a few days, and then left again. Go to Shura Hell. Azura Hell. Last time, I heard World Master Xiao say that there is a place that even he and those semi-holy world masters dare not approach easily. Even his father was injured when he forced his way into it. Azura Hell. Before Feng Qingyang only knew that it was one of the 7 evil places of the heavens, and also one of the 3 most dangerous places among the 7 evil places. Until some time ago, he didn't know that the top 3 of the 7 evil lands of the heavens, even in the eyes of the gods' plane and the most powerful people in the anti-god world, are also evil lands. Known as the 3 most fierce places in the god-defying realm. Known as the first of the 7 evil places in the heavenly planes, the god's graveyard is also ranked first among the 3 evil places in the god-defying realm. The second is the boundless abyss. Ranked third is Sura Hell. The 3 fierce lands also have entrances from each of the planes of the gods in the God against God realm. Azura Hell to Feng Qingyang is considered a blessed place. When he was hunted down by strong men from the Yun family, the land of gods on the plane of the gods, he survived by entering Azura Hell. Later on, he was even in the Azura Hell, where he obtained the inheritance of the former strong man of the god-defying realm, the Sword of Time. Although Shi Guangjian's greatest achievement during his lifetime was only a half-step world venerable, it was not because of his lack of talent that he failed to become a world venerable, but because he was targeted by others and died. Otherwise, given enough time, he will definitely become a world venerable powerhouse in the god-defying realm. Back then, the Sword of Time was also recognized as the most promising existence to become a world venerable. I didn't expect that in the Nishan realm, there are still places where even the world's most powerful people can be injured. This time, Feng Qingyang went to Azura Hell, precisely to meet the place where the father of the world Lord Xiao Mubai, the former world venerable and strong man of Nishan realm, was all injured. According to what Xiao Mubai said, The Azura Hell is the most dangerous and mysterious place, and as a half-saint, he can enter the other places at will without any risk. Of course, there are still a few places that pose a threat to ordinary Xians. Everyone who is strong in the world is injured. Where will it be? Could it be related to the period of history before the historical partition? Is it the secret realm or Jedi left by some strong men above the 7th level before the historical partition? It stands to reason that it should all disappear in smoke. I only heard from Shao Tian that before history is cut off, no matter how powerful an existence is, before the way of heaven destroys the world and restarts the world, it can only hide in the land of returning to the ruins to fend for itself. With such doubts in mind, after Feng Qingyang entered Shura Hell, he followed the approximate direction Xiao Mubai said, and headed there. On the way, Feng Qingyang thought of something, and smiled calmly. This Shura is also predestined for us, master and apprentice. I strayed into this place because of the powerhouse of the Yun family who was recruited by Shao Tian. Later, here is the inheritance of the Time Sword. Later, Shao Tian also triggered the Taboo Realm catastrophe here, and successfully passed the catastrophe here. Although Feng Qingyang didn't experience some things with Duan Lingtian, he heard Duan Lingtian talk about them later, so he knows these things in detail. It's here. Soon, Feng Qingyang came to the place Xiao Mubai mentioned to him, a place shrouded in mist. His consciousness swept out, and there was no movement like a stone sinking into the sea. Chapter 4609. This place is really not easy. After the spiritual consciousness seemed to be devoured silently, Feng Qingyang's originally calm face also became extremely dignified in an instant. It is indeed a place where the world's most powerful people can be injured. He heard from the world lord Xiao Mubai that the former world venerable strongman in the Nishan realm, that is, Xiao Mubai's biological father, was accidentally injured here, and he hadn't had time to recover from his injuries. The catastrophe of the year came, and his father fell under the catastrophe. If it wasn't for that injury, his father would have survived at least 2 or 3 rounds of the 10,000 years tribulation. It was also because of this that the Nishan realm blocked the news of his father's death, and the outside world had no way of knowing that the Nishan realm no longer had a world-venerable powerhouse to rely on. Go in and have a look. Even if Jezun entered this foggy place, he would return with serious injuries. So Feng Qingyang was not afraid to underestimate this place. He was nervous and extra cautious. In a flash of Feng Qingyang's figure, he was like a nimble elf, lightly sinking into the fog-shrouded land. After entering, Feng Qingyang's expression couldn't help but change. It's just because within the dense fog, suddenly surges of power that chilled his heart rushed toward him. Boom! Boom! In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen forces carrying the ear-piercing sound of rushing thunder, like an attack launched by more than a dozen people, cooperate with each other, like forming a formation, and the combined attack is directed towards the wind. Feng Qingyang took a deep breath, his complexion instantly became dignified, and the power stored in his body surged out. Combined with the time law of the Dzogchen realm and the 7th-level swordsmanship, he urged a sword to slash out, facing the attack against him from the darkness of the mist. Stop! The fierce sword glow, as if carrying the power of destroying the world, swings through the void, and the space can be seen cracking inch by inch in the mist. Even after the crack, the picture is affected by the law of time, freezes for a short time, and then accelerates to explode instantly. Roar dash! After the mist, there was an earth-shattering beast roar, which made Feng Qingyang's blood surge, which also shocked him extremely. He is no longer the middle in the past. He is now a super strong standing at the top of the contemporary pyramid, the existence of the 7th level of the strongest. There is a beast's roar that can shake the blood in his body through the air? It's incredible! Even if it's a big monster of the realm of the world, a dozen of them surround him and roar in his ears, it may not be able to make him do this. At the same time, Feng Qingyang discovered that his howling sword glow met the dozens of combined forces behind the mist, and after only a moment of stalemate, he was crushed. At this moment, his mind was shocked. His offensive was crushed. Boom! When the attack was crushed, Feng Qingyang retreated quickly, because the consciousness around him felt the danger. Even so, a terrifying force, carrying its aftermath, still swept towards him. At the moment of hastily withdrawing, Feng Qingyang felt a burst of anxiety for no reason. When Feng Qingyang appeared outside, the fog in the fog-shrouded land ahead could be seen shaking, and then an area without fog shroud appeared for a short time.
In this area, a translucent space barrier appeared, and stopped the blood-red power that seemed to be carrying the supreme power.
Roar dash! Another beast roar came, and Feng Qingyang could hear it.
This sound was undoubtedly the same as the previous one, but separated by the space barrier, the sound of this beast roar was much quieter, and its power was no longer there.
However, he could clearly see that at the same time as the roar of the beast appeared, the blood-red force hitting the space barrier intensified and oscillated again, making the space barrier seem to be crumbling. And at this moment, translucent imprints similar to talismans suddenly appeared on the space barrier, emitting a soft white light, suppressing the blood-red power, allowing the space barrier to calm down again. This space barrier. Feng Qingyang sucked in a breath of cold air. Just as he extended his spiritual consciousness, he was swallowed by it before he got close to the space barrier. This also made him realize that the previous spiritual consciousness disappeared, most likely because of this unusual space barrier.
It's not that Feng Qingyang has never been in contact with space barriers before, but whether it's the space barrier between the myriad worlds, or the space barrier between the myriad worlds and the place outside the world, to him, it's all the same as Zihu's infinite space barrier.
Different. Spiritual consciousness can be easily explored, and people can tear it apart at any time and shuttle back and forth. Stop! Feng Qingyang slashed out with all his strength again. Before the fog gathered and was about to cover the space barrier that blocked the power, he slashed up. In the past, the sword that could easily tear apart the space barrier between all walks of life failed to work this time and was easily stopped. Sure enough.
This is Feng Qingyang's temptation. Just now he discovered the strangeness of the space barrier. It can stop the force that crushes his offensive, and it can also swallow his spiritual consciousness, so it can also stop his offensive.
What is behind this mysterious space barrier? At this moment, Feng Qingyang's heart is full of doubts and full of thirst for knowledge. At this time, the fog gathered again, covering up the existence of the space barrier. The last scene that Feng Qingyang saw was behind the space barrier, the scene where the blood in his heart receded. I can easily pass through the space barrier to enter, and I can also shoot inside, extending my spiritual consciousness. I can also get out of it without being hindered, and it even stopped the blood-like force from attacking me inside. I'm outside, no matter whether it's the divine sense or the power I'm sending out, I can't pass through it.
That beast roar, what exactly is it?
Blood tide, is it its power? It was it that almost hurt me just now? It was also the one that seriously injured the father of World Lord Xiao back then? Feng Qingyang looked at the fog in front of him, and he really had thousands of doubts waiting to be answered. This place is so weird. However, Feng Qingyang temporarily gave up on entering it again.
Because he found that as long as he had the idea of wanting to enter again, he would feel inexplicably uneasy in his heart.
Lord Xiao. In order to learn more about this place, Feng Qingyang immediately found Xiao Mubai after leaving here. Ask him if anyone other than his father has ever been inside before? Have. Xiao Mubai gave a very positive answer. Before that, I heard from my father that many people went in, but they never came out again. Including some half-step world respecters. Because of this, my father entered it to explore out of curiosity. That place has always been recognized as a Jedi. Chapter 46:10. Jedi. This is not the first time that Xiao Mubai called this mysterious place of Azura hell like this, but the last time Feng Qingyang heard from him that his father, who was a world venerable, came out alive, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Jiezun can come out alive, and as an existence beyond Jiezun, naturally his life will not be in danger. At that time, he even felt that he must be able to see through the mysteries of this mysterious place. But I didn't expect that I went in quickly and came out quickly. He didn't suffer any injuries, but it was also because he walked fast. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have to pay a big price for the power displayed by that blood tide.
Did your father say what he encountered in it?
Feng Qingyang asked for details. Last time he only heard from Xiao Mubai that his father returned seriously injured not long after entering, and he didn't elaborate on what his father encountered inside. Come to think of it, as the other party's son, Xiao Mubai should have mentioned the process to him after the other party returned from a serious injury. That's what I said.
Xiao Mubai nodded. Father said that as soon as he entered, he felt a suffocating breath approaching from a distance.
When he recovered, he was almost drowned by the power in the mist. At the critical moment, He retreated at full speed while resisting that force, but he still suffered serious injuries before he came out. According to what my father said,
that power is definitely beyond the power of the world venerable, and it may be comparable to the existence of the 7th level that only appeared before the historical cut-off.
It is also because of this that Xiao Mubai did not follow Feng Qingyang to explain the details. He felt that it was unnecessary.
The power of existence comparable to the 7th level, as the strongest 7th level Feng Qingyang, would definitely be able to deal with it.
Master Feng Qingyang, have you gone in? Xiao Mubai asked. Feng Qingyang nodded. That place is a bit weird.
As for the power your father mentioned, it is definitely not as simple as the 7th level. Even if it is the 7th level of Xian, it is not an ordinary 7th level of Xian.
With that power, it is difficult for me to go any further, and I can only be forced to quit. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Xiao Mubai flinched and turned pale with shock. How can this be? Even Mr. Feng Qingyang, you can only go in and then leave? He was really scared. What is that place? The 7th level can be called the strongest existence in the world. When you enter it, you can't even kill the first blocker, but you are forced to come out instead. That's what it is. Feng Qingyang smiled wryly, then greeted Xiao Mubai, and left. I went directly to Duan Lingtian. Master. Duan Lingtian didn't expect that after only a few days of separation, his master would come to his door again. Presumably he had something to ask him. You have something to do with me? Xiao Tian. Feng Qingyang cut to the chase, and directly told Duan Lingtian about his experience, as well as the previous communication with Xiao Mubai about the mysterious place in Azura Hell. Duan Lingtian couldn't help being moved when he heard the words. He knows the place in Azura Hell.
What's more, in the past when he attracted the heavenly tribulation of the Forbidden Realm, he also passed it there, and after successfully crossing the calamity, he also left the god-defying realm from there, fearing that someone would block him and strangle him in the cradle. Azura Hell, when he first knew about it, he only knew that it was one of the 7 evil places of the heavens. It was only later that I realized that it was one of the 3 most dangerous of the 7 evil places. But I didn't expect that those 3 fierce places were also known as the 3 fierce places against the gods. Of course, Duan Lingtian has never been to the other 2 fierce places. Master, you have the power to pressure you? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask for details, because in his opinion, this is really amazing. There is such a terrible existence hidden in that place of Azura Hell? Didn't it mean that after the history is cut off, it is extremely difficult to appear beyond the existence of saints and world venerables? Tian Dao has also announced that his master is the first strong man who surpassed saints and world venerables after the historical cut-off. The existence of surpassing saints and Jesuan who appeared later, such as him, Meng Han and Lei Hong, were also widely announced to everyone by Tian Dao through Tiando's words. Unless that was the existence before the historical partition. Only the existence before the historical partition, even if it is as strong as the old man Wukong, can't he just hide in the place of returning to the ruins, leaving only the remnant soul lingering on? According to the memory of the old man Wukong, he was definitely one of the top few powerhouses before the history cut off. In addition, in the memory of the old man Wukong, there is no record of the 3 fierce places in the Nishan realm. Maybe the 3 places before the historical cutoff were not called the current names, but there is no relevant information record. If there is such a powerful existence, isolated in a certain place, it is impossible for the old man Wukong to have no news at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought a lot. Azura Hell is so dangerous, so what about the infinite abyss, which is even more dangerous than him, and the cemetery of gods? Wrong. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of another question. The 3 most vicious lands in the god-defying realm, why do you rank the infinite abyss and the tomb of the gods before the Azura Hell? The mysterious place in Azura Hell. Even Jezun couldn't get a glimpse of it, and retreated with serious injuries. Isn't this the most dangerous place? Duan Lingtian expressed his doubts, and Feng Qingyang was quite puzzled when he heard the words. Then, the 2 had no choice but to find Xiao Mubai. Ask Xiao Mubai, the know-it-all of the god-defying realm. Perhaps, Xiao Mubai, the world lord of the Nishan realm, is much younger than the other half-step world venerable world masters, but he is the son of the former world venerable powerhouse of the Nishan realm. Actually, this ranking was made by my father himself. Xiao Mubai said with a wry smile.
The reason why Azura Hell is ranked third is because there is only one mysterious place shrouded in mist in Azura Hell. In that endless abyss, there are two mysterious places shrouded in mist. As for the Cemetery of the Gods, there are 6 mysterious places shrouded in mist. Following Xiao Mubai's words, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang also gained a better understanding of the 3 fierce places in the Nishan realm. It turns out that the ranking of fierce places is based on this. Those 8 fog-shrouded places. Can your father be sure that they are as dangerous as the mysterious places in Azura Hell? He has been in all of them? Feng Qingyang asked with a frown. The time at the mysterious land of Azura Hell caused Xiao Mubai's father to retreat with serious injuries, so that he died in the following 10,000 years of catastrophe. He couldn't have been in all the other 8 places, could he? If it was really such a dangerous place, would he still be alive to face the catastrophe? Chapter 46:11. Duan Lingtian also looked at Xiao Mubai. He also found it unrealistic. Hearing this, Xiao Mubai couldn't help but smile wryly. Of course I haven't been there. Father has only been to the mysterious place shrouded in mist in Azura Hell. However, the 8 mysterious places in the Infinite Abyss and the Tomb of the Gods are no different from the place in Shura Hell just from the surface and the detection of spiritual consciousness. It can absorb divine consciousness, but it's hard to get a glimpse of it. In addition, I heard from my father that according to the historical records of the Nishan realm, there were also some half-step world lords who went to the 8 mysterious places in the past, but they never came back. Even, there are 2 places where it seems that the former god-defying realm master entered. One of them was seriously injured and retreated, and the other did not come out alive again. Xiao Mubai's words can be regarded as solving the confusion in Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang's heart. It turned out to be like this. It's not that Xiao Mubai's father has entered those mysterious places, but that in the history of Nishan realm, many half-step world venerables have disappeared there, and it is even suspected that there is another world venerable missing. In that case, it does seem that there is some connection. Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed and then he guessed. You say, the 9 mysterious places, could they be the 9 entrances and exits of the space where powerful monsters exist? Actually, behind those 9 mysterious space barriers is the same space? Hearing Duan Lingshan's guess, Xiao Mubai nodded. It's not impossible. If it leads to the same space. Feng Qingyang's gaze suddenly deepened. What kind of space would that be? There are actually 9 entrances and exits that exist in the Nishan realm. Do not know either. Is there such a place in the rest of the world? Hearing Master Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, It's just speculation that the 9 mysterious places are the entrances and exits of the same space, and it may not be true. However, if you want to know whether there is such a place in the rest of the world, just ask Xianxia and you will know. Xianxia is the world venerable powerhouse in the Feathering Realm who came back with Xiao Mubai some time ago. Now the Zhang family behind Xianxia has migrated from the Feathering Realm to the God-defying realm, and settled in another plane of the gods. In the Zhang family, there were also some people who were unwilling to come and stayed in the Yuhua world. However, more than 90% of the people came here. As Xianxia's only Jesuan powerhouse, his appeal is still very strong. I'll call Brother Zhang over. When Xiao Mubai left in a flash, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang's voice was heard, and the speed was extremely fast. Xianxia was brought with him not long after. Xianxia has met Lord Duan Lingtian and Lord Feng Qingyang. After Xianxia came over, he saluted Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian respectfully. At the same time, he looked into the depths of Duan Lingshan's gaze, with a bit of sincere awe. After he brought the Zhang family to Nishan realm, the people behind the Zhang family also brought him a shocking news. Duan Lingtian, a strong man from the Nishan realm, kissed the Qinghong sect of the Bright Light realm, annihilated his suzerain, and even killed a strong world venerable. Qinghong Shengzong, he naturally knew that it was the sect behind Lei Hong. Master Duan Lingtian, you and Lei Hong have a grudge purely because you protect me. Xianxia bowed to Duan Lingtian. Now that you are attacking the Qinghong sacred sect of the Mingguang realm, with Lei Hong's temperament, I'm afraid you won't let it go. This you must be careful. In addition, from now on, Master Duan Lingtian, if you have anything to ask me, Xianxia, you only need to say hello, and Xianxia, I will definitely do it without reservation. What Zhang Shan said was serious and sincere, and he really accepted Duan Lingshan's past protection. Don't worry, I know it well. Lei Hong in my eyes is just a clown. Duan Lingtian smiled calmly, changed the subject and said, "We came to you this time to ask you something." Then, Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Shan if there were any dangerous places in the Ascension realm like the 9 mysterious places among the 3 most dangerous places in the Nishan realm. Have. Soon Zhang Shan gave Duan Lingtian the answer, bluntly saying that in the Yuhua world, there are also such places, and even some world venerable powerhouses fell in it, and those who entered half a step of the world venerable never came out again. However, those who perish are some existences in the history of the Ascension world. People of later generations know the dangers of those places, so it is naturally impossible to take risks easily. At least, apart from the Jesuan who are still alive in the Mingguang realm, Zhang Shan has never heard of anyone who has gone to those places to explore, except for those who know that they will die in the next 10,000-year catastrophe. As for Jezun, who knew that he would die in the next 10,000 years tribulation, he entered those places to seek a further path. However, in the end, without exception, all of them stayed inside and never came out again. How many places like that are there in the Ascension world? Duan Lingtian asked. The 9 places exist in 3 different small plains. In one of the small plains, there is only 1 place, and in the other 2 small plains, there are 3 places and 5 places. Zhang Shan said. Another 9. After listening to Zhang Shan's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Qingyang and Xiao Mubai, and saw surprise in the eyes of the other 2. He did not expect to be so similar to Nishan realm. Are there places like this in the other 2 realms of the upper 3 realms, the Bright Light realm and the Primordial Meng realm? Feng Qingyang questioned Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan heard the words and said, "There are indeed 9 such places in the Hongmeng realm, but there are none in the Bright Light realm." However, in the history of the upper 3 realms, many half-step world lords and world lords from the Bright Light realm went to the Yuhua realm and the Hongmeng realm respectively to explore, and the half-step world lords never came out again. People perish. When Zhang Shan said this, he paused for a moment, and then said, as far as I know, there are 9 similarly dangerous places within one of the 18 realms of China. Master Duan Lingtian, you are asking the same question as Master Feng Qingyang, but is there such a place in Nishan realm? As a world venerable, Zhang Shan is naturally not stupid, and he knows that the 2 people in front of him asked him about this matter, and it is likely that Nishan realm also has such a place. Have. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhang Shan couldn't help but brighten his eyes when he heard the words. As far as I know, those dangerous places are half-step into Jesuan, and you will die, and Jesuan enters life and death. And the strength of the 2 adults is far superior to Jesuan. Have you gone in to investigate? Zhang Shan was really curious. Those dangerous places are too mysterious, and have always been unsolved mysteries. In the contemporary era, there are also some world venerables who have been tempted and want to find out, but few of them really take action, and they are worried that they will perish because of curiosity. Chapter 46:12. I've been in it. Feng Qingyang opened his mouth, did not hide anything, and told his own experience. It also changed Zhang Shan's expression. Master Feng Qingyang, who is as strong as Feng Qingyang, was forced to retreat by the creatures inside? If he hadn't heard this Lord Feng Qingyang speak in person, he would never have believed it. Soon, Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan left. And Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "Xiaotun, your strength is stronger than mine. Do you want to go in and have a look?" He was really curious about the place.
Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard the words. "Master, to be honest, I'm not very interested in those mysterious places.
From what you said, the creatures inside should be restricted by certain rules, and there is no way to get out of it.
Otherwise, with the strength of that monster, the 10,000 realms and the outer realms would have been in chaos long ago.
You must know that in the past 10,000 worlds and the land outside the world, there was no existence beyond saints and world venerables. And those mysterious places existed long before he and his master Feng Qingyang appeared in this world, and there is no problem until now, so there is a high probability that there will be no problem later. That being the case, why should he bother? If my guess is correct, those mysterious places shrouded in mist are really the entrances and exits of a certain mysterious space.
That mysterious space must not be simple.
The gatekeeper can force you back, the master who has stepped into the 7th level of the strongest. If there are other creatures, the strength will not be weak. Master, I think since it has no effect on us, we don't need to take risks. If there is a more powerful creature that attacks you, you may not be able to retreat like this time. Duan Lingtian spoke very seriously.
He has inherited the memory of the old man Wukong, so he naturally knows that the existence of the 7th level of Xian, before the historical partition, is considered a strong man, but when facing the old man Wukong at his peak, he is not at all.
What kind of? Even a slap can kill him.
After the 7th level of the strongest, the strength gap between each level of cultivation is no smaller than the 6th level of the strongest, that is, the gap between the saint, the realm of the world, and the 7th level of the strongest.
With Duan Lingshan's words, cold water was poured on his face first, extinguishing Feng Qingyang's fiery curiosity about that mysterious place. After he was no longer in charge, he also realized that his previous behavior was a bit risky. It's because I'm too boring. Feng Qingyang sighed with a wry smile. I didn't expect that you can see clearly without Xiaotian. 2. Since it has no effect on us, there is no need to worry about them. Now, he has also lost his curiosity about that place. Curiosity killed the cat. He has traveled all the way, but he has seen many people die because of curiosity. Even in his hands, many people provoked him out of curiosity and were obliterated by him. Xiaotian. Immediately afterwards, Feng Qingyang thought of the scene of those old friends reuniting with him in Jilishan, and told Duan Lingtian what he said. If you are free later, come to Jilishan, I will call them come and get together. Good. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Exactly, I haven't seen them for a long time. After I've settled the matter at hand, I'll take a trip to the heaven of Nirvana. These 2 days after being free, he finally started to prepare to solve that matter. Is there anything else you need to do now? Feng Qingyang was puzzled. I want to get that Yun Qingyan out.
A cold light flashed in Duan Lingshan's eyes, and he said bluntly, of course now he has merged with a person of the Hun Hun clan.
It seems that the new name is Yun Xinfeng? At the beginning, Yun Qingyan was not there when he ruthlessly dealt with Kier and imprisoned Kier's soul. However, afterwards, he had already learned the whole story from Xianxia, the 3rd master of the Xia family. He knew that Yun Qingyan changed his name to Yun Xinfeng, betrayed the Yun family, and even left the Nishan realm. It seems that he is no longer in the god-defying realm?
Feng Qingyang frowned. If I go out to find him, I'm afraid I'll be looking for a needle in a haystack. Look for a needle in a haystack. Duan Lingshan's eyes were firm and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. No matter where he is, whether he is alive or dead, I will do my best to confirm it. This will also be my main goal in the future. After returning this time, his wife Kier was safe and sound, and he was finally relieved. However, Kier's suffering over the years made him unable to ignore it. Yun Qingyan must die. No matter what his name is now, even if only a little bit of his soul belongs to Yun Qingyan, he must die. Now, he has also enjoyed the family happiness, and the people around him have their own life for the time being, and it is time for him to solve this matter.
Do you need me to help you? Feng Qingyang asked. The enemy of his disciple is naturally also his enemy. What's more, in the past, Yun Qingyan sent people to hunt him down and put him in the Shura hell, and it was all because of good luck that he was able to survive smoothly. Master, if I really need your help, I won't be polite. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, the killing intent disappeared from his eyes, the coldness dissipated on his face, and he regained his spring-like smile, and said to Feng Qingyang, Good. After Feng Qingyang responded, he said hello and left. Since his disciple has something to do, it is inconvenient for him to continue disturbing him. After Feng Qingyang left, Duan Lingtian stayed in Nishan realm for a few more days and made some arrangements. Then he walked out of the god-defying realm and went to a place outside the realm. Old Meng. After arriving at the outer boundary, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Mr. Meng of Bibo Tianfu, because for the next matter, asking him to help can get twice the result with half the effort. He just needs to wait for the news. Brother Duan Lingtian, what do you want me to do? Meng Han was a little surprised when he received the summons. He didn't expect that this man would come to see him within a few days of separation. I've heard that you killed 2 people from the Qinghong sacred sect in the Mingguang realm, and you completely offended Lei Hong to death. However, even if you are dealing with Lei Hong, you probably don't need to ask me for help, do you? Not only is Feng Qingyang aware of Duan Lingshan's true strength, Even Meng Han is well aware of it, knowing that Lei Hong is absolutely impossible to be Duan Lingshan's opponent. Although many people think that Duan Lingshan's heavy hand against Lei Hong like that will make Lei Hong jump over the wall in a hurry, and may backfire on himself. But he knew that this possibility was unlikely. Duan Ling Tian dared to do that because he believed in his own strength, and he didn't worry about Lei Hong's retaliation afterwards. Old Meng, I'm here to find you. It has nothing to do with Lei Hong's incident. Duan Ling Tian said that he did not expect that his deeds in the Mingguang realm had already reached the ears of Meng Han, who was outside the realm. Chapter 46:13. It has nothing to do with Lei Hong? Meng Han was puzzled. I'll go to Bibo Tianfu to find you. Let's meet and talk. Duan Ling Tian decided to talk to Meng Han about this matter because he had to describe Yun Qingjian's current new look to Meng Han face to face. Good. Meng Han soon waited for Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian explained his purpose. Old Meng, the simple thing I asked you to do is to find the person I'm looking for. It's best not to mobilize the crowd, because I don't want to startle the snake. Old Meng, what you have to do is to contact the saints of the major saint forces in the outside world, give them the portrait I drew, and ask them to help find that person. Just find someone, monitor them after you find them, and then pass the news to Bibo Tianfu. My avatar of this law will stay in Bibo Tianfu in the future. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Meng Han couldn't help being surprised. You're just a clone of the law? Duan Ling Tian nodded. This is his clone of the law of time. Although the strength is not as good as his main body, if he really wants to face Meng Han, even if it is difficult to win, he can still remain invincible. Old Meng, ask them to help you find that person. Don't say that I am looking for that person, just say that you are looking for that person yourself. Once you find that person, those who can keep an eye on that person afterwards can get you, Mr. Meng, a favor within your ability. In this way, presumably they will do their best. Meng Han already felt that he owed Duan Ling Tian a favor. If Duan Ling Tian hadn't allowed him to enter the Tongtian Tower first, he really wasn't very sure of surviving the taboo realm and achieving today's achievement. Maybe it will end the same way as Fang Yifan in the Feather World. Don't worry, you can leave this matter to me. I will personally go to the great saint forces in the outer world. Meng Han said with a serious face. Next, you, the avatar of the law, stay at Bibo Tianfu and wait for news. Shall I find someone to entertain you? Or are you contacting that kid Xianxia? Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, I'll just contact Palace Master Xiao. Good. Meng Han nodded, then said hello and left. And Duan Ling Tian also contacted Xianxia on his own, telling him that he planned to stay in Bibo Tianfu for a while and needed him to arrange a place to stay, but he didn't want others to know. Everything is low-key. No problem. Knowing that Duan Ling Tian was here, Xianxia was also a little surprised. He didn't expect the other party to come to Bibo Tianfu so soon, and at the same time he was curious about the other party's reason for coming. Duan Ling Tian didn't hide it either, because Bibo Tianfu will definitely help him find Yun Qingyan in the future. For this matter, I asked some of my casual cultivator friends to help me find it. Xianxia said, it was rare for Duan Ling Tian to use him for something. He was naturally duty-bound. After all, Duan Ling Tian in the past gave him enough face. The ancestor of their Bibo Tianfu, after stepping into the 7th level of Xian, in front of all the senior officials of Bibo Tianfu, bluntly said that he was able to take the most critical step, all thanks to Xianxia. After all, it was Duan Ling Tian who was contacted by Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian gave him Xianxia's face so that the other party could be the first to enter the Tongtian Tower and receive the benefits of heaven. Good. Under Xianxia's arrangement, Duan Lingshan's legal avatar, which looks no different from the deity, also stayed in Bibo Tianfu, waiting for the good news from outside. He believes that with Meng Han's current strength, it is impossible for the saint forces anywhere outside the world to deny him face. What's more, Meng Han will promise benefits. Meng Han's favor is enough to make those saint forces go crazy. And in fact, it is true. In the next period of time, Meng Han personally traveled all over the major saint powers outside the world, and the major powers quickly took action, mobilizing a group of powerful people to secretly investigate the clues of the Yun Xinfeng. It can be said that as long as Yun Qingjian's pseudonym Yun Xinfeng is outside the boundary, as long as he does not change his appearance on purpose, It is only a matter of time before he is found out. Of course, Duan Lingshan's true self was not idle when Meng Han in the outer boundary started to move. After saying hello to Xianxia, the deity went out in person and asked Xianxia to take him to the great powers of the upper three realms. Let the people of these forces also check themselves in their own domain to see if Yun Xinfeng has left footprints in their domain. Wherever Duan Lingtian went, the forces of Jesuan in the upper three realms, no matter whether they were Jesuan or those without Jesuan, they all treated them respectfully. Some strong men from some forces couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw Duan Lingtian coming to the door. They are all worried that what Duan Lingtian did in Mingguang realm Qinghong Shengzong will do it again in their forces. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian explained his purpose that they breathed a sigh of relief. Even after listening to Duan Lingshan's promise, their eyes lit up. As long as you find someone, keep an eye on them until I make it to the scene. I, Duan Lingtian, owe you a favor, but if Duan Lingtian can do what I can, I will never refuse. The favor of an existence beyond the realm. How can this not make them heartbroken? Suddenly they all moved. In addition to the upper three realms, Duan Lingtian also visited the other 17 realms out of the 18 middle realms, and greeted the Banbu Jesuan who was in charge of all circles. As for Jesuan, because he was afraid of Lei Hong's attack on Jesuan from the 17th realm had already left to take refuge. All the semi-saints almost patted their chests to promise that they would do their best to check their own realms, and as soon as they found the whereabouts of the target, they would contact Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. After finishing all this, Duan Lingtian went back to Nishan realm to wait for news. This time, he can be said to have laid a network against Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingtian made such a big noise. Even though those people kept a low profile, it still reached Lei Hong's ears. Lei Hong still stays in Mingguang realm. He received a summons from a junior brother of the Qinghong sacred sect, who told him that Duan Lingtian was looking for someone and made a big promise. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not go to the Qinghong sacred sect. The reason why the other party knew about this was entirely from his own friend. His friend was the most powerful person in another world respect force in the Mingguang realm. Yun Xinfeng. During this period, Lingtian is looking for the other party with such a great fanfare. Could it be that the other party has some big secret? Lei Hong couldn't bear to think too much. Now, like Duan Lingtian, he has stepped into the existence of the 7th level Xian. Letting them exist at this level, looking for a person with great fanfare, shows that the other party is definitely not simple. Either it is a deadly enemy, or there is something worth seeking. It seems that I have to go to the god-defying realm ahead of time. Lei Hong's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself. He wanted to figure this out. If that person has any interests to seek, he might as well try to cut off Duan Lingtian. Chapter 46:14. The Land Left by the Gods. In a canyon, two figures were surrounded by a group of people. Both of them were injured, their breath was a little weak, and it seemed that there was no way out. Hand over the things and give you a whole corpse. Among the group of people surrounding the two, a middle-aged man who was obviously the leader stepped out of the air, staring coldly at the two veiled women in front of him, and said coldly. He didn't expect that after spending a lot of effort on his own family and several other forces, they didn't get the treasure. Instead, the two women, Huang Ke, who were practicing casually, took the things away. And almost escaped by the other two. Fortunately, he was lucky and led people to chase the right route and caught up with them. He didn't shoot directly. Because the thing is in the holding ring of the other two. Once the two die, the holding ring with self-destruct function will disappear and annihilate with that thing. It's death anyway. Why should we give things to you? One of the women sneered. It's hard to imagine that even if she is in danger of life and death now, even if she has injuries on her body, and it is obviously difficult to resist the group of people in front of her, her eyes are still extremely calm. And the other woman beside her looked calm, but with a bit of helplessness. The two graceful girls both wore veils with little transparency, but based on their exposed half-faces, it was not difficult to see that their cheeks under the veils were also very bright. If you don't hand over the things, I will make it impossible for you to survive or die. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed sharply, and he bluntly threatened. Sister Fayer, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. The masked woman with a bit of helplessness in that calm gaze shook her head slightly, then raised her hand to take out a jade slip that was obviously specially made, and crushed it. Why? The other woman couldn't help sighing when she saw this. I didn't expect to ask him for help so soon. We're still 2 people together. Huaner and Tianwu, who are wandering outside alone, may not have asked him for help now. Almost at the moment when his sigh fell. Ka. In the void, within the encirclement, it was as if a gust of wind had blown by. Immediately afterwards, the space vibrated and twisted for a while, and then a phantom appeared, which gradually solidified and turned into a substantial figure. How is it? Is it fun outside during this time? The figure that appeared was a purple figure, a tall young man with a handsome appearance, sword eyebrows and star eyes. After he appeared, even though he was in the encirclement, he still had calm eyes, as if he completely ignored the group of people who were staring at him, and looked at the 2 women beside him, and asked with a smile. I was careless this time, and being a sorrel didn't work. One of the women, with some helplessness, took off the veil on her face, revealing a peerless face, and said with a wry smile, while looking at the young man in purple with tenderness, "Brother Tian." The other woman also took off her veil, revealing the same dizzyingly beautiful face. This face, once revealed without the veil, seemed to make everything around her pale in color. And this scene also made the middle-aged man headed by the group of onlookers frown uncontrollably. What a beautiful woman! However, now he has no time to watch these things. His eyes fell on the mysterious purple-clothed youth, and he cupped his hands and asked, "Your Excellency, you." However, before he finished speaking, the void around him was already distorted, and then violently shook, and then his whole body was blown to pieces by the gust of wind like paper swaying in the wind. This weird scene also made the expressions of the remaining group of people change. They even had time to raise the idea of escape, but before they took action, they saw a terrifying space storm, like a stormy sea, sweeping away in all directions with the young man in purple at the center. When this space storm passed by the 2 girls beside the young man in purple, it was like a ray of light passing by them, without any real impact on them. Then, when he rolled towards the surrounding people, he ruthlessly strangled them all. In an instant, the spacious canyon was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The young man in purple frowned, raised his hand casually, and disappeared in place with the second daughter. Appeared again, already outside the canyon. How is it? Do you want to continue to practice outside? The young man in purple is none other than Duan Ling Tian. As for the 2 women beside him, they are his wife Kier and Li Fei. The last time the 4 girls around him chose to leave his side and go out to practice, Huaner and Feng Tianwu chose to go alone, while Kier and Li Fei chose to go together. Of course, continue, Li Fei said with bright eyes. Outside, it's still very interesting. Anyway, the land of the gods is a small world inside your body. You can show up at any time, and we don't have to worry about any danger. Brother Tian, Sister Fei and I will go outside for a while, and then we will go back to accompany you. Kier's pretty face was smiling like a flower, bright and moving. All right. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. Look back if you miss me, you can also call me to show up, you don't have to wait until you are in danger to come to me. Good. Kerr responded. Li Fei shook her head. No. Before we separated from Huaner and Tianwu, we made a bet with Huaner and Tianwu. After we agreed to go back later, whoever came to you for help would be the most likely. What are you betting on? Duan Ling Tian smiled helplessly. These 4 girls, are there such little tricks behind their backs? He knows nothing. I won't tell you. Li Fei smiled mysteriously, with a playful look, just like when he was with Li Fei in the secular plane in the past, and Duan Lingshan's thoughts returned to that time in an instant. Time flies. So many years have passed in a blink of an eye. At that time it was the startup period, every step of the way, and the situation was difficult. But now, the air is filled with the taste of whatever you want. Then I'm leaving now? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, originally thought that the 2 daughters would keep him for a while, but they didn't expect that they were having a good time and wished that he would leave. Of course, he also knew, mainly because they could see him any time. Unlike before, it was hard to imagine. What's more, they are waiting hard for him to return from outside. Not long after separating from the second daughter, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Xiao Mubai. After reading it, he couldn't help but frown. 1 dead and 1 missing? Xiao Mubai told him in the subpoena that one of the 2 superpowers guarding one of the normal gates of Nishan realm was killed and the other disappeared. The opponent's movements were extremely fast and neat, and it was already too late when Xiao Mubai arrived. Chapter 46:15. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang took a walk together after receiving the summons.
Through the traces on the body of the dead, the two quickly determined. The person who made the shot was an existence whose cultivation level was at the same level as theirs. But now, in this piece of heaven and earth, except for some powerful creatures in the mysterious land shrouded in fog in some special planes, and the existence of the strongest 7th-level existence announced by the Tao of Heaven, besides them, there are only 2 other people.
Meng Han, it is definitely impossible to do such a thing, and he has no motive. Then, there is only one possibility. Region. It's Lei Hong. Xiao Mubai's complexion darkened, his eyes flickered coldly. He didn't expect the other party to be so bold, rushing to this portal of Nishan Realm to kill people. Originally, he also thought that Lei Hong might come to Nishan Realm to make a fuss and take revenge on Duan Lingtian. But I didn't expect that the other party was so cautious and only chose to sneak attack. At the same time, Xiao Mubai was also a little powerless deep in his heart, feeling that even if an existence like Lei Hong faced the opponent directly, he would not be able to do anything to him, and would be killed by the opponent instead. At this moment, he made up his mind, and then he will retreat and attack the realm of the world.
With his background, plus the last time he listened to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang give lectures, and asked them a lot of questions about the 4 ways of heaven and earth in private, he is only a step away from the realm of respect. However, because of the presence of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shan, who is Jesuan, he has not been in a hurry to break through. Of course, the main reason is that I was worried that the people of the Zhang family would not get used to coming to the god-defying realm recently, so I spent so much time taking care of them that I didn't have much time to retreat.
The pattern is too small. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Those 2 people, although they are people against the god realm, they have no close relationship with you, Xiaotan. Lei Hong, what's the point of killing them?
Duan Lingtian at the side shook his head at this moment. Master, I think the other person should not be dead for the time being.
9 times out of 10, Lei Hong did this to understand everything about me better, so that he can take revenge on me later. Even if another Xian was killed by Lei Hong without leaving any traces, it is impossible to dissipate all the breath in a short time. Duan Lingtian can confirm that only 1 person died at the scene not long ago. Because of this, he guessed that Lei Hong had kidnapped another person and wanted to torture him for information about him. Before taking revenge on him, you must first understand him. Just as Duan Lingtian thought. It was Lei Hong who abducted the missing strongest man from the god-defying realm. As for the purpose, one is to understand Duan Lingtian, and the other is to ask the other party if he knows Duan Lingshan's purpose in looking for the person named Yun Xinfeng. The most powerful person in the god-defying realm who was taken away saw his old friend who was on duty with him killed with his own eyes, and his face turned pale with fright. After confirming the identity of the kidnapper, he was in despair. Region. It turned out to be him? Lei Hong, of course he knows who it is. He is a super strong man in the Mingguang realm of the upper 3 realms. A few years ago, he stepped into the extreme 7th level, and became the 4th existence after the history cut off. As for Lei Hong's attack on him, it's not difficult for him to guess. It must be because Duan Lingtian from the Nishan realm went to the Bright Light realm to kill the 2 powerful men of the sect behind Lei Hong. He had heard that one of the 2 powerhouses who fell from Lei Hong's sect was still a world-venerable powerhouse. So he knew he was done. It was also because of this that he had the will to die. No matter what Lei Hong asked him, he didn't answer Lei Hong, because he knew that he would die, so why should he cooperate with the other party? If it wasn't for the power in his body being forcibly suppressed by Lei Hong, he would have chosen to commit suicide a long time ago. Humph. I don't believe your mouth can be so hard all the time. In Lei Hong's hands, there is no such soul-searching secret method that Duan Lingtian got from Wukong's memory that can target the strongest, but he still has the soul-refining secret method. Next, he began to torment the strongest person in the God-against-God realm. At first, the opponent could hold on. But with the passage of time, he couldn't hold it anymore. He couldn't hold his tongue any longer, so he could only express his willingness to cooperate with Lei Hong, and only hope that Lei Hong would give him a happy ending afterwards. Isn't it enough to do this earlier? What a cheap bone. Lei Hong disdains. And then, Lei Hong also learned some information about Duan Lingtian from the other party. Even the information about Yun Xinfeng that he wants to know the most right now, he got it. Duan Lingshan's wife is the daughter of the Xia family, the land left by the gods. Yun Xinfeng, formerly known as Yun Qingyan, used to be the young master of the Yun family, who was left by the gods, and Duan Ling Tian was a sworn enemy. He was expelled from the house by the Yun family many years ago, and merged with the remnant souls of the Hun clan. Freshman, renamed Yun Xinfeng. Lei Hong was a little disappointed. I thought that there was some amazing secret hidden behind Yun Xinfeng, but I didn't expect that it was just a simple revenge. Just because Yun Xinfeng caused Duan Lingshan's wife, Xianxia, daughter of the Xia family, to be imprisoned for many years. Duan Ling Tian, in the Nishan realm, is actually only connected with one faction of his wife's family? He doesn't have a sect or a family? Lei Hong frowned. In other words, if he wanted to take revenge on Duan Ling Tian, he could only get revenge on Duan Ling Tian from the Xia family, which is a sacred place in the Nishan realm. As for killing other people, Duan Ling Tian may not be upset. Of course, if he could kill those half-step world venerables from the Nishan realm, that would be fine. He didn't believe that Duan Ling Tian didn't care about those upper-level powerhouses from the Nishan realm. It's a pity. I don't know where Yun Xinfeng is. Otherwise you can. Wrong. Duan Ling Tian can ask someone to find Yun Xinfeng, so can I.
If I can find that Yun Xinfeng first, let him follow me, and make Duan Ling Tian helpless to him, wouldn't Duan Ling Tian be off?
Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Lei Hong raised his hand and killed the most powerful person in front of him, and then went to the outside world, wandering around at the fastest speed. When he left the land outside the realm and returned to the Mingguang realm, everywhere in the outside world, a piece of news has spread and fermented at an extremely fast speed.
Duan Ling Tian, the strong man of the Nishan realm, wants to find out the enemy who used to be in the gods' remains of the Nishan realm in the 10,000 realms and beyond, and change his name to Yun Xinfeng's Yun Qingyan.
Lei Hong, a strong man in the Mingguang realm, deliberately targeted Duan Ling Tian and said that if he has the opportunity to meet Yun Qingyan, he will try his best to keep Yun Qingyan safe. As soon as these news spread, Meng Han, the patriarch of Bibo Tianfu, changed his face instantly when he received the news. He didn't expect that it didn't take long for him to let someone secretly search for Yun Qingyan in a low-key manner, and someone immediately exposed this matter. Moreover, it was obviously Lei Hong's handwriting. Chapter 46:16. If it's just a group of powerful people from the myriad realms and the outer boundaries, making unannounced visits to find Yun Qingyan's trace, Yun Qingyan may not know about it before he is discovered. But as this matter spread in the outside world, as long as Yun Qingyan was in the outside world, it would be impossible for him not to know. Unless he happened to be in the closed door and didn't know what happened outside. Brother Duan Ling Tian. Meng Han hurriedly found Duan Lingshan's legal avatar in Bibo Tianfu, and told him about the rumors that had spread outside. Lei Hong intervened in this matter.
His intention of doing this is obviously not to let you find the other party.
Obviously trying to scare the snake on purpose.
After hearing what Meng Han said, even if it was just Duan Lingshan's clone of a law, his complexion was frighteningly gloomy.
Region? This was something he never expected. As for why Lei Hong did such a thing, it must have something to do with the strongest man who was kidnapped by him. Lei Hong must have learned some details about him from the other party's mouth, and also learned about the hatred between Yun Qingyan, who was renamed Yun Xinfeng, whom he was looking for, and him. The most important thing is that Lei Hong knew that he was working hard to find Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingshan's time law avatar, after leaving the land outside the boundary, returned across the boundary, and returned to the body of the deity. Duan Lingshan's eyes burst out with a cold luster in an instant. Region. It's best not to let me stare at your real body, otherwise you will definitely die. He knew very well in his heart that as long as Yun Qingyan found out that he was looking for him wantonly, he would definitely hide. If I want to find Yun Qingyan later, I'm afraid it will be more difficult than climbing to the sky. In a few days, Duan Ling Tian received the news that whether it was the upper 3 realms or the major realms of the middle 18 realms, the news that he wanted to hunt down and kill Yun Qingyan began to spread widely. There was even news that Lei Hong wanted to protect Yun Qingyan. At this time, the circles of the strongest in the upper 3 realms and the middle 18 realms were also stirred up because of the wide spread of these news. Lei Hong, this is to completely tear Duan Ling Tian apart. I actually think that when Duan Ling Tian killed Qinghong Shengzong Jesuan in the Mingguang realm, even if this hatred is completely forged, it will never end. The person Duan Lingtian wanted to search and kill, Lei Hong threatened to keep him. If these two meet in the future, a life-and-death battle will inevitably be inevitable. Now, there are only 4 people in the 7th level Xian announced by the Heavenly Tao. The two of them stood on opposite sides. Apart from being horrified, they were also very curious. If these two people really faced each other in the future, who would win and who would lose in a life-and-death confrontation? Is it Duan Lingtian, a rising star in the Nishan realm, or Lei Hong, a veteran and strong man in the Mingguang realm? Many people are even more eager for the two to confront each other immediately and have a showdown to the death. Lei Hong, who had finished spreading the news, returned to the Mingguang realm again, with a cold smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, since you choose to be my enemy Lei Hong, you must be prepared to be targeted by my Lei Hong. Snort. If it wasn't for the existence of another 7th level Xian in your Nishan realm, I would go to Nishan realm and have a good arm wrestle with you to see if your strength is as strong as your character. From Lei Hong's point of view, if Duan Lingtian can still find Yun Qingyan after he disrupted the situation like this, then he really has seen a ghost. Because of this, he guessed that Duan Lingtian must be unhappy now, and he was very happy. The Outer Worlds. In the depths of a swamp, a light and shadow flitted across the sky in the distance, and came here in a blink of an eye, lurking in the dark. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, in the void above, 2 figures passed by hand in hand, with spiritual consciousness covering the surroundings, as if they were probing for something. After sweeping through with his spiritual sense, he didn't notice anything strange in the depths of the swamp, and gradually drifted away. At this time, a figure slowly walked out from the depths of the swamp. Almost fell. This is a young man with a thin figure and a somewhat gloomy face. After wiping the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth with his hand, his eyes were cold and his face was gloomy. He, none other than Yun Qingyan, who changed his name to Yun Xinfeng. On the same day, when he saw the text of the Tao of Heaven, announcing that Duan Lingtian had stepped into the 7th level of the strongest and became an existence beyond saints and world venerables, he was shocked and full of jealousy. However, later, he comforted himself psychologically, that it must be someone with the same name and surname. However, he couldn't help but confirm it in the end. The result of the confirmation was actually that Duan Lingtian, it was really the Duan Lingtian he knew. He wished he could kill Duan Lingtian soon after. At that moment, he felt that the thing he regretted the most in his life was that he didn't kill Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was so oppressed that he couldn't lift his head in the secular plane. At that time, it was so easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. He could even kill Duan Lingtian with a single breath. It's a pity, because at that time his cousin's reincarnation desperately protected Duan Lingtian, and he didn't pay much attention to Duan Lingtian, so he didn't kill Duan Lingtian. He never thought that the ants in his eyes would catch up with him one day, and even surpass him by far. If I had known earlier, I should have killed Duan Lingtian recklessly back then. This time, he just knew that Duan Lingtian was making people look for him. What's more, he was almost killed by those 2 powerhouses just now. Those 2 people are his acquaintances in the outside world, and they have done a lot of big business with them. But they didn't expect that when they received the news, they learned that the Xian number 1 from Bibo Tianfu Meng Han, the 7th-rank powerhouse, was looking for him, and after promising great benefits, he chose to join forces to deal with him. He intends to capture him and send him to Bibo Tianfu in exchange for Meng Han's favor. Fortunately, before the 2 were ready to attack, at the critical moment, he heard the news that Duan Lingtian was looking for him, and the news that Lei Hong wanted to protect him, so he became vigilant. It was also because he became vigilant that when the 2 men attacked him, he was prepared and escaped smoothly. Otherwise, I am afraid that they have been held hostage by 2 people who were seriously injured and are on the way to Bibo Tianfu. Duan Lingtian. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. After avoiding the pursuit of those 2 people, Yun Xinfeng decided to temporarily leave the land outside the boundary, hide in the 10,000 realm, find a small realm to temporarily settle down, and avoid the limelight. As for the upper 3 realms and the middle 18 realms, he didn't dare to mess around. Those realms have a large array of guardians, and they can be sensed and discovered at the first time if there is an intrusion by the strongest. But then Lei Hong, isn't the strong man in the Mingguang realm, one of the 3 realms in the 10,000 realms, also the existence of the 7th level Xian? Threatened to help me? He has a grudge against Duan Lingtian. Chapter 46:17. Back in 10,000 realms, after finding a small realm to hibernate, Yun Xinfeng didn't stay idle, and went out with the clone of Law, wearing a bamboo hat to cover his dull eyes, so that people could not see that it was the clone of Law. The Law avatar went out to investigate, and he also learned about the grievances between Duan Lingtian and Lei Hong. Duan Lingtian destroyed Lei Hong's avatar of a Law in the Feathering Realm. Afterwards, go to the forces behind Lei Hong, Qinghong Shengzong of Mingguang Realm, intending to join hands with his master Feng Qingyang to destroy Lei Hong himself? Lei Hong avoided it first, but he still killed the current suzerain of the Qinghong Sacred Sect, as well as a Jesuan of the Qinghong Sacred Sect. Now, he finally understood why Lei Hong released the news to help him. It turns out that there is such an enmity between Lei Hong and Duan Lingtian. It's a pity, there's no way to blatantly seek refuge with that master Lei Hong. Otherwise, with his protection, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to kill me. Although Yun Xinfeng felt it was a pity, he also knew that he could not take the risk of contacting Lei Hong. If he made a wrong step, it might be a catastrophe. Now, there must be more people wanting to curry favor with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian is a rising star, younger, and has greater potential in the future. He has stepped into the 7th level of Xian, and he did not rely on the Tian Dao talisman. In addition, Duan Lingshan's master, Feng Qingyang, is another strongest 7th level existence in the Nishan realm. The wind is blowing. Thinking of Feng Qingyang, Yun Xinfeng felt depressed again. Back then when he was Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun family, although he didn't kill Duan Lingtian because he was concerned about his cousin Xianxia, he also sent someone to kill Feng Qingyang. But unexpectedly, the old beast missed. Otherwise, how could it be such a situation now? Who would have thought that the two who were like ants in his eyes in the past would become the most powerful existences in the god-defying realm today? You don't even need to do it yourself, just a word, and the Yun family, the place where the gods left him in the past, can be wiped out. The two Xians who had turned against Yun Xinfeng tracked them down for a while, and after confirming that Yun Xinfeng had escaped, disappointed, they still took a trip to Bibo Tianfu. Informed Bibo Tianfu of some information about Yun Xinfeng that they knew. It also includes several footholds in the 3 caves of the rabbit in Yunxin Peak. However, on Bibo Tianfu's side, even if they sent a half-sage to follow up, after a period of time, they still found nothing. Obviously, it is unlikely that Yun Xinfeng will appear in these places again. The thread is broken. However, after the incident, Meng Han still took a trip to the Nishan realm and informed Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian found out, he was not surprised. When he knew that Lei Hong was spreading the news that he was going to hunt down and kill Yun Xinfeng, he knew that unless someone first pinpointed Yun Xinfeng's existence, or even captured him, otherwise he would have to fight against Bai Deng if he wanted to find Yun Xinfeng. God is still difficult. We can only talk about it later. In the memory of the old man Wu Kong, there is a secret method of bloodline tracing that can only be performed by the strong 9th level powerhouse. It can use the blood essence of a person's blood relatives within 3 generations to trace and lock that person's whereabouts across borders. Because of this, although Duan Lingtian was angry at Lei Hong's behavior, he was not too upset. As long as he steps into the 9th level of Xian, he can cast that secret method and trace back and lock Yun Qingyan's position across boundaries. A few days ago, he took a trip to Yun's house, and took away a few drops of blood from Yun Qingyan's blood relatives who were still alive, and stored them for later use. Now, finding Yun Qingyan is only a matter of time. He is not in a hurry. Boom. On this day, in Nishan realm, there was a sudden violent vibration and roar, resounding in all directions. The creatures on all the planes of the gods can clearly hear a loud noise. At the same time, in one direction of the Nishan realm, colorful rays of light appeared, dazzling and eye-catching. What is that? A vision from the sky. Could it be that there is a treasure born there? The birth of a treasure? I think it looks like a breakthrough by a strong man. I have read an ancient book, and this scene is somewhat similar to the above record. It is about the vision of someone breaking through and stepping into the world. All over the Nishan realm, eyes fell on the place where the rays of light appeared, and all of them were attracted to them. Before this, Duan Lingtian, who was in a courtyard of the Xia family mansion, had already sensed the movement there, immediately rose from the sky, looked over there, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lord Xiao, finally made a breakthrough. Even if the distance is far away, he can still be sure that this is the breakthrough of the World Master Xiao Mubai. With the background of World Master Xiao, stepping into the realm of World Venerable this time, his strength is probably not weaker than that of Zhang Shan. Duan Lingtian secretly thought. Since he stepped into the 7th level of Xian, besides his family and friends, the most common person is Xiao Mubai, the lord of the god-defying realm. Although he knew that Xiao Mubai kept asking him for advice, it was tantamount to pulling his wool, but he didn't care. After all, when he was in his infancy, the World Master Xiao had given him great help. Say nothing else. It is said that before he left the Nishan realm and stepped into the outer world, the pool of divine Yunquan he got provided him with great help when he just entered the outer world. The grace of dripping water should be repaid by the spring. This has always been Duan Lingshan's code of conduct. After getting along for a period of time, he also knew Xiao Mubai's insider background very well. He knew that although he was the power of many half-step world venerables in the Nishan realm, but in real fights, absolutely no other half-step world venerables could be against him. His opponent. At the same time, a group of figures walked out from various places in the Nishan realm and rushed towards the land of rays of light. They were indeed a group of powerful people from the Nishan realm. Congratulations to World Master Xiao, stepping into the realm of World Venerable. Congratulations, Lord Xiao. Now not only the other half-step world lords from the Nishan realm have arrived, but even Zhang Shan, an outside world lord, has rushed to the scene with a few half-step world lords from the Zhang family, and greeted Xiao Mubai who had just broken through. Congratulate. After Xiao Mubai broke through, his hands itched unbearably. Seeing Zhang Shan present, Xianxia immediately said, Brother Zhang, I just made a breakthrough and I haven't fully familiarized myself with Xinli yet. You and I have a game to help me get acquainted with the new force. How? Zhang Shan laughed when he heard the words. Happy to help. Immediately, the eyes of the half-step world venerables and a group of powerful people around them all brightened up. I think this is the right time. Originally, they just came to congratulate the world lord Xiao Mubai for his breakthrough, but they didn't expect to have the opportunity to witness the two world venerable powerhouses compete with each other. This is a very rare opportunity for them to observe on the spot. Duan Lingtian received a message from Xiao Mubai at this time, inviting him to host the match between Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan, so that they can have a hearty battle. Chapter 46:18. Duan Lingtian agreed. At the same time, he greeted his third uncle Xianxia and his father-in-law Xiayu. Both of them were very interested, so he took them with him. Since Kier woke up, under Kier's mediation, the relationship between him and Xiayu has eased a lot. Anyway, this is Kier's father. Not to mention anything else, let's just say that for Kier's sake, some things in the past should not be blamed on the other party. I wanted to call the ancestor, but I didn't expect that the ancestor was already there. On the way, Xiaojie said with a smile. Just now, he sent a message to the supreme ancestor of the Xia family, but the other party responded that he was already at the scene, waiting for his nephew Duan Lingtian to preside over the discussion. A group of powerful people from the god-defying realm are all waiting. I, Xiaojie, am also indirectly counted in the waiting list? Glancing at Duan Lingtian beside him, Xiaojie's vanity suddenly increased. Compared to Xiaojie's escape, Xiayu seemed much calmer. Of course, the heart is not peaceful. However, in front of this son-in-law, he really couldn't be as casual as his third brother. After all, he did not do well in various ways in the past. Only my third younger brother usually seems to be dissolute, but he never thought that when he finally looked back, he was the one with the best eyesight. Master Xiao's breakthrough, the most powerful person in the god-defying realm, unless they have something to do, they probably all went over to congratulate. Duan Lingtian laughed. Xiao Mubai, the world master of the Ni god realm, is different from the other world masters of the Ni god realm. Those world masters have seldom shown up in recent years, and they are all seeking breakthroughs and wanting to go further. Because, in the recent 10,000 years of catastrophe, they all began to feel strenuous. If there is no way to go further, there will be 2 more cataclysms, and they probably won't be able to bear it. Because of this, in recent years it has been Xiao Mubai who has been presiding over various affairs of the god-defying realm. Even if it is a meeting of the most powerful, it is Xiao Mubai who is organizing and presiding over it. Knowing Xiao Mubai's breakthrough, a group of extremely powerful people who deal with Xiao Mubai on weekdays. Why not go to congratulate him? Soon, Duan Ling Tian brought Xiajie and Xiaoyu to the scene.
Master Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan Ling Tian.
A group of supreme beings from the Nishan realm saluted Duan Ling Tian respectfully when they saw Duan Ling Tian appear. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also discovered that behind many of the most powerful people, there were still some people, and 9 out of 10 were their juniors and juniors, who came to watch the Battle of the World Venerable together. But, can they see Jizen's movements clearly? With this thought, Duan Ling Tian thought of Xiajie and Xiaoyu who he had brought over, and was relieved for a moment. Xiajie and Xiaoyu must also not be able to see Jiezun's movements clearly.
The reason why they are interested may be more because they feel that it is a great honor to be on the occasion of the World Venerable Battle.
Little brother. After Duan Ling Tian greeted Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan, a sudden and pleasant voice came from not far away, attracting Duan Lingshan's attention.
When Duan Ling Tian heard the words, he looked over at a glance, and soon saw 3 familiar figures.
It is the 3 people from the inner palace of Wanfa Academy. The second senior brother Hong Yifeng, the third senior brother Yang Yuchen, and the fourth senior sister Lang Chunyuan. It was Lang Chunyuan who greeted him. Fourth senior sister. Duan Ling Tian greeted her with a smile. This fourth senior sister, after he stepped into the 7th level of Xian and returned to the god-defying realm, he went to the Wanfa Academy. At that time, she was left alone in the inner palace. The second senior brother Hong Yifeng and the third senior brother Yang Yuchen were not there. According to what the fourth senior sister said, the 2 senior brothers had gone to a place outside the boundary. It was taken away by the elder sister Huangfu Mengyuan. Although it is known that he has become the second strongest existence of the 7th level after the historical cutoff, and can be called invincible. But this fourth senior sister still does not change her original intention and calls him a junior brother. Make him feel gracious. After all, since he has achieved what he is today, except for his relatives and family members, few people can treat him as freely as they did in the past. At that time, he stayed in the inner palace of Wanfa Academy for a few days, and gave this fourth senior sister some treasures that were helpful to her cultivation, as well as a supreme power. Only then left. Before leaving, he also said hello to the other party. If you encounter any trouble, you can go to the Xia family, the land of the gods, to find him. Duan Ling Tian also has different feelings for the inner palace lineage of Wanfa Academy. Not only this little senior sister, but those 2 senior brothers also helped him a lot in his growth. It can be said that he is able to have what he is today, all thanks to them. Second senior brother. Third senior brother. Duan Ling Tian greeted Lang Chunyuan with a smile, while looking at Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen. Not seen for many years, Hong Yifeng hasn't changed much.
On the contrary, Yang Yuchen's aura is even more dusty, and there is a kind of sublimation in temperament. Presumably it is a breakthrough in the 4 realms of heaven and earth.
Little brother. Yang Yuchen greeted with a smile. He was the one who invited Duan Ling Tian to enter the inner palace of Wanfa Academy back then. It can be said that he and Duan Ling Tian are the most familiar. In addition, when he came back recently, he heard the 4th junior sister talk about the return of this little junior, so he didn't intend to increase the sense of distance between himself and this little junior. Small.
The second senior brother Hong Yifeng seemed to be a little hesitant, and carefully glanced at the leading woman in front of him. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the other party.
Third junior brother. Fourth junior sister. You are too rude. This is one of the only 2 7th level powerhouses in our god-defying realm. We must respectfully call you master. The one who spoke was the woman standing in front of Yang Yuchen, Lang Chunyuan and Hong Yifeng. The woman was tall, with a pretty and dashing appearance. She wore a white robe, long hair like a waterfall, and had an extraordinary temperament. Huangfu Mengyuan, I have met Lord Duan Ling Tian. After the woman rebuked Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunyuan, she respectfully saluted Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes seemed calm, but Duan Ling Tian still caught some waves deep in her eyes. It is obvious that the heart is not as peaceful as the surface. It turned out to be the elder sister.
Duan Ling Tian had already guessed the identity of this woman just now. She should be the elder sister Huangfu Mengyuan from the inner line of the Wanfa Academy that he had never met before.
Elder sister. There is no need to be so polite between us senior sisters and brothers. No matter how high or low my cultivation level is today, I am still a junior from the inner lineage of the Wanfa Academy. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Before Huangfu Mengyuan could speak, Lang Chunyuan had already said, "Elder sister, I told you a long time ago, junior brother won't care about these cliché etiquette. The last time I was alone at home, he came back to me and the two senior brothers. Although his temperament has changed drastically, his temperament is still the same as before. The junior brother is still the same junior brother, and has never changed." Chapter 46:19. Although Duan Lingtian had never come into contact with the elder sister Huangfu Mengyuan in the past. However, from the mouths of the third senior brother Yang Yuchen and the fourth senior sister Lang Chunyuan, I knew what kind of person the senior sister is. Therefore, he has always respected this elder sister. Maybe it's I Wujiwu. This senior sister has stepped into the realm of the strongest? Duan Lingtian discovered this when he came here just now. Huangfu Mengyuan seems to be already a powerful person, and it is estimated that she is not an ordinary powerful person. It gives people the same feeling as Xiao Mubai before the breakthrough. Since you have said so, little junior brother, then I won't be polite to you. Huangfu Mengyuan's gaze towards Duan Lingtian also softened a lot in an instant, and said with a smile, "They are all brothers and sisters of the same sect, so there is no need for politeness." Duan Lingtian was also friendly, with a refreshing smile on his face. At this time, Xiao Mubai came over and said with a smile, "Lord Duan Lingtian, originally I wanted to introduce you to this new semi-saint powerhouse of our god-defying realm, but I didn't expect you to say hello first. Yes, you are still brothers and sisters of the same sect. You are a great elder sister. Before you broke through to the strongest realm, you actually became an invincible upper god, and you also comprehended the way of devouring in the four ways of heaven and earth to the fifth level. The invincible high-ranking deities have at least comprehended one law to the state of Dzogchen, and if the fifth level of heaven, earth and four ways are added, they can be called the top among the invincible high-ranking deities. Such an existence, once stepping into the realm of the strongest, is directly a half-step world venerable." When introducing Huangfu Mengyuan, Xiao Mubai's eyes were also very complicated. Huangfu Mengyuan was also a rising star that he had paid attention to very early on, even before Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang paid attention to Huangfu Mengyuan. If there is no Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, in this era, Huangfu Mengyuan is definitely thriving. It's a pity that she was not very lucky, dancing with two real evildoers at the same time, the original talent of the evildoer unparalleled, but it seems not very top-notch. It was only today that I found out that she broke through to the strongest state in the outer world, and came back with the strength of a half-step world venerable. While Xiao Mubai sighed, he looked relieved. From now on, we have one more half-step world venerable in the Nishan realm. Besides, I'm afraid it won't take long for her to catch up with me and step into the realm of venerable realm. After all, she is much younger than me. Xiao Mubai is really optimistic about Huangfu Mengyuan. As soon as Xiao Mubai finished his sentence, before Duan Lingtian could respond, the attention of a group of powerful people against the god realm present were all attracted by Huangfu Mengyuan. Half-step world venerable? This one turned out to be a half-step world venerable? How could such a terrifying evildoer come out of the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy? Duan Lingtian is fine. But now there is another Huangfu Mengyuan? It's outrageous. Congratulations, big sister. You have made a breakthrough and become a half-step world venerable. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, and congratulated Huangfu Mengyuan repeatedly. You know, before that, the elder sister he learned from the two senior brothers was the stronger high-ranking deity. But I didn't expect that it turned out to be an invincible high-ranking god, and some time ago, he stepped into the strongest realm and became a half-step world venerable. You are incomparable with the younger brother. Huangfu Mengyuan shook her head. Little brother, when you step into the 7th level of the strongest and let the heavens tell the world for you, I am still just a high-ranking god. If you and Master Feng Qingyang hadn't stepped into the 7th level of Xian one after another, causing the heaven to lower the Tiantian Tower, even if I encountered an opportunity to step into the Xian some time ago, I probably wouldn't touch it, let alone step on it. Into Xian. In the past, although she was an invincible high-ranking god, she was not in a hurry to step into the strongest realm. Because she wants to challenge the forbidden realm heavenly tribulation at the level of the upper gods. Although, in the history of the myriad realms and even the outer worlds, all the high-ranking gods who tried the taboo realm of the heavenly tribulation all died under the heavenly tribulation, but she still wanted to try it. Once she successfully passes through, she will break the shackles and become the first existence to survive the taboo realm after the historical partition, and she is expected to achieve the 7th level of the strongest, surpassing Jesuin and saints. However, just in the process of her efforts, suddenly one day, the text of the Way of Heaven appeared and told her, there is someone who has already been one step ahead of her. With the cultivation base of a higher god, he has survived the taboo realm, and even Tian Dao said that he is expected to become the first 7th level powerhouse after the history is cut off. And this person was no stranger to her, who had 2 junior brothers by her side at that time. Duan Ling Tian from the anti-god realm. This is her little junior whom she has never met. The junior brother of the inner palace of Wanfa Academy. It was Yang Yuchen, the 3rd junior brother who knew the pearl with his eyes, and brought back the potential stocks of the inner palace lineage of the Wanfa Academy. Of course, even her 3rd junior brother Yang Yuchen never dreamed that their little junior brother would one day walk ahead of her senior sister. At that time she was shocked. In this era she was living in, there was such a crucial step taken by a high-ranking deity. She sees hope, the dawn is now, lead her forward. What she didn't expect was that not long after, another person survived the taboo realm, and he did so as a middle-level god, and he also came from the god-defying realm like her. According to what her 3rd junior brother said, this person has the same name and surname as the junior brother's master, and 9 times out of 10 they are the same person. At that moment, in addition to being shocked in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a kind of, since she was born in heaven and yang, how could she be born in Mengyuan? Thoughts. After that, she watched the words of the Tao of Heaven appear again, announcing that the 2 had entered the 7th level of the strongest one after another, becoming existences above saints and world venerables. She is already prepared, even if the call of the most powerful realm comes again, she will refuse all of them, just because she wants to be like her little brother, with a cultivation base of a higher to survive the catastrophe of the taboo realm. Because, with the cultivation base of the strongest realm, it is almost impossible to survive the catastrophe of the taboo realm. The difficulty is recognized to be greater than that of the upper gods. Some people even bluntly said that the comparison between the 2 is a world of difference. Otherwise, after the history is cut off, it is impossible that no such existence was born. Not long after, the Tian Tian Pagoda appeared, and the Amulet of Heaven came, and then there was a saint from a place outside the world, and a world venerable from 1,000 realms successfully passed the taboo realm. At that moment, she knew that even if she became the strongest, she still had the hope of taking that step. Therefore, the call of the most powerful realm appeared later, and she accepted the guidance, stepped into the most powerful realm, and became a half-step world lord. Chapter 46-20. Miss Eldermaster is absurd. I'm just lucky. After Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, he looked at Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan at the side, and said, after the discussion between Lord Xiao and the others is over, I will have a good talk with my senior sisters and senior brothers. Good. Huang Fu Mengyuan also nodded with a chuckle. Her purpose of coming this time was naturally to witness the exchange between Realm Master Xiao and Jesuin Zhang Shan, who came from the Ascension realm. It is not always possible to see the world respecting each other. At least, she had never seen it with her own eyes. Master Duan Lingtian, in fact, we are not in a hurry. You seniors and brothers can talk about the past first. Zhang Shan said repeatedly, extremely humble. This is Lord Duan Lingtian. Not only is he powerful, but he also saved his life. Wait a minute. What happened? He's okay. Yeah, we can discuss it later. Xiao Mubai also followed suit. No, it's fine for me and my senior sister and senior brother to go back and talk about the past in private. As Duan Lingshan's words fell, a group of the most powerful people in the god-defying realm around him dispersed to watch, their eyes filled with anticipation. Although, this Duan Lingtian and others reminisce about the old days in public, they have no objection. However, he did not forget the purpose of this trip. Watch the battle of the world soon. Under the auspices of Duan Lingtian, Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan entered his inner body to fight in the small world. He specially allocated an area for them to have a hearty battle. Others also entered to watch the battle nearby. There is no need to hide too far, with Duan Lingtian present to protect them. Everyone can clearly see the movements of Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan who are right in front of them. Of course, when the two moved fast, most people still couldn't see clearly. After all, among the people present, there were only a few people above half-step world venerables. Apart from a few old world lords, there was only one Huangfu Mengyuan who was half-step world lord.
As for the others, those who are stronger than the 4th level are okay. And the rest of the strongest, and those who are not even the strongest, are more to feel an atmosphere.
Because, when Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan moved, they couldn't see anything clearly. They only saw 2 afterimages flashing and crossing each other. It was ridiculously fast. Lord Xiao adapts so quickly. Several old world masters, as well as Huangfu Mengyuan, also discovered in the process that Xiao Mubai was at a disadvantage at the beginning. But as the number of rounds increased, he gradually regained the advantage. After 100 tricks, he was on par with Zhang Shan. Of course, both of them didn't use the law to clone. It was just a confrontation between the real deities. After all, it was just a competition, not a fight for life and death. But, even so, Zhang Shan is still under great pressure.
Now, a group of people are watching. Even Lord Duan Lingtian is present. It seems that it is impossible for him to take down a person who has just broken through to the realm of respect.
But later on he was helpless. Xiao Mubai, after getting used to it further, actually vaguely gained the upper hand. In the end, when he was thinking about whether he should use the law clone first, Xiao Mubai stopped first, and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang, let's count it as a tie for you and me today. Thank you for helping me familiarize myself with the power of Jiezun today." Hearing Xiao Mubai's words, Zhang Shan's eyes immediately showed gratitude, because he could tell that Xiao Mubai was giving him face and giving him a step down. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could see this at the scene. Even Huangfu Mengyuan and other half-step world venerables only thought that Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan were really tied. Even so, they were still shocked by Xiao Mubai's history. As soon as he broke through, he was able to draw a tie with Zhang Shan, who had been famous in the upper 3 realms for many years, and was able to draw a tie. Zhang Shan, although he is not a top-notch world venerable in the upper 3 realms, he is still very famous as a world venerable, not only famous in the upper 3 realms, but also famous in the middle 18 realms. The most powerful people in the god-defying realm present basically knew Zhang Shan's existence long ago. A contest between Jesuan left the presence of several half-step Jesuan and the existence of the 4th level Xian still unsatisfied, and they wished for another confrontation between the two. Of course, they also know that this match has ended, and if they want to watch the two fight again, they may have to wait until the next time the two make an appointment. Congratulations to Realm Master Xiao. You have such combat power just after entering the realm of the realm. This is my blessing against the god realm. Several old world masters congratulated Xiao Mubai one after another, and their eyes were full of envy. At the same time they said to Xiao Mubai through sound transmission, "Master Xiao, I don't know if you can ask Lord Duan Lingtian to give us a small stove when you have time?" Xiao Mubai was able to break through so quickly. Of course there was a reason why Xiao Mutian was more talented than them, but they also knew that it was absolutely impossible to break through so quickly with Xiao Mubai alone. Among them, a large part of the reason is because Xiao Mubai and Duan Lingtian are close. If you get close, you will naturally get the moon first. Asking some questions about cultivation and listening to the other party's sermons are just commonplace. I can only say my best. Xiao Mubai naturally didn't dare to promise. After all, even if he asked Duan Lingtian himself to ask questions, he himself felt a little embarrassed when he came down many times. Of course, he had given Duan Lingtian some help before Duan Lingtian grew up. However, those help, if you really count it seriously, Duan Lingtian has already paid it off. Now, he owes Duan Lingtian everything. Moreover, he will definitely continue to ask Duan Lingtian for advice in the future. His next goal is to enter the Tongtian Tower, pass through many checkpoints, and get the talisman of the Tao of Heaven. And then, he will hit the Xian 7th level to fulfill his father's unfulfilled dream. Therefore, the most he can do is to help a few people raise their mouths. As for the outcome, the decision rests entirely with Duan Lingtian himself. Everyone, then I will leave first with my senior sister and senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked around at Xiao Mubai, Zhang Shan and others, nodded his head, then greeted Huangfu Mengyuan and the others, and followed them back to the inner palace of Wanfa Academy. Without disturbing the others, they directly returned to the independent plane where the inner palace lineage was located. As for Xiajie and Xia Yu, they returned to the Xia family with the ancestor of the most powerful person in the Xia family. Junior brother, you and your master are both at the 7th level of the strongest. Your strength is about the same, or are you stronger than him? Fourth senior sister Lang Chunyuan blinked her big eyes, asking Duan Ling Tian like a curious baby. In fact, she wanted to ask a long time ago, but the elder sister has been staring at her, making her unable to talk.
Roughly the same.
Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "It is naturally impossible not to give face to his master, even if it is not the case." In the next chat with several senior brothers and sisters, Duan Ling Tian lost his mind for a while. After being distracted for a moment, he came back to his senses. There was something wrong with the land left behind by the gods, but the time law avatar he stayed at Xia's side could solve it. It was his son Duan Yentian who was asking him for help. Chapter 46-21. That day, when he broke through and achieved the 7th level of cultivation, when he returned to Nishan realm to reunite with his parents and wife, his two children, Duan Yentian and Duan Xiling, were wandering outside. Later, they waited until they came back, and finally followed him to the land left by the gods. They were also the first to ask to venture outside. As his children, they regard him as an idol, especially after knowing that the Ni Shin realm Duan Ling Tian announced in Taiyando's text is their father. They are like chicken blood. They all want to walk a legendary road and prove to the world that a tiger father has no dog sons, and a tiger father has no dog daughters. Speaking of which, the reason why his wives wanted to make a fortune in the future was because of the influence of the two youngsters, and they all felt that they could not be compared by the younger generation. For a while, it made him a lonely man. Of course, they are all in the new land of gods that has been transformed into the small world in his body. If he wants to meet them, he can do so at any time, so they are allowed to go. As long as they are happy.
Father, has Xiling asked you for help?
Duan Ling Tian never expected that his son Duan Nianshan's first words would be like this when his Law of Time avatar arrived at the scene for the first time. This kid, is he still competing with his sister?
No. Duan Ling Tian didn't care whether to hit this kid or not, because he had heard that in those years when he was not around, he was the most jumpy kid, and he had experienced life and death several times.
As for the reason why he did this, his own mother Li Fei also told Duan Ling Tian that he was not reconciled to being inferior to his sister in strength. Speaking of his daughter Duan Xiling, under the arrangement of his master Feng Qingyang, she experienced a baptism of the Law of Time, so that she has a deep knowledge of the Law of Time. In terms of cultivation, his son is not weaker than his daughter, but in terms of comprehension of the law, it is much worse. There's none? Hearing his father's words, Duan Yentian couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Now Duan Yentian has already grown up, with a tall and straight figure, sword eyebrows and star eyes. Between 6 or 7 points of the brows is similar to Duan Ling Tian, and the rest is similar to his mother Li Fei.
Who are you?
Seeing the strange appearance of the purple-clothed youth, several people besieged and killed Duan Yentian. Their faces changed, and their eyes showed fear, because they didn't know how the other party appeared. What does that mean? It means that the opponent's strength is likely to be far above them. Didn't you hear what he called me? Duan Ling Tian glanced at them lightly, raised his hand casually, the void shook, their movements froze, their mouths that hadn't closed in time seemed unable to close anymore. Then, several people's bodies shook, and they were rapidly aging visible to the naked eye. The middle-aged people turned into old people, and the old people turned into mummy. In the next moment, the mummy turned into dust and scattered, and the old man also experienced the second change of mummy and dust, and disappeared in smoke. Under the blessing of the domineering law of time, the few people who were still alive quickly aged and even died, turning into dust in the long river of time. Under Duan Lingshan's law of time, the so-called eternal life seems to have become a joke. Certainly. Duan Ling Tian was able to achieve this step, most importantly because the strength of the few people was much worse than him. If it were a Xian, even if it was only the bottom of the Xian's first level, he would not be able to do this step. The law of time. Seeing his father's attack, Duan Nianshan's face became more and more bitter. He knew that his father was best at the law of space, but now he deliberately used the law of time. Is this meant to remind him that he can't possibly match up to his sister? After all, what his sister is good at is the law of time. It's also because Duan Ling Tian doesn't know what his son is thinking now, otherwise he would definitely kick him on the spot. He is the avatar of the law of time. Besides the law of time, what laws can he use? I know you are so strong. You always want to compare with your sister. Although he doesn't know what his son is thinking now, Duan Lingtian is clear about his desire to compare himself with his daughter. But what I want to say is, don't lower your horizons so low. To compare, just compare with your father and me. Compared to your sister, what kind of ability and man are you? Your sister's attainment in the law of time is due to chance.
Now that you have the supreme godhead I gave you, you will be able to catch up with her in the law sooner or later. The gap between you will only become smaller and smaller.
In the journey of cultivation, the most taboo is to be fast in one discipline, and steady is the kingly way. As for Duan Yentian, it was okay to hear his father's previous words, but when he heard the last sentence, his eyes couldn't help but become weird. Steady? His father, at how old he is now, is standing on top of a group of old antiques. As far as he is concerned, is he ashamed to mention steady? Okay, you can continue your training. I'll go see your sister. Seeing his son's strange gaze, Duan Lingtian waved his hand impatiently, then sensed the position of his daughter Duan Xiling, and passed. When he found his daughter, Duan Lingtian found that she was cultivating in an inn in a city. The surroundings were quiet and there was no danger. Seeing this, he looked satisfied. It was his daughter who reassured him. He didn't show up, just waited quietly for a while, and then left. If the daughter really wanted to be in danger, she would naturally crush the jade slips he gave her. When Duan Lingshan's law of time avatar returned to Xia's house, his deity also learned what happened after he left in the communication with the senior brothers and senior sisters from the inner palace of Wanfa Academy. Not long after he left the god-defying realm and went to a place outside the realm, the elder sister Huangfu Mengyuan came back, took away 2 senior brothers, and took them to a place outside the realm. The younger junior sister is left alone to guard the line of the inner palace. Although this time was the first time meeting with the senior sister Huangfu Mengyuan, after some exchanges after getting to know each other, he still couldn't help but sigh how enchanting this senior sister is. Although she is a daughter, her talent is not inferior to that of a man, and the opportunities are not bad, otherwise it would be difficult to achieve such achievements at such an age. Among the most powerful people in the Nishan realm, the world lord Xiao Mubai is considered young, and he once set a record as the youngest half-step world venerable in the Nishan realm. And now, his senior sister has undoubtedly broken this record. Little brother, tell me, I chose to break through to the most powerful realm and face the taboo realm of catastrophe. Is this the right choice? Huangfu Mengyuan asked. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Big sister, the taboo realm heavenly tribulation faced by the high-level gods is actually not that simple. Otherwise, after the history is cut off before me, it is impossible that there is no high-level person in the world, or even the place outside the world. God Venerable succeeded in crossing the catastrophe. Duan Lingtian knew that the reason why he was able to succeed was because he had inherited this trump card that the old man Wukong had remembered all his life. Chapter 46-22. If he hadn't inherited the memory of the old man Wukong, he felt that the possibility of successfully surviving the taboo realm and the catastrophe with his cultivation as a high ranking would be less than 30%. Now, there are 3 heavenly talismans in Tongtian Pagoda. As long as you get them after stepping into the realm of Venerable Realm, senior sister, you will be better prepared later. It is not particularly difficult to survive the taboo realm. Duan Lingtian continued. I'm afraid there is still a lot of difficulty. Huangfu Mengyuan smiled wryly. After Lei Hong in the Mingguang realm, Fang Yifan, the top world venerable in the Feathering realm who was as famous as him, died in the Forbidden realm. Since then, no one has survived the Forbidden realm. Jia, step into the 7th level of the strongest. Although she has just stepped into the Xian realm not long ago, she also knows a lot of news, because she also has a familiar saint in the outside world. Because she is an invincible high-ranking god, the saint was very polite to her. Even Lei Hong, it is said that after breaking through and advancing, he couldn't heal his injuries. In addition, he suffered from injuries for nearly 100 years before returning to Qinghong sect in Mingguang realm. Huangfu Mengyuan frowned slightly between her words. Just because she stepped into the strongest realm after Lei Hong successfully crossed the tribulation. Before Lei Hong, there was also a sage in the outer world who successfully took the most critical step, allowing her to see the hope of further breakthroughs for the sage in Jesuan. Unexpectedly, not long after he broke through to become a half-step world venerable, he heard that Fang Yifan, who was not weaker than Lei Hong in the Mingguang realm, had died. This blow and impact on her is not insignificant.
Moreover, since then, there have been no words of the way of heaven, saying who has survived the catastrophe of the promotion.
As for the sage from the outer realm who broke through before Lei Hong, he was able to break through easily and healed from his injuries after the breakthrough.
It is said that it is also because he has the fourth heavenly Tao talisman.
Obviously, Huangfu Mengyuan did her homework well. After listening to Huangfu Mengyuan's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Elder sister, actually you don't need to worry so much. Just like I said just now, after you step into the realm of realm and get the talisman of the Tao of Heaven, you just need to make more preparations.
Some people, because of the 10,000 years of catastrophe that the strongest must face, seeing that they can't bear it anymore, they have to face the taboo realm of catastrophe in a hurry.
You are so young, what are you worried about? Then Lei Hong and Feng Yifan, in the 10,000 realms, are indeed top-notch world venerables. But is their strength the limit of the world venerables? Maybe not. Lei Hong is considered to be relatively young among the top world respecters, but when he was your age, did he have your strength? After you get the heavenly Tao talisman, gobble it up and step into the 7th level.
You can comprehend a few more of the other laws to reach the state of lesser perfection. If conditions permit, comprehend the 2nd law to reach the state of great perfection. In this case, with the help of the avatar of the law and the help of the amulet of heaven, are you still worried that you won't be able to survive the taboo realm? To be honest, with the help of the heavenly Tao talisman, a talented Jesuan like you, with the help of the heavenly Tao talisman, really doesn't have to worry about the taboo realm of catastrophe. These, Duan Lingtian not only thought of it himself, but also deliberately went to understand it. As for the person to know, it is Xianxia, the world venerable who led his family to migrate from the Yuhua world to the Nishan world. Xianxia has a deep understanding of a group of world lords in the 10,000 world. According to Xianxia, before he and his master broke through in the past, Lei Hong was relatively young among the top world masters in the 10,000 realms. Lei Hong and the others all have the opportunity to break through other laws, increase their strength through the avatar of the law, and surpass other top world venerables in the world. Because they are still young, even the next few 10,000-year catastrophes will not pose much threat to them. Lei Hong, if he hadn't been in a hurry to face the taboo realm of heavenly tribulation last time, and had waited 10,000 to 20,000 years for a further breakthrough in strength, and then faced the forbidden realm of heavenly tribulation, not to mention easy, but it would definitely be easier than last time. As for Feng Yifan, he is actually not too old. The next 10,000-year catastrophe is not life-threatening for him. Most likely he was influenced by Lei Hong, so he rushed to go to the catastrophe, but he didn't expect to die in the end. After listening to Duan Lingshan's words, Huangfu Mengyuan's eyes lit up immediately. It has to be said that Duan Lingshan's words gave her enough confidence. Yes, she is still young now, and she has not even come to face the first 10,000 years of catastrophe as a powerhouse. She is already a half-step world venerable. As long as she swallows one step further, she is a world venerable. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. I saw that the originally blue sky in the small plain where the inner palace branch of the Wanfa Academy Palace was located suddenly dimmed, and there was a faint electric snake shaking in the distance.
Haha. After I just said about Lei Hong, no one has survived the taboo realm, and I didn't expect someone to successfully cross the catastrophe so soon. Duan Lingtian laughed. He was very familiar with this kind of scene. Ever since he stepped into the strongest 7th level, his 5 senses were sharper than even Jezun could match, and he immediately noticed the strangeness in this small plain. The scene in front of me is no different from the scene before Meng Han and Lei Hong passed through the taboo realm of heavenly tribulation and the words of the way of heaven appeared. What does that mean? Undoubtedly, the words of the Tao of heaven are about to appear again. The appearance of the words of the way of heaven is most likely to announce who has survived the taboo realm. Who could it be? Duan Lingtian had a bit of curiosity in his eyes. At the same time, Feng Qingyang, who was in the plane of the heavens nirvana, suddenly looked up at the sky, just like Duan Lingtian. He also guessed what would happen next. Is the 5th person who has survived the catastrophe of the taboo realm. I don't know if it's the world master of myriad realms, or a saint from a place outside the world. Feng Qingyang's heart moved, and there was a little more expectation in his eyes. Boom! Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang's expected earth-shattering thunder sounded at the right time,
disturbing all living beings in the 10,000 worlds and even the land outside the world. For a moment, everyone looked up at the sky. At this time, more people reacted. This is. The heavenly Tao text will appear again? Anyone else survived the taboo realm? Who is it? This scene is not unfamiliar to everyone. Some Jesuan and saints from myriad worlds and outer worlds who have recently obtained the heavenly Tao talisman and even recovered from the injuries suffered in the Tongtian Tower, but still dare not face the taboo realm heavenly tribulation, are all showing their eyes. Under their curiosity and expectation, the horizon changes again. I saw the dark clouds in the sky parted, and a line of golden words of the Tao of Heaven appeared in front of everyone's eyes at the right time.
Chapter 46-23.
Congratulations to Agili of the Hongmeng realm, with the 6th level cultivation base of the strongest, successfully passed the taboo realm, and is expected to become the 5th strongest and 7th level powerhouse after the history is cut off, surpassing Jesuan and saints. Even though I have seen the characters of Heaven's Tao many times in the past, the appearance of the characters of Heaven's Tao this time is still shocking and horrifying.
As most people guessed, someone has survived the taboo realm.
Moreover, the one who succeeded in crossing the tribulation this time was the world venerable powerhouse of myriad worlds. Why is it the world venerable of myriad realms, and not the saint of our land outside the world?
What's the situation?
All the world venerables of myriad realms are so strong? So far, a total of 5 people have survived the taboo realm, and 4 of them are from the myriad realms. Myriad realms? Is it possible that they are specially favored by the Tao of Heaven? People outside the world are all boiling at this time, thinking that this is not in line with common sense. There are 5 people, and it's okay to occupy 2 of them in the land outside the boundary.
But only 1 was occupied.
A world venerable of 10,000 realms has passed through the taboo realm. Wouldn't the next step be to break through immediately?
Many people think so.
And almost at the moment when their thoughts fell, a new heavenly Tao text appeared. Congratulations to Agili of the Hongmeng realm. After surviving the catastrophe of the taboo realm, he successfully broke through and became the 5th, strongest, 7th level existence after the historical barrier, surpassing Jesuan and saints. It is no longer an exception to break through when you succeed in crossing the tribulation. Previously, whether it was Meng Han in the outer realm or Lei Hong in the bright light realm, they all broke through after successfully crossing the tribulation, because without exception, they were all existences of the 6th level Xian. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from the god-defying realm were the only ones who failed to cross the catastrophe and break through. Because when the 2 successfully crossed the tribulation, they were not even the strongest. It's okay for Feng Qingyang, although he didn't break through the tribulation, but he stepped into the 7th level of Xian not long after he successfully crossed the catastrophe. Only Duan Lingtian completed the breakthrough after a long time after successfully crossing the tribulation. Of course, all the existences above the upper gods basically guessed the reason.
Agili.
In the small plain of the inner palace of Wanfa Academy, Duan Lingtian, who was still staying beside the 2 senior sisters and 2 senior brothers, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the name in the Tian Dao script.
He has heard of this man.
He is one of the top world venerables in the upper 3 realms, and he is as famous as Lei Hong and Fang Yifan. He is not even old, and is a generation younger than Lei Hong. Like Lei Hong, he is recognized as a young and top-notch world respecter in the upper 3 worlds.
This Agili.
If Duan Lingtian remembered correctly, he heard from Xiao Mubai that before Fang Yifan failed to cross the catastrophe, this Agili had already obtained the heavenly Tao talisman, but it seemed that he hadn't attracted the taboo realm for a long time. Unexpectedly, today's breakthrough was successful and a crucial step was taken. Agili from the primordial realm should be well prepared. At this time, the elder sister Huangfu Mengyuan spoke. Her eyes were shining brightly, and the depths of her eyes were full of anticipation. If it is said that the death of Fang Yifan in the feathering world has greatly weakened her confidence. Well, what his junior brother Duan Lingtian said just now, and Agila's successful crossing of the tribulation in the primordial realm, gave her strong confidence. Even the confidence is greater than before at the beginning. Whether it's Lei Hong from the bright light realm or Agili from the primordial realm, at her current age, she doesn't have her current strength at all. They can all succeed, why can't I? At the same time, all walks of life in the 10,000 realms were also shaken at this time. Especially the Hongmeng realm, one of the upper 3 realms.
In the upper three realms, Lei Hong, the top realm respecter in the Mingguang realm, was the first to break through. To a certain extent, it also put a lot of pressure on the other two realms. Many people speculated that Fang Yifan in the Mingguang realm probably felt the pressure. So after a period of time after Lei Hong's breakthrough, he chose to face the taboo realm of catastrophe. It just failed. After that, no matter whether it is the top world venerable of the myriad worlds or the best of the saints outside the world, even if they get the amulet of heaven, they dare not rashly attract the taboo realm catastrophe, and they are all afraid of following in the footsteps of Yifan above. But today, the breakthrough of Aguli, the top world respecter in the Hongmeng world, once again revived the hearts of these people. Aguli succeeded. It seems that Fang Yifan's death was just an accident. I don't know if Aguli went back after breaking through. If he went back, it means that his injuries are not serious. The injuries he suffered during the tribulation are definitely not as serious as Lei Hong's original. All of a sudden, the powerhouses of the great world venerable forces in the upper three realms went to the Ada Gang tribe in the Grand Mist realm, which was also one of the great world venerable forces in the Grand Mist realm. Aguli is the only Jesuan of the Ada Gang tribe. However, after Lei Hong broke through last time, Aguli left the Ada Gang tribe and hid from Lei Hong, fearing that Lei Hong would catch up and strangle him. Now, most of the people from the major world venerable forces going to the Ada Gang tribe are half-step Jesuan, and few Jesuan go out in person. They are still avoiding Lei Hong. Master Aguli is back? When they came to the Ada Gang tribe, they quickly confirmed one thing. Aguli is back. Although Aguli didn't show up and they were received by other members of the Ada Gang tribe, since Aguli came back, even if he was still injured, it must not be serious. Can we gradually become Master Aguli? That's right, my uncle is also preparing to face the taboo realm of catastrophe recently. Let me come to Master Aguli to learn from him on his behalf. The great powers of the upper three worlds came to ask Aguli how he survived the taboo realm of catastrophe. For this reason, there are half-step Jesuan from the 18 realms in China. Even, Xiao Mubai personally came over to Nishan realm. With Xiao Mubai's appearance, Jesun's aura did not restrain himself, and soon attracted everyone's attention. Isn't this the Lord Xiao Mubai from the God-defying realm? In the crowd, someone soon recognized Xiao Mubai. The previous Nishan realm was just a mediocre realm among the 18 realms, and it didn't attract much attention. But ever since the people from the Nishan realm took the lead in overcoming the taboo realm, they suddenly made the Nishan realm famous, making people afraid to underestimate this middle-level realm. Lord Xiao, you broke through? I didn't expect World Master Xiao to break through. It's amazing. It's amazing. After breaking through, Xiao Mubai welcomed many people's initiative to congratulate him. Some people can't help but think, the Jesun from the God-defying realm suddenly appeared. Wouldn't he be afraid that the one from the Mingguang realm would attack him and kill him? That one, I'm afraid he hates the God-defying realm so much now. And at the same time when many people came up with similar thoughts. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering loud noise came out of nowhere. Immediately, I saw a terrifying force tearing apart the space, like a meteor hammer whistling from a distance, aiming at Xiao Mubai. Chapter 46-24. The terrifying power made everyone present tremble. Even several world venerables including Xiao Mubai, all of them changed their expressions at this time, and they all felt the fear of the person who made the shot, definitely far surpassing the world venerable. It's Lei Hong. When the terrifying force was getting closer, someone saw the tall figure rushing after that force, recognized the person who came, and exclaimed. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. A moment ago they were still thinking that Xiao Mubai, as the lord of the Nishan realm, had just stepped into the realm venerable realm, and ran out. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by Lei Hong from the Mingguang realm? After all, the last time Duan Lingtian from the Nishan realm went to Mingguang realm to kill the two sects behind Lei Hong, and one of them was Jesun. Lei Hong is notoriously a person who will take revenge. Duan Lingshan's actions undoubtedly pushed the entire God-defying realm to the opposite of Lei Hong. As long as there is a chance, Lei Hong will never let the people of the God-defying realm go. Lei Hong might not be interested in killing the general powerhouses in the Nishan realm if they have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian, the world lord of the reversible god realm, and a newly promoted world venerable. It's okay if Lei Hong doesn't know. If he knows,
He will definitely not easily let the other party walk out of the reversible god realm.
And indeed it is. Xiao Mubai just came outside the Ada Gang tribe of the Hongmeng Jesuan faction where Agili was, and was intercepted and killed by Lei Hong before he could enter it. Region. An indifferent voice resounded in all directions, and suddenly reached everyone's ears. Then when everyone came back to their senses, they saw a purple figure coming out from the dark place, and they shot like lightning, blocking Lei Hong's attack on Xiao Mubai. Crash! Lei Hong's offensive, meeting the opponent's strength, did not make any big movements, but stopped halfway, quickly lost, and even disappeared. The law of time. Many people exhaled in a low voice, and it could be seen that the young man in purple who made the move behind him was using the law of law, which was the law of time. It's Duan Ling Tian from the God-defying realm. Someone recognized Duan Ling Tian. Isn't Duan Ling Tian good at the law of space? This is his clone of the law of time?
I really didn't expect that he also comprehended the law of time to the realm of small perfection.
Someone who knew Duan Ling Tian better couldn't help but exclaim in a tone of astonishment. It was Duan Lingshan's law of time clone who suddenly appeared at this time.
Even if it is the avatar of the law of time, no one can see that it is just an avatar of the law if it is not shot, if it is not probed by people in the same realm with divine sense. Duan Ling Tian stood in the void with a tall and straight figure, looking sternly at Lei Hong who had come close and was confronted by him, who had been defeated by him.
Lei Hong, you are really careful, and only one law avatar came. Duan Ling Tian smiled contemptuously. If you only have one law avatar, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep the world lord of the god-defying realm today. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Lei Hong's law avatar sneered coldly. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect that you still have the habit of guarding the weak in the god-defying world. Isn't it embarrassing for a dignified 7th-level Xian to protect the Dao for a newcomer? Lei Hong's eyes were full of contempt, as if he looked down on Duan Ling Tian. It would be shameful if you, Lei Hong, killed me, the lord of the god-defying realm. Duan Ling Tian sneered, and then struck like thunder, fighting with Lei Hong. Although with the strength of Duan Lingshan's law clone, it is not difficult to destroy Lei Hong's law clone, but he has no intention of doing that. It's just a clone of the law, so what if it's destroyed? It doesn't affect Lei Hong's deity at all. At most, it will take some more time to reshape such a rule clone. Lei Hong's avatar of this law, the Law Mastered, is also the law of the small perfection realm. In the case that Duan Ling Tian deliberately hid the way of infinity and the way of control, it was a tie with Lei Hong for a short time. Boom. Rumble. The confrontation between the two seems to be understated, but every time they make a move, the void shakes and the space collapses. Except for a few Jiezun present, everyone retreats to the distance one after another, fearing that they will be affected. Of course, Lei Hong only drew with Duan Ling Tian in a short period of time. Although they are also the law avatars of the small perfection realm, and the 4 ways of heaven and earth are also at the 7th level, but Duan Lingshan's time law is one of the 4 supreme laws after all. Soon after 100 moves, he faintly gained the upper hand. At this time, the gate of the Ada Gang tribe seemed to have been turned upside down and devastated, and the buildings of the Ada Gang tribe that were closer were also completely destroyed by the aftermath of the force. Suddenly, without any warning from the audience, Duan Ling Tian and Lei Hong quickly separated and faced each other again. This scene also made everyone stunned. Why did you stop? Duan Ling Tian, with the advantage of the law of time, has already begun to gain the upper hand. However, soon, several Jesuan, including Xiao Mubai, turned their heads and looked at the depths of the Ada Gang tribe. There was a figure walking towards the sky unhurriedly. Every step he took, the void was shaken, and his spiritual consciousness gradually spread, and soon Xiao Mubai and others felt great pressure. Extreme 7th level. It's Agili from the Ada Gang tribe. Now, no need to guess, they have also thought of the identity of the person who came. It is the newly promoted 7th level powerhouse of the Ada Gang tribe, Agili. Behind Agili, a group of figures quickly appeared. It was a group of powerful men from the Ada Gang tribe. From the half-step world venerable to the ordinary strong men, all those who were in the tribe came out. You too, if you want to fight, please go farther away and fight. This is the territory of my Ada Gang tribe. Agili, who is the leader, is a strong young man about 2 meters tall. He is dressed in a loose white robe, with short hair, a resolute face, and abyss-like eyes. When he spoke, His tone was quite unkind. Agili. At this time, seeing Agili appearing, Lei Hong's law clone passed through sound transmission. Agili, join hands with me. How about destroying this Ling Tian's law clone? You and I are both top powerhouses in the upper three realms. Presumably you don't want the middle realms of the Nishan realm to rise up and be on an equal footing with our upper three realms, right? In Lei Hong's view, as long as Agili is willing to take action and destroy Duan Lingshan's law clone, he will be able to kill this newly promoted world venerable from the god-defying realm. This newly promoted world venerable from the Nishan realm. Here comes the real one. If you can really kill the opponent, you will make a lot of money. Agili. At this time, after Agili spoke, everyone's eyes, including Duan Ling Tian, also fell on Agili. Chapter 46-25. Hearing Lei Hong's sound transmission, Agili also glanced at Duan Lingshan's law clone for the first time, and then looked at Xiao Mubai. He guessed Lei Hong's purpose. Destroying Duan Lingshan's law avatar, everyone knows that it will have little impact on Duan Ling Tian. However, the newly promoted world venerable from the god-defying realm did not come from the avatar of the law, but from the deity. In the past, Lei Hong's law avatar appeared in Mingguang realm, intending to kill Jesuan Zhongshan, but was killed by Duan Ling Tian himself. He had already heard about it. It was also because of this that he knew that as long as he stepped into the 7th level of Xian, the avatar of the law would no longer be the same as before. His eyes would be dull, and he could tell at a glance that it was the avatar rather than the deity. Moreover, when he broke through recently, he found that his originally condensed law avatar, those godless eyes, were all endowed with spirituality, and at first glance it was no different from the deity. Of course, if you probe deeply with your spiritual sense, you can still detect abnormalities. Lei Hong. Now we only have 2 7th-level Xians in the upper 3 realms. Offending Duan Ling Tian is equivalent to offending 2 7th-level Xians in the god-defying realm at once. Agili responded indifferently. So, I'm not interested in your suggestion. What's more, he didn't communicate with Lei Hong through sound transmission, but directly spoke back. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding group of people were in an uproar. Lei Hong actually invited Agili to attack Duan Ling Tian together? This Lei Hong is trying to pull Agili into his own camp, and together target Duan Ling Tian. Obviously, Agili didn't intend to talk to him. That's natural. There is no enmity between Agili and Duan Ling Tian, so why bother to provoke Duan Ling Tian? You know, even if Duan Ling Tian knew that Lei Hong was behind the Qinghong sacred sect, he still killed the Qinghong sacred sect's lord and the world venerable. Agili dares to join forces with Lei Hong. Maybe Duan Lingshan's deity will come in person later, and directly attack the Ada Gang tribe. Speaking of others, they felt that even if Agili offended the other party might not take action against the Ada Gang tribe. But Duan Ling Tian is different. This one has a criminal record. Laugh. After Agili rejected Lei Hong, Duan Lingshan's legal avatar sneered, Lei Hong, if you want to destroy my legal avatar, I advise you to let your real deity come here in person. However, according to my estimation, you may not have the guts. After the sneer, there is sarcasm. Of course, it can be regarded as an above-board aggressive method. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian is not only the law avatar, even his true self has already come to this primordial realm, hiding behind the nearby space barrier. As long as Lei Hong's true self dares to show up, he can keep Lei Hong here forever today. Speaking of which, he came out this time just for fishing. Fish and kill Lei Hong. As for why he suddenly had this idea, it was because Xiao Mubai said that many people went to the primordial realm to see if Agili had returned to his own forces, so as to judge whether it was easier for Agili to cross the tribulation than Lei Hong. After all, Lei Hong was injured for decades before returning to Qinghong Shengzong. If Agili was also seriously injured, it would be impossible to turn back to the forces behind him so quickly. He had a flash of inspiration and felt that Lei Hong might also pass by. Therefore, let Xiao Mubai himself go to the Ada Gang tribe in the Hongmeng realm, and he uses his body plus the law of time to hide in the dark to protect Xiao Mubai. This time fishing, he also thought that he might only be able to catch Lei Hong's clone of the law, but he still had a thought in his heart. What if Lei Hong's deity is really there? Because of this, when the law of Lei Hong appeared, he only appeared with the law of time, and the deity was still hiding well,
and had no plans to come out for the time being.
At least, until Lei Hong's deity shows up, his deity will not come out. Snort! Hearing Agulus' response, Lei Hong glanced at him indifferently, then snorted coldly. In the end, the law clone quickly retreated, preparing to flee. However, how could Duan Lingtian let him leave? The Law of Time avatar immediately pursued and blocked him, fought fiercely with him again, and once again set off a storm in all directions. The space is sunken and collapsed, and the more you fight, the more intense it is. And with the passage of time, Duan Lingtian's Law of Time avatar has completely gained the upper hand. As for the Ada Gang tribe, Aguli, who appeared to protect them, no longer suffered any losses. Now, besides observing Duan Lingtian and Lei Hong's law clone battle, many of the crowd watching are also observing Aguli, and there is no sign of Aguli being injured at all. You said. The Aguli who is showing up now, is the avatar of the law, or the deity? I don't know, I can't tell. Now, if he doesn't make a move, unless the existence above the 7th level of Xian investigates him deeply with spiritual consciousness, it may be difficult to confirm whether it is the deity or the clone of the law. A group of half-step world venerables observing Aguli whispered to each other through sound transmission. Aguli himself, while protecting the Ada Gang tribe, watched the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lei Hong's deity, and his heart was awe-inspiring. This Lingtian is really a monster. How old is it? Not only the law of space has been comprehended to the state of great perfection, but even the law of time has been comprehended to the state of lesser perfection. Although, he already knew that Duan Lingtian had stepped into the 7th level of Xian. However, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian was able to survive the Taboo Realm catastrophe because of his age after all, because he was a high-ranking deity, and the difficulty of crossing the catastrophe was not as difficult as that of the strongest. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to comprehend the second law to the state of small perfection. After all, it requires a high level of comprehension and takes a long time. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian not only did it, but this law is also one of the 4 supreme laws like the law of space. Lei Hong's law avatar is about to be defeated. When the idea of Aguli had just arisen, Lei Hong's law avatar finally couldn't resist Duan Lingtian's law avatar's storm-like offensive, and was defeated in one fell swoop. Before Lei Hong's law clone was defeated, Lei Hong also left a sinister word. Duan Lingtian, I will let you know that being an enemy of Lei Hong is the worst decision you have ever made in your life. At the same time as the ruthless words fell, Lei Hong's legal avatar was also wiped out. From beginning to end, his deity did not show up. You didn't come? Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian was still a little disappointed at this moment. It would be great if Lei Hong himself came, and he took this opportunity to eliminate this hidden danger. It's a pity that Lei Hong was too careful. At this time, Aguli faced Duan Lingtian's law clone from the air. Brother Duan Lingtian, I, Aguli, admire how strong your law clone is. Looking at the current world, among all the existences who have stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, I am afraid that no one's law clone can be as strong as your law clone. The most powerful person in the world, the law that he is best at follows the deity closely, and that law cannot condense the law clone. Law clones that can only condense the rest of the laws. As soon as Aguli opened his mouth, he was expressing goodwill to Duan Lingtian, which was completely different from Lei Hong's attitude towards Duan Lingtian. As the saying goes, if you don't raise your hand to hit a smiling person, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Aguli from a distance, and said with a calm smile, Brother Aguli, it seems that you have hidden your strength in the past. Lei Hong, I'm afraid I don't deserve to be as famous as you. Chapter 46-26. What Duan Lingtian said was not intended to flatter the other party, but to tell the truth. He saw that the Aguli in front of him was not a clone of the law, but the deity. To be precise, it was Aguli who took the initiative to protect the Ada Gang tribe just now. Although he concealed it, the power of the law faintly mobilized was still detected by the Jianghu Shenshui of the small world in his body. After confirming that Lei Hong's deity is not there, after destroying Lei Hong's law clone, his deity also came out from behind the space barrier, hiding in the dark and looking at this place. Water system law. The world-cleaning water of the small world in his body is keenly aware of the laws of the water system. In addition, he has long heard that Aguli, the top world master in the Hongmeng world, is good at the laws of the water system. From this, it is not difficult to judge that the other party is the deity. The deity showed up, and obviously had no injuries. It can be seen that he passed through the taboo realm with great ease. Even if he was injured, he healed when he broke through. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Agili secretly sucked in a breath of air, and naturally heard the hidden meaning in Duan Lingshan's words.
This genius and strong man from the god-defying realm was really extraordinary, and he discovered that he came from the deity. He has suppressed the laws of the water system that resonated with his power in the world as much as possible.
Taking a deep breath, Agili smiled and said, "My past strength, I didn't deliberately hide it, it is indeed comparable to Lei Hong. It's just that before facing the taboo realm and the catastrophe this time, I have taken my achievements in other laws one step further." As soon as Agili said this, Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that it was exactly as he thought. The world master of the Thousand Worlds could rely on the other laws to help each other, so that the taboo realm of catastrophe would no longer be difficult. Of course, the most important thing is the help of the 3 heavenly talismans. After all, there used to be an incomparably monstrous Jesuin in the 10,000 realms who comprehended 2 or 3 laws at the same time and reached the state of Dzogchen, but still died in the taboo state. The others present, including Xiao Mubai, heard the exchange between Duan Ling Tian and Aguli, and felt awe-inspiring for a moment. From Lord Duan Lingshan's words, Lord Agili is the deity, and he didn't suffer any injuries. Master Agili is ready to make the rest of the laws go one step further, and successfully overcome the tribulation with the powerful avatar of the laws. In comparison, Lei Hong and Fang Yifan are taking risks in crossing the catastrophe. Lei Hong narrowly escaped death and succeeded, but Fang Yifan died. I think that although this lord has said it lightly, the actual situation is definitely not the case. The rest of the law power he has mastered may have already reached the threshold of breakthrough. Otherwise, how could he have prepared it in such a short period of time and succeeded in crossing the tribulation? There was a chatter among the crowd. However, they could be considered to have obtained the answers they wanted on this trip, and after recovering, many of them left. Those who left, in addition to greeting Agili respectfully, also took the initiative to greet Duan Lingshan's law clone. "Brother Duan Ling Tian, since you're here, why don't you come in and have a drink with me?" Agili asked with a smile. "Good." Duan Ling Tian responded, agreed, and at the same time, the law clone stepped out and arrived at Agili's side. "Don't forget to say to Xiao Mubai through sound transmission, 'Master Xiao, you go back. My deity will secretly you away.'" If Lei Hong himself dared to make a move on Xiao Mubai's way back, then he would let Lei Hong come and go. Xiao Mubai also left with the others, leaving Duan Lingshan's time law clone alone, and followed Agili into the Adagang tribe. The Adagang tribe, as the world venerable force in the Grand Mist realm, looks ordinary on the outside, but when entering the inner circle and passing through the fog formation, there is a world like a peach blossom garden that appears in front of Duan Ling Tian. Here the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, the smoke is faint, and it is a peaceful scene. Duan Ling Tian was personally invited by Agili to his training place, and chatted with him over wine. In the process, he also gained a detailed understanding of the primordial realm. During the conversation, Agili took the initiative to mention the 9 mysterious entrances shrouded in mist in the 3 major evil places of the god-defying realm. Not long ago, Duan Ling Tian learned from Jianghu from the Ascension realm that besides the Bright Light realm, the Ascension realm and the Hongmeng realm have such places in the upper 3 realms. I have entered one of the mysterious entrances and suffered some injuries. I doubt the existence of the shot.
Either it is a strong man who is at the 6th level of the strongest, the kind who has comprehended various worlds and 4 ways to a very high level, or the existence of the 7th level of the strongest.
Agili guessed and said. Later, the words of the Tao of Heaven appeared, saying that you were the first person to survive the taboo realm after the cutoff of history, and that your master was the first existence to step into the 7th level of the strongest. So, I think that the existence that hurt me in that mysterious place and forced me out should be the strongest 6th level powerhouse who has mastered various high-level worlds in 4 ways. Hearing Agili's judgment, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Brother Agili, your guess is probably wrong. My master also entered that place some time ago. Then, Duan Ling Tian told about the fact that Nishan realm also has 9 misty mysterious places, and also talked about his master Feng Qingyang's feelings of fighting against the gatekeeper inside. The question of strength seems to be in the 8th level of Xian? After hearing Feng Qingyang's judgment from Duan Ling Tian, Agili couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect that things would be completely different from what he guessed. If that's the case, why does Tian Dao still say that we are the first few to step into the 7th level existence after the history is cut off? Agili was puzzled, very puzzled. What if the other party existed before the historical partition? Duan Lingtian asked back. As soon as these words came out, Agila's complexion changed. If this is the case, everything can be explained. Later, Agili also learned about Duan Lingshan's attitude towards the mysterious place from Duan Lingtian. As long as it didn't affect him, he ignored it and didn't bother to investigate. However, during the next chat, Duan Lingtian saw that Agili was eager to try, and obviously wanted to explore the mysterious place. Really? After Duan Lingshan's law clone left, Agili left the Adagang tribe immediately. Entered a mysterious place shrouded in mist with this deity. This time, he took the initiative to fight the opponent. Even if you are mentally prepared, it is still inevitable to follow the trend and have an ending. Forced to retreat. Almost got hurt. So strong. Moreover, when it made a move, it didn't feel the presence of any heaven and earth. What does this mean? It means that the opponent didn't use the 4 ways of heaven and earth at all. Chapter 46-27. Its power is at least at the 8th level of Xian. Looking at the large fog in front of him, Agili gasped. Even if he came out a little later, although he would not be killed, he would definitely be injured. At this moment, he completely confirmed what Duan Lingtian had said to him. It's not that he doesn't believe in Duan Lingtian, but that he has a deep obsession with this mysterious place shrouded in mist. In the past, his master, whom he regarded as his biological father, died in it. He had always wanted to go in and investigate to see if he could know the truth about his master's death. If his master's remains were still there, he would also bury them. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian told him about the danger, he, who has stepped into the 7th level of Xian, still intends to go in and find out. Unexpectedly. Even if he stepped into the 7th level of the strongest and entered this fog-shrouded place, it was still difficult to penetrate. The mysterious beast guarding the door forced him out as soon as he made a move. It must have existed before the historical partition. Otherwise, there would be no record of these 9 mysterious places in the Hongmeng realm in history. Among the upper 3 realms, apart from the Bright Light realm, there are places like this in the Primordial Meng realm and the Feather Transformation realm. According to what Duan Lingtian said, there are places like this in the Nishan realm. In other realms, I have heard that some realms have similar places. Taking a deep breath, Agili arrived at another mysterious place shrouded in mist in the Hongmeng realm. This time he was attacked by a powerful force again. However, he was prepared, but he still retreated unscathed. It's not that strange beast anymore. This is another strange beast. When you make a shot, the breath of strength is different. Of course, Agili doesn't have a tendency to be abused, but just wants to confirm one thing. That is, he wanted to see if the targets he encountered after entering every mysterious place shrouded in mist in the primordial realm were the same existence. In the past, even though he was a top world-respected person, he did not dare to try this easily. Now, he dared to try this when he was sure of getting out of his body. Continue. Then, Agili continued to go to the other 7 mysterious places shrouded in mist in the Hongmeng realm, but found that after entering the 7 places shrouded in mist, the strange beasts he encountered were not the same one. 9 different beasts. The strength is very strong, and the essence of power is definitely above the Xian 8th level. After confirming this point, Agila's complexion became solemn, and the sense of superiority he felt after stepping into the 7th level of Xian was also blown away at this moment. It turned out that although he was the 5th existence announced by the Tao of Heaven, he was not the 5th strongest existence under the Tao of Heaven in this world. In this world, there are also strange beasts that have survived before the historical cutoff. However, due to certain rules, they are imprisoned in the mysterious place and cannot cross the border. Otherwise, the world will probably be in chaos. It's also fortunate that they can't come out, otherwise the world and the land outside the world, I'm afraid they would have been burned and blood flowed into rivers. Agili secretly thought. Not to mention the previous 10,000 realms and outer boundaries, the strongest ones were a group of world venerables and saints. Even now, a total of 5 transcendent world venerables and saints have been born in myriad worlds and outer worlds. In front of those mysterious beasts, they are still not enough to see at all. Heaving a sigh of relief, Agili pondered for a moment, and finally left the primordial realm. Went to God against realm. Agili. Duan Ling Tian didn't expect that not long after his time law avatar returned to the god-defying realm, Agili came to him. What? Brother Agili, have you gone to investigate that mysterious place? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Yes. Agili nodded and then said in a deep voice. Brother Duan Ling Tian, I think what you guessed may be true. At least, the 9 fog-shrouded entrances of the primordial realm should lead to the same mysterious place. I have entered all 9 entrances. After entering, the aura of heaven and earth I sense is the same, but it is completely different from the world and the land outside the world. Having said that, he paused for a moment and continued, I'm here to investigate the 9 fog-shrouded places in your god-defying realm. But I don't know if you, Brother Duan Ling Tian, can lead me the way? There was a bit of expectation in Agili's eyes, and he wanted to confirm some things next. I have never been to those places. However, I can let someone take you there. Duan Ling Tian didn't notice the slightest hostility from Agili, and at the same time saw that he obviously wanted to study those places further. So he immediately found the world lord Xiao Mubai. I've seen Master Agili. Seeing Agili, Xiao Mubai saluted repeatedly. Next, I will trouble World Master Xiao. Agili smiled friendly. Duan Ling Tian watched Agili leave. Half a month later, Agili came back with Xiao Mubai. Brother Duan Ling Tian. This time, Agili's face was extraordinarily solemn, and at the same time he told Duan Ling Tian about his discovery. I know you are not interested in those places, but I still want to tell you about my latest discovery. I first went to the 9 fog-shrouded places in the Hongmeng realm, and found that there were indeed 9 entrances. In addition, after entering the 9 entrances, the 9 strange beasts I encountered were not the same one. It means that there are 9 entrances leading to different places. It may be the entrance to a mysterious place with 9 different directions. Of course, this was just my guess at first. Until the past half-month, I investigated the 9 entrances of the god-defying realm. I find, going through the 9 entrances, the 9 strange beasts I encountered that attacked me turned out to be the 9 strange beasts that I encountered when entering the 9 entrances of the primordial realm. Having said that, he paused, and then said, if the 9 entrances lead to the same place, it means that there are 9 areas in different directions corresponding to that place, and each is guarded by strange beasts. And if 9 entrances lead to 9 different places, that should be 9 mysterious places. And the 9 fog-shrouded places that exist in the major realms should be the entrances to the 9 mysterious places. Of course, I prefer to have only one mysterious place, rather than 9 places. It's the same as what I told you half a month ago. The aura of heaven and earth aura I sensed inside is almost the same. Although, Duan Ling Tian really has no interest in that mysterious place. But still couldn't help being a little surprised. There are 9 entrances, and the strange beasts encountered after entering are not the same? Wouldn't it be that there are 9 strange beasts that are suspected to be above the 8th level of Xian? After confirming this point from Agili, Duan Ling Tian frowned. He looked through the lifelong memory left by the old man Wukong again, but found that he had not touched the mysterious land in his memory. Even, the old man Wukong has never encountered any dangerous fog-shrouded land, and has never appeared. This is a bit strange. Old man Wukong existed before the historical partition. And according to my guess, the mysterious land was also left before the history was cut off, so the powerful beasts in it were not specially announced by the text of Heavenly Tao. But according to the memory of the old man Wukong, that mysterious place did not exist before the history cut off. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and thought to himself, I'm afraid. Only the Tao of Heaven knows what's going on. However, seeing that Agili left the Nishan realm again and was about to go to the Feather Transformation realm, he had to sigh in his heart for Agili's hungry for knowledge. I hope this guy's exploration of that mysterious place won't cause any trouble. Shouldn't it be? After all, he was forced out every time, and the strange beast inside can't come out every time. Chapter 46-28. Even after getting a better understanding of the mysterious place from Agili, Duan Ling Tian still had no interest. For him, nothing is more important than improving his own strength.
With that time and effort, it is better to further digest the memory left by the old man Wukong, and strive to have the strength comparable to the old man Wukong as soon as possible, and even surpass the old man Wukong.
When it really comes to that time, it is not too late to venture into the mysterious land in spare time and boredom. The 5th Xian and the 7th level also appeared. Next, I'm afraid there will be many Xian 7th level existences one after another. Duan Ling Tian secretly thought. At the same time his eyes flashed sharply. I hope they can all be honest, if not, I don't mind killing them. With his current growing and rapid strength, he is really not afraid of the existence of the 7th level Xian. This time, Agili left for a full 3 months. 3 months later, he appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian again. Brother Duan Ling Tian, I have been to many realms that are shrouded in mist, including the Ascension realm, and I have entered every entrance. I found that the 9 entrances of all realms lead to the same 9 places. The 9-headed beasts are still guarding the entrance. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed brightly. Though the strength of the 9 alien beasts is not weak, if we join forces with the strongest 7th level beings and cooperate with the joint attack formation, we may not be unable to kill them one by one. Before I came to you, I went to see Brother Meng Han from Bibo Tianfu, a place outside the boundary. He said that as long as you are willing to join the team, he will make a move. Otherwise, the 4 of us will try together? He really wanted to know what kind of world was behind the guarded beast at the entrance of the mysterious place, and whether it would help him in his next practice. If it helps, it is undoubtedly a great thing. Even if it doesn't help, it can satisfy his curiosity and obsession. He was really curious about that mysterious place. Although, now he guesses that the 9 entrances all lead to the same place, but it is only a guess after all. Unless he investigates and confirms himself, he can't confirm that it is really the 9 entrances of the same place. Now, in 10,000 realms, and even in places beyond the realm, including him, a total of 5 strongest 7th level existences have been born. Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian, Meng Han, Lei Hong, and Agili. Meng Han bluntly said that as long as Duan Ling Tian agrees to join forces, he will also join. As for Feng Qingyang, he is Duan Lingshan's master. If Duan Ling Tian joins, he will definitely not be able to stay out of it. Lei Hong, who had a grudge against Duan Ling Tian, had no choice but to give up. Including him, there are 4 people in total. According to his calculations and estimates, it is enough to deal with any of the 9 strange beasts. Brother Agili, I have no interest in that place for now. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and declined Agili. From Agili's extremely expectant eyes, it is not difficult for him to see Agili's curiosity and longing for the mysterious place, but he is really not interested in the mysterious place for the time being. Who knows if there is a more terrifying existence in it? The 9 alien beasts corresponding to the 9 entrances, with his current strength, even if he fights alone, he is not afraid. But what about the back? The gatekeepers are already so strong, so if it is said later that there is no stronger existence, it seems to be unreasonable, right? It is precisely because of this that he has no interest in the mysterious place that the 9 entrances lead to for the time being, and he is only thinking about digesting the memory of Old Man Wukong first, and it will not be too late to break into it when he has the strength of Old Man Wukong's peak period before his life. Brother Duan Ling Tian. Agili really wanted to go in and find out, so he continued to persuade Duan Ling Tian. What's more, seeing Duan Ling Tian refuse again, he gritted his teeth and promised Duan Ling Tian a lot of benefits. Although it is not very useful to Duan Ling Tian, it is still of great use to Duan Lingshan's family and friends. However, the current Duan Ling Tian does not lack these things for the time being. If you really want to lack it, you can exchange it with the forces of the Great World Venerables and Saints by bartering. In the end, after confirming that Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind, it was impossible to go to that mysterious place with him, so Agili could only say goodbye and leave, and after leaving the god-defying realm, his face became completely gloomy. That Duan Ling Tian really didn't give me face. As the existence of the 7th level Xian, I was so humbled, and he still rejected me. Snort. Although he was not very happy, Agili did not intend to make Duan Ling Tian an enemy. This time, he went to Meng Han because of this matter, and also confirmed Meng Han's position from Meng Han's mouth, because Duan Ling Tian helped him enter the Tongtian Tower first, and got great benefits. He said that he stood by Duan Lingtian unconditionally, and even as long as Duan Lingtian needed it, he was more willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian to deal with Lei Hong. That is to say, among the existence of the 7th level of the world's 5 most powerful, 2 of them are on Duan Lingshan's side. Not to mention that he is alone. Even if he joins forces with Lei Hong, it will be difficult for him to compete against Duan Lingtian and the others. It seems that we can only wait. Wait until a few more Xian 7th level existences are born, and then join hands with them to explore the mysterious place behind the 9 mysterious entrances. There may be a huge opportunity waiting for us inside. If there is a chance, I may not be able to catch up with the latecomers and surpass Duan Lingtian and the others. Thinking of this, Agili felt urgent again. Of course, despite the urgency, he didn't lose his mind. He thought that if he really wanted to join forces with others in the future, after dealing with the strange beasts at the entrance, and when he encountered a more powerful and irresistible existence, he still had to focus on saving his life. Opportunities are good, but the price of life is higher. In the reverse god realm, Duan Lingtian continued to digest the memories left by the old man Wukong, and his strength was also improving step by step. There was no bottleneck obstacle along the way, or before he had the strength of the peak period of the old man Wukong. He was unlikely to encounter bottlenecks that were difficult to overcome. During this period, family members and friends also came to him for help. He always let the law of time come out, and the deity continued to improve his strength without distraction. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. On this day, the myriad worlds and the land outside the world trembled, just because the vision that everyone was familiar with appeared again in the sky, and then 2 lines of words of the way of heaven appeared one after another, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Another person successfully survived the taboo realm of catastrophe. This person, after successfully crossing the catastrophe, immediately stepped into the strong 7th rank, becoming the 6th strongest 7th rank strongman after the history cut off. Chapter 46-29. Congratulations to Xianxia from the outside world, with the 6th level cultivation base of the strongest, successfully passed the taboo realm, and is expected to become the 6th strongest and 7th level strongman after the history cut off, surpassing the respected world and saints. Congratulations to Xianxia, the land outside the realm. After surviving the taboo realm, he successfully broke through and became the 6th, strongest, and 7th level existence after the historical barrier, surpassing Jesuan and saints. After 100 years, after Agili in the Hongmeng realm successfully crossed the catastrophe and broke through, there was another existence of the 6th level of the strongest, who successfully crossed the catastrophe, broke the shackles, and stepped into the 7th level of the strongest. Moreover, he is still a strong man in the outside world. This is also the 2nd existence in the outer worlds to be promoted to the 7th level of the strongest. The land outside the world is boiling. Haha. In the land outside our boundaries, there is finally a 2nd existence who stepped into the 7th level of Xian. Yes, there were 5 Xians of the 7th level in the past, 4 of them were experts from the myriad realms, and only 1 was from a place outside our realm. In recent years, when those cultivators from the myriad realms talked to us about this, their nostrils were upturned, as if they were the ones who stepped into the 7th level of the Xian. Humph. Our land outside the realm has a profound foundation, and sooner or later we will be able to surpass the 10,000 realms in terms of the number of the strongest 7th level powerhouses. Xianxia? It seems to be the 7th city lord of the 13th city of the Western Jin dynasty in the Holy Wind realm? It's her. The lord of the 7th city of the 13th city in the Western Jin dynasty has disappeared in recent years, and I almost forgot her existence. This is a monster among the rising stars. Yes, she used to be the youngest saint power recognized by our outside world. The 13th city of the Western Jin dynasty is the saint force of the Wind Sacred Realm, and it is a force with 3 saints. Many forces outside the world also exist like a ceiling. As the name suggests, the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty is a power that unites the 13 cities. Of course, the 13 cities are not close together, they are extremely far apart, and they are distributed throughout the customs clearance area of the 13 cities in the Western Jin dynasty, and each city has a powerful city lord. This force was originally an alliance force. However, later, under the leadership of several city lords, the 13 city lords became brothers and sisters.
In the past, in the 13th city of the Western Jin dynasty, the Great City Lord, the Second City Lord, and the Seventh City Lord were all saints and strong men, and the Seventh City Lord was a rising star, inheriting the position of the City Lord from her master. Even so, after she inherited the position of City Lord, her seniority also increased. In the past, when she was not the City Lord, she had to call other City Lords uncles and aunts, but now she just called them brothers and sisters, because the ranking of the City Lords was determined by the City Lords when they were sworn brothers, and it had been discussed and decided long ago and would not be changed.
Haha. Congratulations, seventh sister. A hearty laugh came from afar outside the Yuzhou city, and at the same time a figure appeared in the sky above the Yuzhou city's City Lord's mansion in an instant. Yuzhou City is a huge city with a vast area. The City Lord's mansion is located in the east of the city, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and connected to the mountains and rivers. Looking down from the sky, the City Lord's mansion seems to be integrated with the mountains and rivers, regardless of you and me. At this moment, when I heard hearty laughter from the sky, and then saw that burly figure in the sky, it was a tall, thick-backed, bearded, thick-browed, big-eyed middle-aged man. Several figures flew out of the City Lord's mansion one after another, and greeted him. "I've seen the great City Lord. I've seen the great City Lord." A few people who rose from the Yuzhou City Lord's mansion in the sky respectfully saluted the visitors. "Why are you? Where are your City Lords?" The middle-aged Choron looked puzzled when he saw the people in front of him. Could it be that the seventh sister hasn't come back yet? It should be. If seventh sister is here, seeing him coming, it is impossible not to come out. Could it be that the injury he suffered after crossing the catastrophe has not healed, so he hasn't come back yet? Thinking of this, a look of worry flashed in his eyes. "Great City Lord, our City Lord has just sent a message, saying that she has something to go to 10,000 realms and will come back later." An old woman among several people responded respectfully. These people are all semi-sacred powerhouses of Yuzhou City, and they are also the most powerful assistants under the command of Xianxia, the Lord of Yuzhou City. They usually take care of the affairs of Yuzhou City when Xianxia is practicing in closed doors. Go to 10,000 realms? The bearded middle-aged man frowned slightly, unable to figure out what that seventh sister was going to 10,000 realms for. Could it be that she had just broken through, her hands were itchy, and she wanted to go to 10,000 realms to find someone to learn from? As for the target, it is not difficult for him to guess. There is a high probability that they are the two sword masters who first stepped into the 7th level of the strongest in the Nishan realm. His seventh sister is a sword cultivator herself, and is also recognized as the #1 sword cultivator in the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty. There are 4 ways of heaven and earth, and he also cultivates the way of swordsmanship. While the bearded middle-aged man frowned, another pleasant laughter like a silver bell came from a distance. "Seventh sister, congratulations. I never thought that you stepped into that realm before me and elder brother. It seems that even if I join forces with elder brother, we may not be your opponent." This silver bell-like laughter sounded like a child's voice at first glance. And when the person who came appeared above Yuzhou City, it was a girl who looked about 13 or 14 years old, with 2 braids on her head and pretty cheeks carved in jade. I felt pity for it. "Brother, you actually came faster than me." After the girl came over, she immediately saw the middle-aged man with beard and greeted him with a smile. "Meet the second City Lord. Meet the second City Lord." After seeing this girl, several semi-sages in Yuzhou City couldn't help showing a bit of jealousy in their eyes, and then saluted respectfully. It was as if, in their eyes, the second City Lord was more terrifying than the first City Lord. "Second sister." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded to the young girl. "This time you and I are doomed to fail." "Seventh sister, she has gone to 10,000 realms." "Go to myriad realms?" The girl was puzzled. What did seventh sister go to Wuxia? Immediately afterwards, after hearing his guess from the middle-aged man, the girl's eyes lit up. "Seventh sister went to the god-defying realm? Is that the god-defying realm of the 7th level double Xian?" "Second sister, don't you want to go too?" The middle-aged man asked himself that he knew this second younger sister quite well, and it was not difficult to see what she was thinking. His second sister looks like a little girl, but in fact she is not young. At least it is enough to be the ancestor of the seventh sister. It's just that people are not old at heart, and they always show people in the form of a girl. Of course, he only dared to think about these things in his heart, because the last thing he, the second sister, wanted to hear was that someone said she was old. In her heart, she had always been only about 10 years old, and she had never changed from beginning to end. Against God Realm. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment after receiving the message from World Master Xiao Mubai. That out-of-bounds powerhouse Xue Qingzhu, who has just stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, wants to ask me to learn swordsmanship with Master? He didn't expect that not long after he saw the text of Tian Dao, the other party came to his door. Moreover, the other party is also a sword cultivator? Lord, I'm not interested in competing with her, you can ask my master. Duan Ling Tian replied. If he is just an ordinary 7th level powerhouse, he would be more than happy to have a visit from a powerhouse from the same realm to compete with him, because this is also an opportunity for him to learn and improve. But the problem is, now, in his eyes, competing with the other party is bullying the other party. Even in the way of swordsmanship, he has already successfully entered the 8th level after further digesting the memory of the old man Wu Kong. Chapter 46-30. Duan Ling Tian felt that his master would most likely not decline the other party's challenge. And then, as the World Lord Xiao Mubai sent another message, what he said also confirmed what Duan Ling Tian thought. His master Feng Qingyang agreed to the challenge of Xue Qingzhu, a newly promoted 7th level strongman from outside the world. In this regard, he is not surprised. If the other party is good at other 4 ways of heaven and earth, his master may not answer. But the problem is, the opponent is good at swordsmanship. Being able to take a crucial step with the way of the sword shows that the opponent is also a wizard of swordsmanship. With such an existence, his master will also meet Lai Xinxi when he sees it. Not to mention that the opponent is now actively looking for him. Master Duan Ling Tian, now I'm taking this girl to Jili Tian to meet Master Feng Qingyang. She said that after the sparring with Master Feng Qingyang, she still wants to have a sparring with you. Xiao Mubai said again. If she can beat my master in 1 move and a half, I don't mind competing with her. If she is not as good as my master, let her stop humiliating herself. Duan Ling Tian said lightly. Bring shame on yourself? If others, including Xue Qingzhu himself, heard Duan Lingshan's words, they would definitely think Duan Ling Tian was arrogant. After all, they are all existences of the 7th level of Xian, and you actually said that the other party challenged you to humiliate yourself? However, Xiao Mubai understood Duan Lingshan's deepness, knowing that Duan Ling Tian not only stepped into the 7th level of the strongest with the way of swordsmanship, but also had extremely high attainments in the way of control and the way of infinity. Even if it doesn't reach the 7th level, it's probably close. And the 4 ways of heaven and earth can be displayed at the same time, unlike laws that are limited, and can only draw the power of 1 law at the same time. Okay, I'll tell her. Now the person communicating with Duan Ling Tian is not Xiao Mubai's real deity, but Xiao Mubai's avatar of law that is resident in the land of the gods, so that he can get in touch with Duan Ling Tian at any time. Because he knows very well that Duan Ling Tian is the guardian god with the thickest thighs in the current Nishan realm. On Duan Lingshan's side, he originally thought that this matter would be over, but did not expect. A month later, his master Feng Qingyang came. Master! What Duan Ling Tian didn't expect was that it wasn't just his master who came here, but also another young woman wearing a light green dress. The woman held a sheathed long sword in her hand. She had an extraordinary temperament and a peerless appearance. She stood there like an orchid in an empty valley, attracting everyone's attention. No need to think too much. Duan Ling Tian guessed the identity of this person. It should be the new Xian 7th level powerhouse from outside the world, Xue Qingzhu. He originally thought that the other party must have left after he fell into a disadvantage in the competition with his master. But he didn't expect that he hadn't left yet. Not only did he not leave, he even came to look for him with his master. Before that, he hadn't received any notice from the World Lord Xiao Mubai, which meant that Xiao Mubai didn't know about it either. Xiao Tian. Feng Qingyang responded, the embarrassment on his face flashed away, and then he introduced the woman beside him. This is Xue Qingzhu, the city lord of Yuzhou City, the 13th city of the Western Jin dynasty outside the boundary. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could see the restraint of his master. What's the situation? Ever since he met his master for the first time, until now, this is really the first time he has seen his master have such a side. It looks reserved, but in fact it seems more like shy. After all, he is the father of 2 children and the man of 4 women.
Duan Lingtian quickly came to his senses, and his eyes swept back and forth between the 2 in front of him.
It seems that there is really a situation.
Moreover, seeing Xue Qingzu's indifferent face at this time, it is not difficult to see that it should be only his master who is unrequitedly in love for the time being.
This one may become the future teacher's wife.
Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to take it too seriously, and looked at Xue Qingzu with a smile on his face, and took the initiative to say hello. I have seen City Lord Xue. Although I saw the public announcement of the Tao of Heaven, I knew that City Lord Xue had stepped into the 7th level of Xian, but I didn't expect that City Lord Xue was actually a daughter.
It's really surprising and admirable. Facing Duan Lingshan's compliment, Xue Qingzu shook his head and chuckled. Fellow Taoist Duan has won the prize. Compared with you, I am nothing. 2 days ago, I learned about your real age from fellow Taoist Feng. At your age, I never even stepped into Xian.
Xue Qingzu is considered a very young and strong person in the outside world, about the same age as Feng Qingyang, and this alone makes her famous in the circle of saints in the outside world to the point where everyone in the world does not know the king.
Therefore, when she learned about Duan Lingshan's real age from Feng Qingyang, she was really taken aback.
Before he came to the Nishan realm this time, he thought that Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian from the Nishan realm were far older than him, but he didn't expect that one of them was as old as him, and the other was more than 10,000 years younger than her.
It's all thanks to my master leading the way.
Duan Lingtian smiled modestly, then looked at Feng Qingyang, blinked his eyes, and secretly said, Master, if you like someone, just go for it. I have never seen you so coy.
Feng Qingyang didn't expect Duan Lingtian to see through her thoughts, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Chuanin laughed and scolded. You kid, what are you talking about? Why do I like him? Don't talk nonsense.
Hearing this, Duan Lingtian continued to transmit voice.
Master, you really don't like it? If you really don't like it, I'll go for it. This guy feels pretty good in all aspects, and his strength is also strong. It's not bad to marry back home as a wife.
It can also improve the overall strength of the Nishan realm, by the way. After Duan Lingtian said it, he could see murderous look in his master's eyes.
Haha. Just kidding. Repeatedly explained. This also made him further sure that his master really moved Fan Xin. Fellow Taoist is really powerful. When I competed with him, I fell into a disadvantage from the very beginning. If he hadn't been merciful, I might have lost. Xue Qingzu looked at Feng Qingyang, with a pair of beautiful autumn eyes showing admiration.
Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Speaking of which, City Lord Xue, you and my master are quite destined.
Hearing this, Xue Qingzu couldn't help being a little more curious when he looked at Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian continued. As we all know, my master is the first existence of the 7th level Xian born after the history is cut off, and he is also the first male monk to step into the 7th level Xian. And you, City Lord Xue, are the first female monk to step into the 7th level of the strongest after the history is cut off.
Isn't this predestined relationship?
If City Lord Xue, you don't have a fellow Taoist, I want to draw a red line for you and my master.
My master has not married yet, and I have never had a confidant in the past.
Duan Lingtian got straight to the point, ready to strike while the iron is hot, and strive to take down master-mistress.
Oh no! To help his master take down his wife. Chapter 46-31.
It's worthwhile to accept him as a disciple when Xue Qingzu, a woman and top genius in the outer boundary, became a saint at a young age. She shocked everyone. At that time, she was the youngest saint in the history of the outer boundary. Previously, those who held the record were all men. Not only did she break their records, but she was also the first woman to do so. For these reasons, she was famous in the outer boundary. Behind these achievements were Xue Qingzu's blood, sweat, and tears. All her time was spent cultivating and learning from others to grow stronger. Day after day, year after year, her routine remained the same. In the end, her hard work paid off, and she became the youngest saint in the history of the outer boundary. Many female cultivators in the outer boundary regarded Xue Qingzu as their idol. Among them, many of them were from the myriad world before moving to the outer boundary, like Huangfu Meng Yuan,
Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian chatted with Huangfu Meng Yuan, he had heard mentioning Xue Qingzhu as well, and she even said that she wanted to be like Xue Qingzhu. At that time, Huangfu Meng Yuan deliberately hid the fact that Xue Qingzhu was a woman from Duan Ling Tian, so he assumed he was a male cultivator. He thought his senior sister idolized the other party simply because the other party was extraordinarily talented. It was only later on that he realized Xue Qingzhu was a woman. Xue Qingzhu was completely focused on cultivation, so she did not have time for other matters such as marriage. As she grew stronger, quite a few people mentioned the matter of marriage to her, but she did not take them seriously. Moreover, it was difficult for her to find a man about her age who was as strong as her, let alone find one that was stronger than her. She naturally had no interest in men who were inferior to her. For this reason, she was single until now. In fact, her life was rather similar to that of Feng Qingyang. He also devoted himself to the sword Dao and to growing stronger. For that reason he had been single. It was also due to his inexperience that he did not know how to express his feelings to Xue Qingzhu. Xue Qingzhu was also inexperienced in this regard. Even if it was obvious that Feng Qingyang liked her, she did not notice it. She only thought that Feng Qingyang treated her as a friend until Duan Ling Tian asked if she was single and recommended Feng Qingyang. After that, she recalled how friendly Feng Qingyang had been, and she could not help but blush. At the same time, Feng Qingyang was embarrassed. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so straightforward. He could not help but glare at Duan Ling Tian before he explained, "Miss Xue, he was just joking with you." Xue Qingzhu nodded and took a deep breath to calm down before she looked at Duan Ling Tian and said seriously, "Mr. Duan, I came here with Mr. Feng to spar with you. I heard Mr. Feng said that you're stronger than him. I really want to see it for myself." Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "I don't mind sparring with you. However, I'm not very motivated since there's no prize or benefit to it." "Little Tian," Feng Qingyang frowned. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to make things difficult for Xue Qingzhu. After all, Duan Ling Tian knew he liked Xue Qingzhu. Why would he treat his master's future wife like that? Xue Qingzhu frowned slightly, but she still asked, "Then what kind of prize do you want?" Duan Ling Tian pretended to ponder a moment. He did not answer the question. Instead, he calmly said, "How about this? Since your strongest Dao is the sword Dao, well, spar using the sword Dao. Well, attack with all our might, and if you can stop 3 of my attacks, you win. Otherwise you lose." Feng Qingyang raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. At the same time, a hint of anger could be seen on Xue Qingzhu's face. After all, she was also a level 7 supreme powerhouse like Duan Ling Tian. She felt like he was looking down on her when he proposed determining the outcome of the match with only 3 strikes. "All right," Xue Qingzhu replied. Her voice was much colder than before. She really wanted to see how strong he was. In her opinion, even if according to Feng Qingyang, she was no match for Duan Ling Tian, the gap between their strength could not be that big. It was absolutely impossible for him to defeat her with 3 strikes. After a moment, she asked again, "What prize do you want? And if I win, what will I gain?" Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "If you win, I'll owe you a favor. I'll do anything you ask as long as it doesn't violate my principles and it's within my capability." Xue Qingzhu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This was indeed a valuable prize. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "If you lose, you have to stay in the God-defying world for 1,000 years. To be precise, you have to stay in my master's heavenly emperor's palace in the solitary destructive heaven as a guest. Apart from that, you can't be in closed-door cultivation for more than 300 years during this time. Of course, during this time, you can return to the outer boundary if there's something urgent you have to attend to. However, you can't leave for more than a year at a time. In total, your time away can't exceed 10 years. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingzhu looked at Feng Qingyang, wondering if it was the latter's idea. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang finally realized Duan Ling Tian's intention. He felt that it was really worthwhile accepting Duan Ling Tian as his disciple. However, when he saw the expression on Xue Qingzhu's face, he looked at her innocently and shook his head. "What do you think?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Striking the iron while it was hot, he continued to goad her,
Miss Xue, don't tell me you're not confident about stopping 3 strikes from me?
Who knew if Xianxia did not mind staying in the solitary destructive heaven, or if Duan Tian's provocative words were effective? In the end she nodded and said, "All right, I agree." Chapter 46-32.
Hearing Xianxia's agreement, Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed a light, and then nodded. "Since you agreed, fellow Taoist Xue, let's find a shattered small world to discuss.
I will use 3 swords to determine the outcome."
Then, Duan Tian and the others directly tore apart the space, left the Nishan realm, and randomly found a small realm that had long been destroyed in the 10,000 realms, and the power of the realm had already been drained away, and there were no more living creatures.
This kind of small boundary area is barren in the eyes, like locusts passing through.
Now, the place where Duan Tian and the others stand in the air is just above the ruins of a city in this small world.
There are countless ruins in the ruins. Judging from the architectural style, it is completely different from any architectural style he knows. It looks different. There is style. It's a pity that it has been destroyed in the long river of history, and cannot see the glory of the past.
What's more, at this time, the surrounding area where the 3 of Ling Tian stood in the air sometimes had strange turmoil in the space, and space cracks appeared on their own, and then slowly closed, appearing elsewhere, repeating itself again and again, which shows the weakness of the space barrier in this small world.
Vulnerable. And this, in fact, is also the reason for losing the power of the boundary. The power of a realm is related to the rise and fall of a realm. Losing the power of a realm also means losing vitality, losing all aura in the realm, and the strength of any realm will fade with the passage of time, gradually decrease, or even disappear completely. In this case, the strong realm destroys the weak realm and seizes the power of its realm for its own use. Today's myriad realms, the upper 3 realms and the middle 18 realms are mostly ancient realms. Under normal circumstances, the power of their realm should have disappeared in the long river of history, and even destroyed the realm. It is precisely because the powerful people in these realms are like clouds, invading the small realms everywhere, and seizing the power of the small realms to supplement themselves, they can survive for a long time. The same is true for the anti-God realm. Otherwise, the God against God realm would have disappeared in the long river of history long ago. Among the cultivators, the weak will eat the strong, and the fittest will survive. The same is true between boundaries.
However, it is still the practitioners of the major realms that dominate the rise and fall of the realms.
Use your sword.
Xianxia opened his mouth slowly, and the ethereal and cold figure stood with his sword. His body was as straight as a sword, and bursts of fierce aura emanated from his body, as if his whole body had turned into a sword in a defensive posture at this moment, standing proudly in the sky between.
At this time, Feng Qingyang had already stood in the distance to watch the battle. At the same time, the spiritual consciousness is spread out. Be vigilant in all directions, and prevent someone from approaching or even sneak attacking. Of course, the main thing is to guard against Lei Hong. Once a big war breaks out in the small world, it will definitely attract the most powerful people from all the powerful worlds. Lei Hong, as the existence of the 7th level of the strongest, will also be alarmed, and may even observe closely. If it is confirmed that the opponent is his disciple Duan Tian and Lei Hong might show up. At that time, all he has to do is to contain Lei Hong in the first place and prevent Lei Hong from escaping. As long as his disciple regained his composure, it would not be difficult to keep Lei Hong. As for the bet between his disciple and the woman he likes this time, he naturally knows that there is no suspense. If his disciple really wants to be serious, even just a sword is enough to defeat the other party.
After all, this disciple of mine has not only stepped into the 7th level of swordsmanship, but also has extremely high attainments in the way of infinity and control.
According to his estimation, they are all at least at the 6th level.
These two are integrated into the way of swordsmanship, looking at the myriad worlds, and even the places outside the world. Who can be the enemy? This disciple of his really wants to strike with all his strength, even if it is him. He doesn't think he can block his sword.
Good.
Facing Xianxia, who was ready and her pretty face was full of dignity, Duan Tian said indifferently. His face was as calm as before, and he even yawned, then raised his hand unhurriedly, and struck out with a finger sword.
Call out.
In an instant, a terrifying sword light that seemed inconspicuous at first, but turned into a huge sword in the sky in an instant, directly splitting the sky in this small world into 2, screamed and fell toward Xianxia's place. The space there is cracked,
turbulent currents abound, and even vague illusions appear, as if turning all living beings upside down. These phantoms come from Duan Lingshan's space law, refracting some scenes in the surrounding realms in the form of spatial mirror reflection. Of course, this was not intentional by Duan Lingtian. Instead, the law of space activates itself. In the face of Duan Lingshan's menacing sword, Xue Qingzhu also moved, and the same sword was slashed out. The momentum was rolling, the sword glow swept up like a hurricane, but she stood in the heart of the storm, but she remained motionless. Even her body, there has never been any turmoil in the clothes. The extremely bright sword light appeared in this small world, as if overwhelming the world, unrivaled, invincible, mighty and fierce, facing Duan Lingshan's first sword. Soon, the two sword glows collided together. In the next moment, after a short period of tranquility, terrifying power erupted from it, sweeping in all directions, completely annihilating the small world that was originally fragmented and shaky. The small realm trembled and collapsed, and the remaining realms barely blocked the aftermath of the power from the eruption, but the remaining power of the realms was also lost a lot. Second sword. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth again, and continued to slash out with the second sword, which was slightly stronger than the first sword. Of course, it's only slightly stronger. This sword, just like before, was stopped by Xue Qingzhu. At this moment, Xue Qingzhu was slightly disappointed. I feel like I was fooled by fellow Taoist Feng. Didn't it mean that Duan Lingtian, his disciple, is stronger than him? It's also because Feng Qingyang doesn't know what Xue Qingzhu thinks in his heart. If he knows, he will be extremely wronged. This kid until now has not used the way of control and the way of infinity. He knew that Duan Lingtian was holding back, and was preparing for the third sword to make a real move, defeating the woman he admired with one sword, so that the other party had to fulfill the bet promised earlier. Everyone, I am Feng Qingyang from the God-defying realm. This is my disciple Duan Lingtian and fellow Taoist Xue Qingzhu from outside the realm. In order to avoid misunderstanding, please step back. When Duan Lingtian made the second sword, many powerful people from Wuxia came from a distance because of curiosity, but before they got close, they were warned by Feng Qingyang, and then they noticed Feng Qingyang's domineering spiritual consciousness enveloped their heads, and they retreated one after another while their faces were solemn. No wonder there is such a big commotion. It turns out that Duan Lingtian from the Nishan realm and Xue Qingzhu, the newly promoted 7th-level powerhouse from the outer realm, are exchanging ideas. Two great existences of the 7th level of the strongest are fighting, and there is an existence of the 7th level of the strongest standing aside. This scene is really scary. It's a pity that Mr. Feng Qingyang obviously doesn't intend to let us watch. Otherwise, if we can watch this match with our own eyes, it may be helpful to our cultivation. I heard that the newly promoted 7th-level powerhouse from the outside world is also a sword cultivator like Lord Feng Qingyang and Lord Duan Lingtian. And when everyone receded in amazement, Lei Hong, who had just sneaked out of the bright light realm and was hiding in the dark, also received the news. His eyes suddenly lit up. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang have left God against God realm? You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.